Welcome to our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our Super Saturday coverage continuing. Started early this morning with British Champions Day and now into Belmont at the Big A. We have the best fall tradition in New Jersey with 103rd meeting from Far Hills coming up. Acacia Clement, Joe Clancy, Richard Migliore out there, and then into the evening, more Breeders' Crown eliminations at the Meadowlands. Greg Wolf, Sarah Albadwin. We have two stakes on our card here in New York today, the Awad and the Athenia, and trader Chad Brown, big chances in both.
That's no surprise, of course. Chad Brown having live opportunities in multiple turf races on the card, and we have a full 12-race card from here. We have that coverage from Far Hills, as you mentioned, and we're really just getting started with a day full of racing. I know you had the privilege of covering some European racing this morning.
Yeah, it was fun to see what happened earlier today with a huge upset in that Kipco British Champion Stakes. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm. Bringing the entire card today on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Far Hills action, races 1 through 6. And our first race, by the way, just 10 minutes away, we have the horse that everyone thought was going to put in the performance we saw from Fierceness. His stablemate Locked, making his first return since he went off favored in that third place finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment. First, we're going to check in at Far Hills for the big hunt meeting coming up. And let's check in with Acacia Clement and Joe Clancy for more. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, we're really looking forward to a spectacular day of racing coming up for the 103rd Far Hills race meeting today. Joe, Richie Migliore, and I have been here the last couple of years. Last year was rainy, cold temperatures. That is not the case today. It is an absolutely perfect fall day. Temperatures expected to be about 70 degrees this afternoon. We're here at Moreland Farm in Far Hills, New Jersey, and looking forward to seeing some of the big stars. There's 6 races on the program, 5 of them over the jumps, and then 1 wrapping up the day with that 2-mile flat race where we'll get a chance to see some big horses that the regular viewers of our show will be familiar with, including Belmont Gold Cup winner in Gray Wizard. But the highlight of the day will be the American Grand National. It's the most prestigious steeplechase race that we do see here in America, and a perfect opportunity for us to see some of those horses try to get back on track, including the fan favorite Snap Decision. Disappointed in this race last year, coming back after not being able to race it.
Apologize, some audio issues. We'll try and get that sorted out sooner than later. We look forward to that coverage, though, coming up. Yes, Snap Decision has not been able to get it done in the Grand National, including being a beaten favorite a couple of years ago, but seemingly coming back this year very strong, with the exception of that last start. We'll see if he can get it done today. Going to face the defending champ, among others, who was a big surprise last year at 17-1. Here we go, Locked, returning first start back since that Breeders' Cup Juvenile when he was so far back early, Sarah, and made that big late run to get a very distant third-place finish behind his stablemate.
He ran extremely well. I mean, all of his 2-year-old races were solid. We'll see if he can come back with any improvement. He would be very tough to beat if so.
Here's the Wood Memorial winner from last year, Lord Miles.
He is getting a drop in class, but is this really that much class relief with the returning Locked?
Don't expect to see horses like this coming back in spots like this. Here he is, his 3-year-old debut, Locked.
And he's been favored in his last 3 starts as a 2-year-old. Took some time to come back to the races. Obvious horse to beat.
Quality Chic, David Jacobson, big price.
He has races that would put him in the mix, but they haven't been as of late.
Ilkay Cantermachi Barn with Gunnet, who wants to be forward.
I'm hoping this is the horse that can wire the field and possibly upset your favorite if he's not 100% ready to go.
Bramito for Linda Rice has Dylan Davis.
He's gotten the setup and to close into in the past 2 races, and that's the same for Costa Terra. I mean, he's had plenty of speed to close into, and I don't think that's the case today.
Yeah, stablemate here, Costa Terra. This one's been putting in some big efforts for the Rice Barn as well. Jose Lezcano 6-1. Without the presence of Locked, would probably be closer to, what, 8-5 in here?
You think he would be favored?
I thought he would be.
Over Ramino? Yeah, he wouldn't be 6-1. We'd be talking 2-1, 8-5, 4-5.
Here's Locked, though. Yeah, with presence of this horse completely changes
everything
in this spot. And that Grade 1 win, Breeders' Futurity, and off that performance, this made the horse the favorite going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And this was such a big effort from him because the Wine Steward, who finished a narrowly defeated second in this race, really had everything go his own way. He was able to be forward. He was able to save all of the ground in this race. And the Wine Steward's not a bad horse, even though he didn't necessarily go on as much as a 3-year-old, while Locked was making that big swooping move, going wide every step of the way and just getting by. And Keeneland's not a racetrack that's really kind to that kind of effort. And so, yes, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, he did finish third as your favorite, but as you mentioned, he was just coming from so far back, and that was hard to do over that Santa Anita track that day, over Breeders' Cup weekend, really playing more kindly to forwardly placed horses. It's just a question if he takes a step forward now as a 3-year-old, and where has he been?
Pretty good appearance here for the comeback for Locked. Long-awaited return for this son of Gunrunner, who really, I mean, he was eating up all that ground late. It took him a long time really to get going. He was last early in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He's had a lot of ground to make up that day.
Yeah, and he still tried. I mean, we saw horses that are good, solid horses really not able to have their typical performances because of the way the track was playing over that weekend. So I don't really want to hold that against him as being some sort of setback. It was actually an improvement from his Breeders' Futurity. If you look at Byers by a small margin, or at least a similar kind of race. So it's really just the question of the layoff if he ends up being able to come back with improvement.
Meanwhile, last year's Wood winner here in New York at 59-1, Lord Miles was with Saffie Joseph back then. Now he's going to debut for Bill Mott.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's fed a steady diet of graded stakes attempts. He's tried to go a little bit longer, and that hasn't quite worked out for him. He ran well when he was getting a little bit of class relief 3 starts ago to finish second. I can forgive the race at Charlestown. That's 1 1/8 miles. You need to be inside, and he was not that day, and he's losing to Skippy Longstocking. Then he's in the Grade 3 Vosburg against some good horses. I don't really know what he wants to do, and I don't know that he really knows what he wants to do. There is a level of ability in there, but I think even his best race is still not necessarily good enough to get the job done.
14-1 on last year's Wood Memorial winner. And then you have both Linda Rice runners. These are decent older horses. Locke's going to come back against, who's now 1-4 as a huge favorite on the board here. But Bermudo off back-to-back wins for Linda Rice. Granted a 50,000 starter allowance and then an entry-level allowance. But we're assuming maybe he's just moving forward, going in the right direction, and not as the experience edge. It's a long time away for Locked.
It is, and he is facing older horses now, and these are older horses that aren't slow. I mean, we have horses that we've seen a lot of consistency from. Bermudo's one of them as of late, but he's got a lot of pace to close into in his last 2.
And of course, Linda Rice with Costa Terra as well. It was just yesterday with Floki's flight winning that she finally caught up and has tied Kathleen O'Connell for the most wins by a female trainer in the history of the sport. And pretty interesting that she does that yesterday. And then in the Athenia later today, Kathleen O'Connell actually showing up in New York with 30 Thou Kelvin.
Yeah. Yep, Linda Rice has a busy day today. Kathleen O'Connell, though, she's got live entrants all over the place. So it'll be interesting to keep tabs on that race between the two of them, and I imagine it'll be neck and neck for quite some time.
What about for Locke? Not just the layoff and coming back, but with his running style, coming back at 7/8 of a mile. Is that going to be a bit of an issue, a horse who maybe wants a little more ground?
I don't know. I mean, I thought he ran well enough first time out to finish third in a race that had been productive going forwards, and a little bit of an unlucky start in there. I thought he ran very well in his second start, beating Drumroll Please from off the pace, 96 Buyer going a mile. And he was cross-entered originally to run at Keeneland today in the Perryville. They opted for this spot, but that race was also at the 7 furlong distance. So it seems as though they were targeting a race with this sort of profile, and they did opt to come here.
Get to stay away from some good ones like Bookham Dano, Grade 1 winner. As a result, after that long of a layout, that would be an extremely tough spot to try and come back in.
I would stay away from Bookham Dano too.
At least first off the bench. I don't think long-term Locke has any issues about facing him.
Well, I think he'll want to go farther too than Bookham Dano ultimately does. But
you can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets Cup 25, that promo code to use for new members. Right there, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, NairaBets.com, where you can play all the action today, tomorrow, through Breeders' Cup and beyond. And a horse that was marked for star potential from the get-go. somehow went off at 12-1 in his debut at
Isn't that
Saratoga, but
crazy?
then word was out that this was a pretty special horse. Became a Grade 1 winner leading up to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but his stablemate was just too amazing that day.
BU finishing second to Just Steel. That was a good race. I remember it was really competitive between those two. They were both really fighting down to the wire, and then he ended up running really well. You know who else was in that race? Domestic Product. Finished fifth.
where?
Fifth.
Wow.
Yeah. I'd say pretty productive race.
Alan Jerkins winner from this summer at Saratoga. Locke just looks tremendous coming back. 2-5 favorite for this Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old, long-awaited 3-year-old return to the races in here. And it looks like you see Works, just going back to September 1st, but steady Works through October 12th in here. And a couple of, I don't know how he did it, of course, but a couple of bullets on the page up at Saratoga on the training track.
Do you think he's beatable or no?
If he is, this is the spot to do it, and at 7/8 probably. Yeah, I think he is. I mean, he's way the horse to beat. And I don't think today is what we're going to judge him on by any means. Right. So yeah, today would be the day to try and get him. But the way I just can't get over how good he looks. He's going to be incredibly formidable. I'm excited to see, not just today, going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. No, great to have him back to the races, and good to see him come back here. Way the horse to beat. I'm taking a small shot against with Gunnett, just trying to wire the field.
I thought Costa Terra, though, did have a real chance to step up and be a thorn in his side here at 6-1. But there's no question. I mean, this horse is a extremely talented runner. And late in the year, obviously, getting back, but maybe as a 4-year-old. Look
then
out.
It's time. Possibly.
Here we go. Favorite from the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, Grade 1 winner. The Breeders' Futurity of Keeneland, locked. First start back since championship weekend last year for Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez aboard in this opener on our Saturday coverage here. Belmont at the Big A's, a 2-5 favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Bramido. To the outside, Costa Terra. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Gunnett has early speed, and towards the inside, Lord Miles is right there as well and locked. These are the front three. It's going to be Gunnett and Manny Franco alone up top. They're up by a clear length. Locked immediately to the outside. Costa Terra is traveling there with Quality Chick as they now move forward. These four across the racetrack. Second to last is going to be Bramido with the trailer. Now Lord Miles. They're chasing Gunnett, and Gunnett's got the lead, went 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Here's Locked, who's right there in second, starts to move forward now, and 3 wide. That's going to be Quality Chic as these three into that far turn together. Towards the back end of the field now, Costa Terra, Bramido, and far back is Lord Miles. They're still chasing Gunnett, and Gunnett's doing it nicely. Returning Locked and John Velasquez, they are all in right now, is not cutting the margin yet as Gunnett still has a neck in front. 45 seconds flat for the half-mile time, 3 wide there still. Comes Quality Chic, they reach the top of the stretch, and here's Locked, and Locked is ready to pounce, and here is Locked opening up. Gunnett is right there in second, trying to hang on for that spot, and Quality Chic up on the outside. Late run there, Bramido, but Locked is now approaching the final 16th. Was bet like he was ready to come back, and Locked at 2-5 will win the opener impressively. It's Locked who wins it. Gunnett, then came Quality Chic and Bramido. Final running time, 1 minute 21 seconds flat.
That was something to watch. He did this as easy as could be. 121.02. I mean, that is serious time going 7/8, and he does this off the bench.
And you know what I love, too, is that he engaged early. He did not give himself too much work to do. John Velasquez read this race very well, as he does most of the time, if not all of the time. And he stuck right to Gunnett, not letting him get too far ahead. And this is Locke showing more speed than he really has in his prior starts.
I don't think anyone, keep your eyes on the two here, expected him to be this close early on with what he's done to this point in his career.
And he just blew by. I mean, I get the Gunnett did hold on for second. He's always a horse that's a bit awkward about that lead change, but this pace was honest, and he was right there just drew off impressively.
Well, here he comes. He's going to roll right by Gunnett as Johnny V asks for more, and he gets it pretty easily. I mean, this...
Look at the size difference, too. I mean, Gunnett's a big dude, and he's just going right on by.
Did he ever... I don't think he ever went to the crop.
Took a look back there. He's fine. Yeah.
Jeez.
This was a great comeback.
Very impressive
Very
in the
exciting.
return. Keep in mind, this is just his starting point.
Right.
Too quick to wheel back. Remember
For the
early
Breeders'
November?
Cup? Depends on which division. Who knows?
2, 4, 3, 5 finish locked. Super impressive in his long-awaited return. First start back since that Breeders' Cup Juvenile from last year when he was a distant third to his stablemate. Exciting to see what is next for this Grade 1 winner for Todd Pletcher and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners.
Yeah, I mean, this horse really showed up as a 2-year-old, overcame some tracks that were not in his favor to still run well. And this is just a comeback statement, I think. I mean, to really have the speed that he never really showed as a 2-year-old, and then to draw away like this, I think they're unlocking a new dimension with him.
And to do it in this kind of time, at 7/8 of a mile as well.
You didn't get my pun. Unlocking a new dimension?
No, I got it.
Oh, you did? Oh, you just don't want to give it air? Okay, fine.
I thought I was with Mig for a minute. 2, 4, 3, 5. Johnny V for Pletcher, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Odds-on favorite. More than looking the part. He is back. What a start to this Saturday card. Stay with us.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Hi, Acacia. How are you? You're very low.
Do you need me to project?
Hey, guys, I can hardly hear
I'm
Acacia.
saying hi to Richie. He says he can hardly
Okay.
hear me. 1, 2, 3. I'm saying hi to Richie. Yeah. He says he can barely hear me. I'm very low.
I haven't seen you in such a long time.
What a start to our Saturday card here in South Ozone Park, New York on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Locked, not only back, serving notice, the good Locked, maybe even the better, much improved Locked, has returned in his 3-year-old debut for Todd Pletcher.
I mean, he dusted these older horses who maybe they're not the superstars of the sport that we automatically think of in graded stakes, but these are the consistent older allowance types that seem to always show up and run their races. And what impressed me the most was just how forward he was and how much he drew off by.
And again, the final time, 121.02. You looked it up. The track record for 7 furlongs here is what?
120 and 4.
Artax,
99.
back in the day, who was sensational. A lot of you probably remember him. And he just did it so easily too.
Yeah. I mean, really, just once he got into gear, he was gone from this field. And those are some okay horses that he left it far, far back.
$2.80 for the win in the return. Exciting to see him back and in top form. Locked gets it done in an impressive statement race. The first start of his 3-year-old campaign. Gun It, Quality Chic completes that trifecta.
Dirt mile
I
next.
wish we could always. Oh man, you've got to wish
I
they
wish.
could think about it if they had room. I mean, that was
wish.
so good, that performance. We have a stakes race coming up in the 3rd. We'll get to that in a moment. The Awad in between here. We have this 2nd race. It's a condition claiming group. 1 turn mile coming up. The entry opens up at 6 to 5.
They both have their credentials coming in. They both run some quick races. I don't think they're the most trustworthy types, but there were a lot of horses that did scratch out of this race and some that maybe are not so trustworthy themselves. So I get it. You get 2 for the price of 1. They have some of the faster races. It makes sense. Ultimately, I did go in a different direction, though.
We'll dive in deeper into the 2nd race that kicked off as early pick 4. In just a little bit, entry now even money in here. With Indian Quest and Prove Worthy. Again, 1 turn mile coming up here in race 2. We're going to send it back to Far Hills as they get set to kick into action here. And the biggest tailgating party there is in horse racing. Hopefully, Acacia Joe Mig got to partake. The gates open, I believe, 8 a.m. to get that party started. As we'll get into the live racing coming up, let's send it out to Far Hills now for more.
And Greg, we promise we have not participated in the party just yet, but we're looking forward to it. Joe joining me here on set, and from our vantage point here, Joe, we have a great view of some of the tailgating setups. There's cornhole taking place right next to our set as well. It's just an amazing race day atmosphere on a glorious fall day.
Yeah, one of these years we're going to come and just do the party, right? Instead
I know.
of sitting here.
It would be really good TV.
People are having a great time.
Yeah.
You know.
And of course, it's a wonderful event, so historic as well. This 103rd running here at the Far Hills race meeting, highlighted by that Grade 1 American Grand National, which does go as race number 5 today. And 8 to 5 on the morning line is fan favorite Snap Decision. He's a 10-year-old making his 4th appearance in the Grand National. He's yet to win this race, 2nd back in 2021. Getting firm turf this year, though, do you think that's going to be something that's key for him?
Yeah, it's definitely key for him. As we watch him here in the Iroquois in May, this is the end of a 3-mile race that he's sort of put it to bed, and this is how good he is. He kind of puts the race to bed, slows down to not quite a canter, and then kicks away again at the end. And he's 10 years old, which kind of limits him and can't run in the races in New York. Has come here. He won here in 2019 in an undercard race. The race meet was canceled in 2020, would have been the favorite then. 2021, he ran into the Mean Queen and was 2nd on good ground. And then the last 2 years has been really soft ground where we've seen European horses excel in really deep going, and the American horses are up against it a little bit.
Well, as you mentioned, we did not get a chance to see him in Saratoga this summer. The New York Racing Association ruled 10-year-olds cannot compete, so that does carry over to steeplechase horses as well. But I think it's really fun that Snap Decision, who is still racing, and you do actually see that often in steeplechase racing for the older horses, because some of them, like Snap Decision, start their career on the flat and then kind of find a second job going over the jumps.
Yeah, I mean, he's bred to be a really good flat horse and was a decent flat horse. He's in there swinging with bricks and mortar and some of those horses, and here he is as a 10-year-old. If he's 1st or 2nd today, he'll go over $1 million in steeplechase earnings only, which has only been done by 3 other horses. So we're looking at a chance to watch some history here. He gets his ground, comes off a loss at Foxfield and really deep going. If that didn't take too much out of him, I think he's sitting on a pretty good race, and his best race is better than everybody else's. He's just got to run it.
Well, so excited to get a chance to see him today in the American Grand National, but that's not the only highlight and the only star that we have on the program today. One of those stars is our champion jockey, Richard Migliori, who's live with us here out amongst the crowd, Richie. But looking forward to the 6th race today, the John Forbes, which is a 2-mile flat race, and you're going to see a lot of horses that regular viewers of our program would be familiar with, including the Gray Wizard. But this is not a typical 2-mile race they're going to be running today.
No, it's quite a bit different. So we have the American Grand National, but the fun isn't over as we have the John Forbes Memorial, 2 miles over this turf course here at Far Hills. And John Forbes, the man the race is named for, was such a tremendous horseman, great horse trainer, and a big advocate for horsemen, running the New Jersey Horsemen's Association for many years, and just a true gentleman. So I'm really happy that they have this race named in his honor. It's unusual, 2 miles and a lot of undulation in the ground. They come up a rise as they turn for home, then they come down a hill a little bit. And some horses just aren't as comfortable. And, you know, Joe Clancy and I were speaking earlier, Acacia, that the Gray Wizard didn't look exactly comfortable last time at Kentucky Downs. And I think there are some similarities in the turf course here, as well as the fact that the Gray Wizard gets a new rider today. Now, Parker Hendricks is a very good rider, but he's been ridden recently by Johnny Velasquez, and to me, the Gray Wizard is a true bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. And Parker has to be aware of that and keep on him, and he better be pretty fit to get this horse to continue to be motivated going the 2-mile distance. And I also think it's a deep field. It's a $150,000 purse. You have 3 horses shipping in from Belmont Park. I think it's a really interesting edition of the John Forbes Memorial.
Richie, thank you. Yeah, a very good point on the Gray Wizard. Maybe today would be the day that he could be a touch vulnerable as he faces a pretty salty field in that John Forbes Memorial. Greg, the National Steeplechase Association was handing out pamphlets this summer in Saratoga to encourage flat trainers to take a shot with their stayers in this race, and that's really paid off for a strong and big field assembled. Send it back over to Greg and Sarah as we'll get a chance to see all those stars coming up a little bit later on.
We look forward to it. It rivals that Florida-Georgia rivalry, the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. It's tailgate heaven. Tremendous racing coming up, and we'll get into that first coming up in just a little bit with Acacia, Mig, and Joe Clancy. We got our second race on the card. Kicks off this early pick 4, approaching the 14-minute mark to post. We'll get to the post parade when we come back. Still the entry. That price keeps getting shorter and shorter odds on right now. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
There's a passion in this game that grabs you, and you will not be able to let go.
I'm so blessed to do what I do. I don't lose sight of that for a half a second ever.
If you've never experienced the race, you need to experience it, and then tell me that it doesn't get your heart pounding.
It's like a thunderstorm coming. I mean, it's like electric, and it just shoof, it whisks past you.
Okay, here's heaven for horses. This is heaven.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Saturday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We're 12 minutes to post in race 2. Starts the early pick 4. 1 turn mile in this condition claiming race, and the entry's been favored throughout. Indian Quest proved worthy. Dipped as low as 4 to 5. But again, currently even money right now. We'll get to the post parade in just a bit. We're going to hear from Maggie Wolfendale for the first time today as well. And before, Maggie, you get into this group for race 2 that's going to line up, tell us your thoughts on what we saw in that opener. That was quite a performance from Locked.
Yeah, Greg, it'll be interesting to see how the track, relays times throughout the day, because that 121 flat seems very fast. And with the ease that Locked won that race really speaks to his talent levels. And you mentioned it after the race, too, the fact that he was so much handier, because you go back and you watch that Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and Jose Ortiz had to ride him every inch of the way around there at Santa Anita. And, he responded, but just very late in the game. And he has this beautiful stride and length to his step, which I think is very effective once a horse learns how to use it. And I think we just saw Locked learning how to use that stride. So hopefully he stays sound, he stays healthy, and we keep him around for what could be a scintillating 4-year-old campaign. Taking a look, though, at the horses now in the paddock for this 25 claimer, we'll begin with the Rob Falcone entry, and that is the 1-1A. We'll start with number 1, Indian Quest, as he comes back off a bit of a layoff. We'll get a little bit of a makeover as he returns as a gelding and does get LASIK. Now, his second start of his career makes him, I think, a legitimate player in this field. Then, I don't know why, but they tried to go to the turf with him. I didn't necessarily think he looked like a turf horse, though there is some pedigree in the family, so I do get it. But now he's back in a realistic spot, and gelding this guy has really kind of lightened him up quite significantly. He is a lot more streamlined. He's not carrying that bulk, that muscle mass that we once saw from him. He's also quite a good deal more relaxed. All the things that you want to see from a horse who does return as a new gelding. Now, the same thing can be said for his entry mate in here, number 1A, Prove Worthy. Weirdly, I have no notes on this horse, which is kind of frustrating. He is one that is just so slow early on, as he, has to be niggled at pretty much the entire way just to keep contact with a field. So I don't love that in a horse, but then again, sometimes gelding one will maybe encourage them to run a bit more forward and to just feel more comfortable breaking out of the stalls. He looks great here. I have no complaints with him. I think he is a strong piece of this entry. He kind of has those legitimate and consistent figures that make him a player. As we'll move on to a horse that I don't necessarily like on form, but Principe d'Oro, number 3, looks sensational. And I do think he gets a little bit of class relief here as he's dropping back down to the level that he was claimed for back in April here at Aqueduct. He comes out of a race which featured 2 live runners, Emirati's Road and Warrior Richard. Both came back to win starter allowances with 89 and 90 buyer speed figures respectively. I know he did no running, and he really wasn't persevered with either in that mile effort at Saratoga. But against this field today, Greg, he by far looks at least physically best in this field.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 6-1 on the standout from a physical appearance, Principe d'Oro. Joel Rosario for Gustavo Rodriguez. As we're 8 minutes to post here in race 2. There's Joel. We'll see riders up in a moment. Post parade when we come back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Get those costumes sorted out. We're closing in on the big day. Race 2, early pick 4. Condition $25,000 claiming race at a mile. Here's part of this favored entry, Indian Quest with the rail.
Horse that went from 43 to 1 first time out, got put up via disqualification, and then won as the favorite next time. He hasn't been on dirt since then. He's off a little bit of a break.
Other half of the entry gets post 3, Prove Worthy, who will be coming from pretty far out of it.
He will. He hasn't had as many opportunities at a level like this. Did run 3rd last time as the favorite.
Here's the one who caught Maggie's eye in the paddock, Principe d'Oro with Joel Rosario.
And that's always good news for me because I actually did like this horse's form a little bit, so always a ringing endorsement for Maggie.
Street Swag with Kender Carmouche.
If he runs his race 3 back, he could be a part of things, but I just wasn't in love with his last 2.
Smilemon runs his last race. No one has a chance here.
Yeah, that's a big question, though, as he is stepping up in class and going from non-winners of 2 to non-winners of 3.
Huge effort. That was a massive reversal of form. Cool operator, Linda Rice, Jose Lizcano.
I thought he had everything his own way last time and still couldn't get the job done, but he does project to be forward in here.
4 minutes away. Race 2 again starts this early pick 4. You can follow along with free Equibase past performances. Get all the stats on the trainers, jockeys, horses by going to NYRA.com/TV schedule and follow along all afternoon long. Again, bringing you this entire Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A and our Fox Sports 2 coverage with this entry that has been favored throughout. But let's go back to Smilemon and that huge effort last time out. Led every step of the way, dominated a softer group by more than 8 3/4 lengths. This horse had not been running anywhere near this kind of form.
No, I mean, this was a big effort, and it's not as though he's never run a fast race, but this is something that we had not seen in a long time from him, and he was just beating up on inferior company. I mean, we saw York Tavern come back, regress, run 3rd the other day. We saw Barry Funny come back the other day and actually take a small step forward against tougher company, running 2nd. But I think that overall, this might be a tougher group if the horses that have been running their bigger races do show up with those today.
He'd run 3rd to Highland Falls, who
once upon a time
might be a contender in the Breeders' Cup Classic. So keep that in mind, too. That's the last time he ran a number anywhere near as big as he did last time. For more, let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, picking up where you guys left off with Smilemon, another horse I've actually never seen before. He's quite a big guy, actually. He's really tall, a lot of leg, a lot of scope to him as well. So I appreciate that. You can see the juxtaposition between him and the lead pony out there, and that's not a necessarily small lead pony. So he does feel like a horse that I don't want to write him off as such, but looking at his form, watching his races, he does feel like a need the lead type. And there's going to be a horse hounding him to his outside, I would think, in Cool Operator, who might actually just be that much faster than he is. So he looks fine as he steps back up in class, but I just don't know dynamically if this is really going to suit him, as we'll move to that horse who could be the pace or pace pressure in Cool Operator, who looked very happy on the front end last time, but just couldn't sustain. And as I mentioned with regards to number 3, Principe d'Oro, it was a tougher race than what they face here. I just like the progression of this horse. I've always been a slight fan of him. He always looks the part physically, and if anything, throughout this 3-year-old campaign, he has grown, he's filled out, and he's gotten stronger. So I would not dismiss him either. And guys, the entry looks great out there. I have no problems with them, but at the end of the day, Greg, it's an entry, and so that's always going to hurt your price.
Yeah, no question that is happening here. But yeah, Indian Quest, both the straight one, his races on dirt, have been productive. Probably needs to move a little bit forward, but getting back to dirt, a little bit of time off could certainly do that. Lightly raced, Prove Worthy, big figures too, but seems very pace compromised. But it looks like could get some pace in here.
Who do you think is going to be forward in here?
Well, we know Smilemon wants to be forward. Cool Operator definitely looks like he wants to go towards the outside.
Yeah.
I don't think Principe Doro is going to be that far out of it either.
Yeah, I think he'll sit a good stalking trip. I don't know how hot it's really going to be for him, but it might not matter. I mean, if you look at all of his races before the last one, he's been facing horses that are just better than what he's going to be running against today. And we know that Rob Falcone Jr. is dangerous first off the claim, so he does have that 1-2 punch with a horse that has run well for him. That was everyone's they knew horse second time out after that big upset disqualification in his favor first time out. And I don't really get the turf attempts, but you got to cross off a box if you think that there's pedigree for it or that he looks like a turf horse. But I just kind of wonder if his best race competes with the better races from some of the other horses he's facing today. And at 6-5, I would rather try against.
Don't forget, stakes action coming up next in the third. First of 2 stakes on this card. We have the Athenia later in the day. It's 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the grass in the Awad. Coming up next in race 3. So we look forward to that coming up. Valuation metrics still a maiden, but Chad Brown, he had an interesting trip, barely missed in that race. Got bumped a little bit, ducked away when he made contact. He said he's going to treat like that horse just broke his maiden last time out, and that's why he's putting him in the stake.
I mean, he has one of the faster races of the contenders coming up. I mean, he's not the worst maiden to take going into a stakes race. It just seems as though he's not going to get the same type of trip that he did last time where he was able to really control things early.
Loading up. Here we go for race 2 to start this pick 4. Indian Quest, Prove Worthy. Got as low as 4-5 at one point. They've been favored throughout, but even money right now. Both have certainly could win. That is a short price to take, though. Smilemon, the 6, coming off that huge turnaround performance. 5-2, second choice on the board. And don't forget, Principe Doro. That's who Maggie loved the appearance of. The 3, 5-1 right now. Rosario for Gustavo Rodriguez. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Prove Worthy. Street Swag. Smilemon. Cool Operator. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Street Swag breaks very well. So does Smilemon towards the outside. And on the far outside, it's Cool Operator. And now Cool Operator has the front, is up by a half length. Now call it a full length as they get set to come out of the chute. Alone in second is Smilemon. And Street Swag has moved towards the outside path as they're well out into the center of the racetrack. That leaves the rail open here for Principe Doro. Is now going to join this early group. Big gap of 8 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Indian Quest and Prove Worthy. They work up the backstretch and they're very spread apart as they went 22-4 for that posted opening quarter mile. Cool Operators got company towards the outside and Smilemon. Principe Doro is watching the front 2 go at it. Sits right there in third. It's another 3. Back to Street Swag, still out in the center of the racetrack, and still that huge gap. Now 10 lengths back to Indian Quest and Prove Worthy. 44-3 for that half-mile time, and they work into the far turn together. Pace duel on the front end, and Smilemon has now put a neck in front. Cool Operators trying to stick right with this rival here is back to second. Principe Doro's had a nice journey, has moved to the outside. In the red cap, here's Joel Rosario, and Principe Doro on the move, but Smilemon's got more. Street Swag is trying to cut into the margin, and still far back to the entry. That's Indian Quest and Prove Worthy. They reach the top of the stretch, and Smilemon has the lead, and Smilemon is now kicking on. It's Smilemon approaching a final furlong, is 6 lengths in front. Smilemon is well clear. Principe Doro starts to cut into the margin, but running out of time. Street Swag is on the grandstand side, but it is all Smilemon inside the final 16th. Will win this one impressively. Smilemon wins it. Principe Doro second. Street Swag, then a late rally there from Prove Worthy. Final running time, 1 minute 34.90 seconds.
All Smilemon dominant here in the second. Rob Atras, Ricardo Santana Jr. And we are seeing, yes, an incredibly quick surface today, it looks like, through the first 2 races on the card.
I think that was very clear once we saw the half of this mile race and saw him just draw away from the rest of this field. So we are dealing with a track that's going to be producing some fast times, at least for the first couple of races. So does that change your perception of Locked at all or not yet?
Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's still super impressive.
Wasn't asked for anything, was he?
No, no. The entry, big disappointment, yeah? At a short price, finishing last and very
Had too
far
much
last.
work to do in here, didn't they? So far back. Let's bring in Maggie here as we see these first two on the card. Both dominant performances. First lock now, Smilemon just too good today.
Yeah, he really was, and a great job by Rob Atras and his team to get him back into top form. But I also thought a really good decision by Ricardo Santana early on, because I was talking with Rob Atras before the horses loaded in the gate, and he said, I feel like my horse is so one-dimensional. I'm concerned about the horse to my outside, and he just doesn't give it all to you. But I think Ricardo got in this horse's head a little bit, because he actually let Cool Operator go, obviously going a pretty quick clip, but he got him to the outside. He didn't put himself in that vulnerable position, and I think Smilemon just really responded to that. So an impressive performance, but like you guys said, this is going to be a very quick dirt surface today.
6, 3, 5, excuse me, 1A, Smilemon at 5-2 with a convincing victory. Yeah, going 44-3 to the half. That is flying for the half mile, and then just plenty left in the tank. 134-4 for Smilemon here in the third win of 4-year-old Gelding's career. Prices coming up. We're going to send it back to Far Hills, New Jersey as we get set for the Harry E. Harris. Acacia.
That's right, Greg, and you can see the fantastic crowd assembled here. So we just got a chance to see horses in the paddock area assembling and getting ready for the first race of the day. Joe, we're going 2 miles and an eighth over the hurdles here, named for Harry Harris. Give us a little background on the race.
Harry Harris is a former jockey way before my time, but the race has been here for decades, and the conditions have changed a little bit. This is straight up for 4-year-olds, no matter what they've done. So you've got a couple who are maidens, a couple that have won some races, but the idea is to kind of develop a 4-year-old division, horses that are relatively new to jump racing.
Here's a look at the field right now. Let's start off the conversation with the two. Smart Uncle, who you like in here for Jack Fisher. Graham Waters going to be aboard, a horse that looks like he's had a little bit of foundation as well, and also coming in off of some flat tries.
Yeah, and the 8-1 morning line is out the window, so maybe it's not good. Again, I like the two flat preps. He ran over jumps earlier in the year. I think that sets him up well for here. Hidden Path's going to be the favorite. He's the horse to beat, but he's had kind of a long, a little bit of a hard year. He's run well. He broke his maiden back in March and then took on some tougher horses, had to skip a condition and run into Grade 1, ran well, but he's got to produce another big effort again. So leaning towards Smart Uncle a little bit.
Smart Uncle taking attention. Richie with us out on the track. Richie, what did you see from these horses for the opener?
Yeah, it's always interesting watching horses that are going to run this far a distance, 2 1/8 miles, and you want to see them cool, calm, and collected, I believe, and also what's in or out of character for them is always important. I thought the 3, Little Trilby, made a really nice impression, certainly in the saddling enclosure, very dappled out, really great coat on this gelding. And what was kind of interesting, too, is that this horse ran on firm ground up in Saratoga, had never run on firm ground before, and it was a poor effort. It was not a good effort at all. Now the horse gets firm ground again, and that's something we should talk about. It's going to suit some horses and not suit others. But also this horse gets Lasix for the first time, and I couldn't get past how good the 3, Little Trilby looked. The 4, Sultan Piaget, if I'm saying that correctly, certainly made a nice impression. A horse also that has never raced on firm ground. Be interesting to see how this one takes to it. Great from a physical perspective. Hidden Path, a horse that's coming out of a great effort in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory at the Belmont at the Big A meeting. Looks great. Was a little wound up, and I don't know if that's in or out of character for Hidden Path, but this horse was a little lathered up in the saddling enclosure, really kind of on the bridle, kind of interesting. On form, I think this is very much the horse to beat. I just wonder if that's a negative. And then the 7, Clifton Down. This horse, a picture in the saddling enclosure, looked great. When the rider got up, really got animated and got to lunging and leaping in the air, but we're getting ready to get started, guys.
Looking forward to it. Richie lining up. Here's Larry Colmus with the Harry Harris.
And the Far Hills meeting has begun. Kyogo on the outside, out for the early lead, bigger than Big Time from the inside, also flashing some speed, and between those two it's Little Trilby with Clifton Down 4th over the first fence. These 4 right across the track. Break of another 3 back to Smart Uncle. Sultan Piaget is 3rd last early, and a good gap of 5 lengths back to Hidden Path and Southpaw Mike on the outside. Patio Hanlon and Bigger Than Big Time over the second fence in front. Kyogo takes it second as they race for that turn. These two leading the way in the clear from Little Trilby, who's third and racing down on the inside of Clifton Down. Break of two back to Smart Uncle, Sultan Piergy, and then comes Hidden Path, and Southpaw Mike making that left turn to the backstretch trails the field. So on to the backstretch they go, and Bigger Than Big Time has a big lead. Out there by almost 10 lengths. Onto the backstretch for the first time. In the clear from Little Trilby, who's second on the outside. Then it's Kyogo in third as they head up the backstretch. Break of another 2.5. Clifton Down tracks them in fourth. Over that next fence, that was number 4, and they continue to the fifth fence here with Bigger Than Big Time still out there isolated on the lead. Over that fence, Bigger Than Big Time goes. Little Trilby is second. Kyogo is third on the inside of Clifton Down, and then it's 2 back to Smart Uncle. Southpaw Mike next on the outside, making their way around that turn. So it is Bigger Than Big Time who is way out in front here as they come into the stretch next time around, still with more than a lap to go, and Bigger Than Big Time with a long way to go, but a 15-length lead. And then it's Little Trilby, who has been second throughout, but far behind Bigger Than Big Time. And a break of another 2 lengths to Clifton Down on the outside of Kyogo. And behind them, Southpaw Mike racing outside of Smart Uncle, then Sultan Piergy and Hidden Path. So over that next jump, Bigger Than Big Time still out there all by himself. He's got a lap to go and about a 15-length lead. In second, it is Little Trilby, and then it's Clifton Down third by 3. Kyogo is fourth, followed by Smart Uncle racing inside of Southpaw Mike. And then over that fence, the trailers are Sultan Piergy and Hidden Path. So to the backstretch for the final time. Bigger Than Big Time is trying to last on the front end, still with a long way to go, and that lead is dwindling. It's down to 6 lengths. Then it's Clifton Down second now, and in pursuit, Little Trilby is third with 6 lengths to make up as they head to those backstretch fences. Here is the 8th of 11, and they have caught up to Bigger Than Big Time. Clifton Down is bearing down now, and they're 1-2 over that fence. In behind them, Little Trilby as the pack is much closer. Then Smart Uncle on the inside of Kyogo. Outside of them, it's Southpaw Mike, and then come Hidden Path and Sultan Piergy. So up the backstretch, and Bigger Than Big Time is still there, and Clifton Down is just a half length behind. Bigger Than Big Time took that fence very well, gets a bit of daylight here as they make their way around the turn. Clifton Down is 3/4 of a length behind, and now moving up alongside, and now they're right together as they race on that final turn. Bigger Than Big Time and Clifton Down. Break of another 2, and making steady progress on the outside is Hidden Path, who is up into third position. Southpaw Mike is fourth as they come to the final fence here. Clifton Down on the outside. Bigger Than Big Time takes it second. On the outside comes Hidden Path in third, and they're into the stretch. And they have to come and get Clifton Down. Clifton Down, a furlong to go and a 4-length lead. Hidden Path is second. Southpaw Mike is third. It's Clifton Down and the Harry E. Harris. Won it by 7 lengths on the wire. Hidden Path was second. Third was close. Was it Smart Uncle on the outside or Southpaw Mike at the rail?
And it's Clifton Down, the 7, to get the victory here in the first race in the Harry Harris. But Joe, it was a little bit of a wild early part with the one Bigger Than Big Time setting that contentious pace.
Yeah, we were talking about watching it. He looked like the human marathon when they sort of run down the breakaway. And he made it last, and he kind of got a second win and looked like he might stay on. But Clifton Down kind of had him measured coming to the last and then kicked away. He won a race like this, a 4-year-old stake on soft going this spring, and kind of came back to this division and kind of showed his experience and ran away from these horses late.
The number 5, Hidden Path, who we saw third in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory last time out, looked like he was in a perfect striking spot. Just going to have to settle for second best, as it was Clifton Down to extend that lead, pulling away from his competition in the first race of the day. Jamie Bargery aboard as, all right, we're off and running at Far Hills. Greg, a lot more to come after this.
Just getting started, and yeah, the best still in front of us with that Grand National. We look forward to it, Acacia. It's Smilemon back here in race 2 with a dominant performance to kick off this early pick 4. Rob Atras with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
This horse is refining some of the good form that he had shown in the past. And I like what Maggie said about the ride that Ricardo Santana Jr. gave a rider that has been really making a lot of smart decisions as of late on this circuit and being more aggressive too. But to take this horse to the outside, know that that's where he wanted to be and do his best running. Obviously the time very quick for this level, for that distance. So we'll see how the track plays the rest of the day, but he's in good form right now.
And it's a tough read, too, because Locked obviously is a star. Came back, ran a very quick time. This horse had a monster performance last time out. Maybe he's just getting really good again. So we'll continue to see, but it very much looks like it's a very fast surface this afternoon. $7.20 for the win, 6.35. You're in race 2, and we have stakes action ahead. 2-year-olds on the grass, mile and a 16th in the Awad. Worthy of this. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Of course, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, and a lot of early money right now on Tiz Dashing, who was sensational first time out for Barclay Tag, winning the debut, sprinting on the grass. Now we'll stretch out to a rattle ground, but if you look at that performance, never let that horse he beat by a neck by him at any point on the gallop out. It was really impressive how he kept going late.
And took money first time out too, defeating a horse that had some experience under his belt, one that had made a couple of starts. And I mean, he just made this wide swooping move, never seeing the rail, incredibly impressive first out. And these are not the types of connections that typically take this type of money.
Barclay Tag, Sakatoga, Funny Side, Tiz the Law of Fame. We'll see those silks here on Tiz Dashing, your favorite right now at 8-5 as we get into this Awad we look forward to, and a couple of runners too from Chad Brown, which we'll talk about in a moment. Race named after, of course, a great one for David Donk, 4-time Grade 1 winner, and this was the last of those Grade 1s for the great Awad. He had been won for his last 17, had never won at Saratoga, but as a 7-year-old, not only does he do it, beats a horse named Influent, who would come in as the hottest horse in the East at the time, having won 7 of his last 9 starts. He does it in track record time.
This was his last win, correct?
It was his last win, yes.
Yeah, I love that feature that we have with David Donk talking about his favorite race and really discussing a different race of Awads, but just what this horse meant to him as one of the most consistent types to always show up at the highest levels. And he's an older horse here, but he still grinds it out.
$3.2 million in earnings. Pretty incredible resume, 70 career starts. Hit the board 35 times, 14 wins. Again, 4 of them Grade 1. Sword Dancer, Arlington Million, and Manhattan among those Grade 1 wins. Pretty good trio of races to have on your resume.
Yeah, that's a good resume. I would say so.
So this year's edition, we're going to get into next. The Awad 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the turf. Much more on it when we come back, and there is Tiz Dashing for trainer Barclay Tag, 8-5 favorite.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. An East Coast turf standout by one of the greatest thoroughbreds of all time, McCulloch offers a rare pedigree opportunity on U.S. soil. After winning on debut at 2 for owner Claravitz Stables and trainer Chad Brown, McCulloch was a graded winner at 3, 4, and 5. She was North America's highest-earning 3-year-old turf filly in 2022, highlighted by a Grade 1 score in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, where she bested 7 graded or group stakes winners. She's compiled 6 graded stakes wins with earnings of nearly $2 million.
It's McCulloch who emerges late.
McCulloch is a daughter of the mighty Frankel, one of our sport's greatest runners and sires, and is the first Grade 1 winning female by Frankel to be offered at public auction. She's a half-sister to Group 2 winner Just Beautiful and German Classic winner Fearless King, with a deep page filled with international black type. Grade 1 winner McCulloch, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Elite Agent.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com. Race 3. Here we go. Stakes action, 2-year-olds on the grass at a mile and a 16th. Purse of $150,000 in this year's edition of the Awad. We're the 8-5 favorite. We saw going to break. We talked about Tiz Dashing, so impressive for Barclay Tag and Sakatoga Stable in that debut, but it was at 6 furlongs, and now it's trying to go 2 turns at a mile and a 16th here in start number 2 coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, we'll take a look at Tiz Dashing here in the paddock. Was not in the paddock for his debut, though, but I can pretty much say I would have picked him. He is so handsome. This is a very good-looking son of Tiz the Law. He actually is so physically mature. It looks like this is the latter half of his 3-year-old year rather than the latter half of his 2-year-old season. He looks as though he should be able to handle the distance A-okay. He's so nicely composed. There's definitely a bunch of class that he possesses. And furthermore, what I liked about that debut, as you guys touched on, he literally had no chance to save any ground. He was wide and just able to get the job done kind of on pure talent. And the horse that he ran down had run twice before, who was the favorite for Brendan Walsh, and they were so well clear of the 3rd place finisher. So I think the current tote action is justified with Tiz Dashing. Next, we'll move on to a horse that I'm not quite ready to give up on yet. In number 1, Concord Green for Shug McGahee. That Pilgrim was run over incredibly soft ground, and he never looked that comfortable. And 2, he was in and amongst horses either side of him, and he just didn't look as though he really wanted to put his head down and extend himself. Also, he got fairly wound up in the prelims that day. And this time around, on this particular occasion, this is the most settled I've seen this horse in 3 outings so far for Shug, as he's getting back on a much firmer turf course today. Moving on to one of 2 Chad Brown horses, he'll send out a maiden in number 4, Valuation Metric, who has been on the turf, but also number 7, Aviator Gee, who is a son of Uncle Mo. And looking at the pedigree, there really isn't that much turf. It's a lovely pedigree in that the dam is half to Gun Runner, and the dam herself, Quiet Giant, was a graded stakes winner and multiple stakes winner going long on the dirt. I know Chad Brown wanted to get him on the turf last time out, as he was entered in the body of that race, and it's Chad, so he's usually right about these things. I do not see turf with this horse whatsoever. So he'll have to prove me wrong here in this Awad. Greg?
5-1 turf debut coming up for Aviator Gee. We start with Concord Green. Shug McGay, he did win first time out and then struggled in the Grade 2 Pilgrim.
He has that built-in excuse of not handling that surface with that give in it. Can he rebound something closer to his debut?
Yeah, it was a yielding turf that day for start number 2 in the Pilgrim. Here's Surfside Moon. Only turf start. It was a win at Delaware.
I'm a little interested in this horse who does need to get faster to be competitive.
Mick Diesel has Ruben Silvera at 11-1.
His win was on dirt. He was helped by the track that day, but his fastest race was a turf sprint.
Valuation metric 1-2 for Chad Brown. Just missed to break his maiden last start.
And might have been beaten by a decent horse in Barricade. The third place finisher did come back to win.
Here's Tiz Dashing, very impressive with that wide trip in the debut.
Should be able to handle the ground, added with this one based on his pedigree, taking a lot of action.
Fully authorized, broke his maiden at Monmouth, and another one who struggled at a big price in the Pilgrim.
He also stumbled at the start of that race, never really got into position, but maybe needs to get faster overall.
Here's the other Chad Brown, turf first time Aviator Gee.
And clearly intent on getting this horse on this surface. Pedigree doesn't suggest it, but in Chad Brown we trust.
Flaming Proposition led every step of the way to break his maiden on the grass at the Meadowlands.
And he got away with some interesting fractions in that race that were a little bit more suited to him, but he has some turf sprint speed going back as well.
7 minutes away from this third, the Awad for 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the turf. Later this afternoon, cross-country pick 5 begins at 3:42 Eastern time, and it's comprised of Far Hills action, that Grand National, and the John Forbes Memorial. Perryville and Lexus Raven Run from Keeneland, and the Athenia from here in New York at Belmont at the Big A. So get involved. You can do so at Naira Bets. Again, 3:42 Eastern is when that 3-track cross-country pick 5 begins as we send it back to Far Hills.
And we're one race down here at Far Hills, Greg, as Clifton Down was victorious in the first race of the day in the Harry Harris Joe. Pretty impressive victory as he was able to pull away from that competition.
Yeah, we saw the early leader. He came and got him and then had more energy than anybody else late there and pulled away for Greg and Caroline Bentley, running more racing. You might know them. They won the Arlington Million a few years ago with Hardest Core.
$9.20 winner holding off Hidden Path and Smart Uncle. So relatively formful as far as race 1 is concerned. Coming up next, though, we're going to have a maiden race, and this one named in honor of McDynamo, the maiden. Tell us a little bit about this race and the namesake.
McDynamo for sure. He is a Hall of Famer. Former steeplechaser. He won a race here 7 years in a row, which seems impossible.
Yeah.
One was his maiden race. He came back and won the Novice the next year. It was 2001, 2002, and then he won the Grand National 5 years in a row. And they were looking for a way to kind of pay tribute to him here. They had a retirement ceremony where they brought him back and gave him a big bowl of carrots and stuff like that. And the owners, Michael and Ann Moran and Far Hills, came up with the idea of this race. And it's a maiden race, but it's an invitational kind of. You had to pay to get in. So each owner, it's a $50,000 base purse. Each owner put up $1,000 to get in, and then the Morans matched that. So the purse is $70,000, which is a serious maiden race for jump racing. And then they have a replica trophy. It's a sculpture of Betty Moran, Michael's mother, who won the Aintree Grand National with Papillon. And the trophy's like a bronze from that, which is really cool. So it's a great way to pay tribute to a really neat horse. And again, to think that he came here 7 years in a row, nothing went wrong. He won all of them. When you think of all the variables, the jumps, just the trip, they could have got a flat tire on a van. Anything could have derailed him, and he won here 7 years in a row.
Just amazing. For those of you watching, maybe you're fans of 4-Star Dave, you think about his record in Saratoga. Well, we're paying tribute to McDynamo coming up here next at Far Hills. Greg?
Acacia Joe, thank you. We look forward to it. Here's a look at the 6-5 favorite for this Awad coming up, Tiz Dashing. So 6 furlong turf sprint debut win. And if there's any questions, if this one could handle the distance, the second dam actually started 4 for 4. Was a 2-time Group 2 winner in Germany at a mile and 3/8, and was Group 1 placed going a mile and 5/16 to Longchamp.
And I think Grade 1 winner here, if I'm thinking of the correct horse as well. Only Europe? No.
Won the Osanitas here.
Yes. Yep. But the pedigree's there for this horse to be able to handle the stretch out in distance. We know that Tiz the Law was certainly capable of going those route races on the dirt, and it seems as though the dam side will have no problem helping this one along. I thought this horse was very professional first time out. Don't see this horse having any problem with more distance. And this seems like a horse that is very well intentioned for these connections overall.
6-5 start number 2 coming up. Very famous silks we know well for those that follow the Triple Crown with Funny Side and Tis the Law. There's Valuation Metric, and Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, forwardly placed last time out, Maggie, and had an eventful trip in the stretch in that second start.
Yeah, exactly, Greg. And I think he deserves his backing right now. A horse that, too, with regards to his first start, he was not that fit. Not your typical Chad Brown horse that looks so fine-tuned. It looks as though they've run 3 races prior. So he has gradually had to get more fit with racing. And I feel like now, for his third start, he is there. And he looked even better out in the racetrack than what he did in the paddock, framed up beautifully. He's a good-looking horse, don't get me wrong, but I think that he is trending in the right direction. As we'll move on to number 3, to some higher-priced horses, McDiesel. He's only run on the turf once, and it was his debut in which he was wired by Dancing Bear. He took a lot of money that day, and he was just green. He sat a perfect pocket trip, but when Jose Gomez tried to get him around the eventual winner and leader at that point, he wanted to lug in. And that's just something you see with horses in their debuts. They do all their work while right on the rail in the mornings, generally speaking. And I think it was just greenness that resulted in that second place dead heat finish. Getting back to the turf, I think, is going to suit this guy. He's got a turf hoof. I'm not he won on the dirt at a mile, so I guess the distance is fine. And last time in that Bertram F. Bongard, he was quite wound up. He was screaming. He just didn't have his wits about him. And today, he's so much more settled for Rudy Rodriguez and his team. I think he'll be interesting getting back to the turf. And then a horse that I wasn't expecting to like, as he does look quite light on figures, much like McDiesel. It's number 2, Surfside Moon, who's only had 1 turf start. And I thought it was a really good ride by Hiram Barbosa at Delaware that day. It was a bit of a sloppy start, but he got him forward position, and it was a really well-timed ride in which he ducked back down to the rail to the better part of the turf course that wasn't chewed up there at Delaware. But he looks like a turf horse, and he just looks really good shipping in here for Chuck Lawrence. He's dappled head to toe. He acted so professional in the paddock for his first time here, and now that he has 5 starts under his belt, he's also getting his 5th different rider with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. But, Greg, at the end of the day, while I really respect number 5, Tiz Dashing, like I said back in the paddock, I'm not quite ready to give up on Concord Green. He'll be my selection here.
Maggie, thanks. All right, so 6-1 Concord Green from Maggie. We get those corrected selections up. So, Sarah, what'd you like? Maggie was just talking about the 2 who just left our screen, Surfside Moon. Only turf start was a win.
Yeah, I mean, her opinion always can sway or dissuay where I go in terms of my wagering. But this is a horse that I liked on form with that turf race. Even though he does have to take a step forward in terms of quickness, I just thought he was really professional. He bumped a horse to his outside out of the gate. He had a wide journey, and I thought when he was asked to move forward, he really extended well and stayed very professional between horses while he's had a couple of horses towards his outside, really blowing that turn and drifting out. Not quite to the same extreme level as we saw in the Miss Grillo here, but a couple horses did not corner well, and he still stayed to task. And then really wanting to lug in the stretch, but his rider saw the opportunity to go inside of horses, and he finished up well towards the inside of their pace setter in there. So he can route, he can rate, he needs to get faster, but I do like knowing those 2 things about him at 14-1.
So Kendrick Carmouche on board. He'd been close. Look, sprinting 5.5 furlongs on dirt. And I didn't see how bad that bump was
it wasn't
early on.
That bad.
But maybe could be a little more forward this afternoon here in the second turf start. There's Kendrick and those blue and white silks. Loading up. 6-5 favorite, though. It's been Tiz Dashing throughout for Barclay Tagg. And we'll see how this one handles stretching out. Start number 2 to this mile and a 16th distance. Again, the 2 for Chad Brown. Valuation Metric. Still a maiden, but very easily could have won that race. Ducked in a bit after some contact with Barricade. 3rd place finisher in that race, Davy Crockett, came back and won for the Clement Barn. And then we'll see what Aviator Guy gives us, the 7, the other Chad Brown runner, first time on grass.
I mean, Chad Brown clearly wants this horse on this surface. He was in the main body of that field last time, so he seems to have those ideas with horses that might not scream on paper that they want a certain thing, but he knows them better than we do.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the award.
Aviator Guy almost in there. Close the front of the gate. Flaming Proposition. Last to load to the outside. And goes in. All set for the award. And they're off. Valuation Metric broke with early speed, and right there's Tiz Dashing, and towards the inside, Mick Diesel. And now Mick Diesel, a lineup of 4 across the course as they work towards that turn. Mick Diesel's got the rail position. Tiz Dashing is going to stalk from second. 3 wide there is Fully Authorized, and trying to save a touch of ground as Flaming Proposition is right there in 4th. Valuation Metric broke with the leaders, is back to 5th. Then in behind that comes Surfside Moon. Aviator Guy is second to last, and it's another 4. Back to the trailer, Concord Green. They're chasing Mick Diesel. Mick Diesel went 23.39 for that opening quarter mile, is up by 3/4 of a length. It's Fully Authorized, and Jose Lescano just watching the action here from second. Snug hold on Flaming Proposition, who's to the outside of Tiz Dashing. They share 3rd and 4th. Right up along heels there comes Surfside Moon, wants to move forward, is in 5th. Patiently ridden in between horses, there is Valuation Metric and Aviator Guy, no choice but to be a touch wide. Is 3 wide in that tail end group with Concord Green. Can see them all, 48.58. For the half-mile time, Mick Diesel is still there. It's Mick Diesel, who's up by about a half length now as Fully Authorized starts to move in closer. Tiz Dashing has been saving every inch of ground down towards the inside. Flaming Proposition is on the move. Aviator Guy is launching a wide rally, has some run. Tiz Dashing still waiting in behind a lineup of 4 as they reach the top of the lane. Mick Diesel gets the cue and kicks for home. Fully Authorized has been right there. Flaming Proposition trying to pull off the upset. Aviator Guy, Valuation Metrics in the clear. Tiz Dashing, and from the back, Concord Green is now lifting late. Tiz Dashing gets a dream run at the rail. Valuation Metric in between horses, and on the grandstand side, Concord Green down to these 3. Tiz Dashing to the inside. Valuation Metric, 2 noses down to the line. Valuation Metric wins the award over Tiz Dashing, Concord Green, and Aviator Guy. Final running time, 1:43 and 3.
Valuation Metric, the maiden, outduels the favorite Tiz Dashing just barely to get the victory here in the award. That was a patient ride. John Velasquez waiting. The inside finally opened. Comes up just short.
I mean, this was where John Velasquez got that position going forward, as we always hear Richie Migliori talk about, and then realized there was enough pace that he didn't need to be a part of it. Just took back a little bit, just waiting, patient. And I saw the horse that I liked a little bit, Surfside Moon, sort of eyeing that spot towards the inside. I was like, you better act fast if you're going to get there before John Velasquez on Tiz Dashing, who did end up getting that inside run. But Valuation Metric, I mean, there was more pace in this race than maybe it seemed on paper, and he adapted. He was able to sit off the pace and come with that late kick, and it's a good battle between what we thought were the top 2 horses.
It's a good battle down the stretch, and just coming out on the short side of the stick here, Barkley Tag, Sakatoga, Tiz Dashing. It's Valuation Metric. Surprise, surprise, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, and able to break his maiden in a stakes race here in the Awad. In a very close finish, 4-5-1-7. Chad Brown with the win, finishing 4th with Aviator Guy.
I guess he took to the turf. I mean, he ran fine. But it was really these top 3, one of them making that earlier move than the other 2, with Tiz Dashing towards the inside and getting that run and being a little bit closer to the pace. But this horse, at first time out, he was able to close and make up some ground. So maybe he is that tactical type that can be a very adaptable horse, depending on whatever pace scenario it comes his way.
5-2, 6-5 for your top 2 here in the exact Valuation Metric for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Flavian Pratt just out-dueling Barkley Tag and Sakatoga Stables. Tiz Dashing with John Velasquez aboard in a thriller to the finish in the Awad for 2-year-olds on the turf. Stay with us.
they're off in the Grade 1 forego. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2/5 seconds.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, we're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The Awad Stakes, well, very familiar faces when it comes to two-year-old turf racing here in New York. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, and Clarvich Stables getting the win with Valuation Metric and breaking his maiden, too, in a stake, Chad, as he's a horse that last time we saw him on the lead, he seemed so much better with a target today.
Yeah, he really did. I wasn't loving the trip as he was getting sort of shuffled back throughout the race, but I just spoke to Flav and he said, they're going really fast early, so I didn't mind taking hold of them. And as usual, and as always, all season, the unbelievable year he's had. He judged the pace just right. And, the horse showed a little more turn of foot than I've seen in his first two races. He looked like a bit of a grinder. I was worried. But today, especially when he felt that outside horse coming to him, it helped him along. And I was quite impressed and pleasantly surprised with his turn of foot.
He seems like a horse that is developing with each and every start, learning and physically getting stronger and fitter.
Totally agree. And as you've seen the horse now for the third time, he's maturing well. And that last race, I just treated it as a win. I mean, he lost the race right near the wire when he bobbled a bit, and the rider had to take a hold of him just to correct his path more than anything, and it just broke his stride enough. So I treat it like a win, and as always, thanks to Seth who lets us spot the horses where we think they can win.
Well, congratulations on this award win.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown getting the win with Valuation Metric. Quite a nice way to break your maiden, Greg.
Yeah, in a stakes race, I'd say so. And again, he treated this horse like he had broke his maiden last time out. He barely missed, had that very difficult trip in the stretch, but proves he's got talent here. Wins the Awad over a horse that there are high expectations for in his dashing.
And he ran well. I mean, he had to wait to start his momentum and was still able to really be in that photo for that win. But ultimately, we're looking at the horse that was best in this race coming from far back.
Great to see David Donk in that winner's circle, handing out this hardware to, of course, trained Awad, a horse that sort of changed his career as a trainer. That was really neat to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one of the nicest people around the racetrack, too.
All right, so Awad in the books. Chad Brown takes that one. He's got A couple big chances to come later in the Athenia as well, but on first to race 4, a mile and a 16th on the turf, $40,000 maiden claiming event starts at pick 4. And look who has a contender here. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, Klarovich teaming up. Sail Leaseback 3-1.
This horse did have a wide trip last time, first time dropping in for a tag, so maybe could improve off of that performance. We'll have to see how this one does, but always going to be a short price when you have these connections in for maiden claiming tag.
20 minutes of post in this 4th. We told you it was a big-time tailgate party. Mig's got to be partaking, I think. See if we can get an update from him when we come back from Far Hills.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The party continues here at Far Hills. This race 2 coming up next. The maiden special weight, 2 miles and an 8 over the hurdles. The McDynamo Maiden, as we got a chance to learn a little bit more about the terrific racehorse that this is named for. So a maiden race here in steeplechase racing. Joe, you have one horse in Box Office Warrior, who's a good example of this, a horse that's a winner over the flat, but still technically a maiden as far as steeplechase is concerned.
Yeah, they basically start their conditions over again. I get that question a lot at Saratoga, like, what's going on here? And yeah, they basically are completely separate. So a horse could be any Justify could come out of retirement and become a maiden over jumps if he wanted to. I don't think they should do that, but it does give horses, and you'll see that a lot, where a horse like Snap Decision, who everybody knows, kind of reached a level on the flat and wasn't going to progress. He was running into really good horses in turf stakes, and gets to start over once he sold to Jump Connections and started all over again in maiden races and worked his way up the ladder.
So you have a little mix of everything. You have a horse like that with a little bit of foundation, first-time starters as well. Everyone looking for the first win of their career over the jumps in this race coming up here in the second. What are your thoughts on it? I mean, who do you think could potentially step forward? And we have a tepid 3-1 favorite right now in the 5 Memento.
Yeah, which is interesting, and then it kind of has spread around the connections in terms of prices. I went with Harrenhal, the 6 for Ricky Hendricks. Was
Game
second.
of Thrones fan?
Yeah. But what?
Game of Thrones fan?
See, no, I'm not. So thanks. There you go.
Yeah.
Now I know. But that has nothing to do with it. He ran at Foxfield, was second there in a really quiet trip. Switches from an apprentice jockey there to Jack Kennedy, who's a champion jump jockey in Ireland, over for the race. And I just think that would set him up well. I guess the question with him, and it's several in here, is whether they'll handle the firm ground. There's really all foreign-bred horses, all kind of inexperienced. They're going to get really fast ground compared to the soft ground they would have had at home. And then even the way this early season has shaken out, Minella Juke had a run at Shawan, but in soft going. really interesting to look at some of these horses that for steeplechasing they paid a lot of money for. Manila Juke cost $177,000 to come over here and run as a jumper. Rucker Road was another 6-figure purchase at Goff's, and Marcel Magic was 94 grand. I mean, these are serious horses, and this McDynamo Maiden, I think, revs some people up to try to do it. I'm going to lean on Heron Hall probably over Manila Juke and Memento, the horse who ends up the favorite. I was throwing him for value, but he's the favorite right now.
Maiden's coming up, Richie, as currently the 5 Memento taking attention. But what are you seeing from Moonshine Time, a horse who does have some experience on firm turf?
Yeah, I tell you, I was really taken with the one Moonshine Time, particularly in the saddling enclosure, and I love the way this horse galloped off. Just a lovely mover, floated over the ground, making a nice impression. I'm always amazed at how these trainers can get their horses ready to go these distances without races under their belt. Now, obviously, Moonshine Time has had 5 starts, so there's foundation there. But the 2, Rucker Road, making the first start, looks extremely fit for trainer Leslie Young. Nice impression galloping off. I'm just, again, in awe of how they're capable of getting horses ready to run these marathon distances off of training alone. The 3-horse Manila Juke ran extremely well on debut. Love the way this horse looked. Lighter frame kind of horse. Again, light mover. Got that light cat-like movement to him. Jack Fisher needs no introduction. Hall of Fame conditioner. And then the 5 Memento looks fantastic. Arch Kingsley, his trainer, is a good friend. Terrific rider himself before turning to training. You see that a lot with the steeplechase set where riders turn to training after they're done with their riding days, and Memento looked fantastic. Loved the way he framed up galloping off. Loved the way he bowed his head, using his energy in all the right ways, but you could see he's all horse, and he was all right there in the hands of his rider, Gerard Galligan. Guys, getting ready for number 2 right now.
The McDynamo Maiden coming up. Richie, thank you. As we see them lining up, getting ready for the start, Joe. What's going on there on the track?
So basically, they line them up in post position order. Again, there's no starting gate. Last thing you want is a really fast start in a 2-mile race. And Barry Watson leads them in number order. They'll turn. If it's a fair start, he lets them go. If it's an advantage for somebody or a little out of sorts, he can recall the field and do it again.
4-year-olds and up looking for their first win over the jumps, named in honor of McDynamo, a 7-time winner here at Far Hills, 5-time Grand National victor. Here we go for the Maiden. Larry Colmus has the call.
And Moonshine Time goes right out to the early lead, and up and on the pace is Rucker Road as well. It's these 2, joined on the outside by Manila Juke and Memento just outside of them, going over that first fence. In behind that group is Heron Hall, and then down toward the inside comes Marcel Magic. Then a break of another 2 lengths more. Back to the back markers, Box Office Warrior and Mr. Gower. So Memento takes charge over that second fence. Memento the leader by about a length. Manila Juke on the inside runs along in second. Heron Hall a bit wide, going into that turn in third. Pebbly Portois fourth, and in between horses. And then Moonshine Time 5th down on the inside. Then it's Rucker Road, a break of another 2 lengths more. Back to Box Office Warrior, Mr. Gower, and Marcel Magic is the trailer. So on to the backstretch they go, heading to the 3rd of 11 fences here, and Memento is the leader. Memento goes over there in the clear as the Maidens head up the backstretch with a 2.5 length lead. Heron Hall on the outside, Manila Juke right alongside over that next fence, then Pebbly Portois, followed by Moonshine Time and the first-time starter Rucker Road, who's about 6 lengths off the lead. Mr. Gower is up on the outside of Box Office Warrior and Marcel Magic as they race over that next jump and begin their move into the turn. Memento is the pacemaker. Gerard Galligan and Memento out there by 2.5 lengths around that turn. Heron Hall is second on the outside. On the rail in third is Manila Juke. Continues to save ground here, about 3 lengths off the lead. And a break of another 2 lengths more. And they're followed by Rucker Road, who's in between horses. Moonshine Time is down on the inside as they come into the stretch next time around. So next up will be fence number 6. And it's been Memento so far. Memento is the leader here over the 6th of 11 fences. And then comes Heron Hall on the outside of Manila Juke. They are second and third over that fence. And they're in the clear now of Pebbly Portois, fourth on the outside of Moonshine Time. Rucker Road is in behind them. And then Marcel Magic down toward the rail. Mr. Gower. And in between those two, as they race over that fence, is Box Office Warrior. So all up and over so far, making their way to the backstretch fences. Memento has been the leader throughout here and continues to do so. Around that turn in front by about 2. And then it's Manila Juke on the inside of Heron Hall. They've been heads apart second and third throughout, and they'll enter the backstretch that way. Pebbly Portois follows in fourth. Rucker Road fifth in between horses. Moonshine Time is next on the inside by 2. Then comes Marcel Magic as they head to the backstretch fences. And then Mr. Gower and Box Office Warrior. And losing the rider there was Pebbly Portois. Pebbly Portois has lost the rider. So up the backstretch, Memento is the leader on top. Down that dip with a 2.5 length lead as they race over the final backstretch fence. Memento takes it first and continues to lead Heron Hall by 2 lengths into the turn. And Moonshine Time is on the move now on the outside and ranges up alongside into second position as they make their way around the turn by another 2.5. Then comes Manila Juke and Rucker Road as they make their way to the top of the stretch. And it is still Memento. But on the outside, Moonshine Time is right alongside as they turn for home. And missing that fence and taking it on the inside was Heron Hall. So into the stretch they come and up that hill where Moonshine Time has the lead. Moonshine Time in front, Manila Juke on the outside, making a race of it. These two, Manila Juke and Moonshine Time, will decide it, and Manila Juke will win it. Moonshine Time was second, then Memento and Rucker Road.
So it is Manila Juke to get the victory here. Unfortunately, we did see an eventful race there, Joe. There's the number 6, Heron Hall, who lost his rider, being apprehended by the outrider. A great catch there. And unfortunately, the 7, Pebbly Portois, losing his rider as well. We'll provide updates on those riders as we have them. Seems both of the horses apprehended, but Manila Juke.
All right, that audio cut off at the tail end of that. We'll try and get them back as soon as we can as our coverage from Far Hills continues. We're up to race 4 here at Belmont at the Big A. Starts a middle pick 4, mile and a 16th on the grass, and Perfect Girl outside posts for the Tony Dutrow barn. Manny Franco will be aboard. One of many contenders in this race right now. Double-digit odds.
Yeah, I think this is a race where you could go in a lot of different directions, and this one had a valid excuse last time. Racing wide the whole way against Maiden Special Weight Company. Ran so well in that start 2 back to not get the victory after going wide and making this big, sustained run. Way too big a price right now, I think.
But again, another really wide post. It doesn't seem to have that kind of tactical speed to help her get position.
No, I would agree with that completely.
Here's Street View, has the rail, has Jose Lezcano.
A horse that just has the best turf races going into this race, and you're getting a fair enough price right now.
Yeah, lowest level this one will have run at yet. Here's the 2, Janice Mercy, Bruce Brown trains.
Would need to improve, but still lightly raced and is in for the tag routing on the turf for the 2nd time.
Team that just won the award, Klarovich, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, Sale Leaseback.
Wide trip last time, dropping in for a tag, now goes 2nd off the layoff, and these are dangerous connections, as we know.
Drop in class, but a stretch out for Park Avenue. Betty comes in from Monmouth.
Yeah, this one will have to get the distance, and here it is more of a sprinting pedigree, but first time in for a tag on turf.
Exotic Cat, probably going to be very far back early.
It's tough to make a case for a horse that's 0 for 20 with a 1 in the money finish. It was very familiar to this level.
Former Chad Brown Klarovich horse. This is addressable market.
Her faster races overall and in isolation have been in her turf routes, but not quite as much for the new barn.
Belmont barn with Under the Mistletoe has Joel Rosario.
Dropping in class for the first time. A little bit of a trip last time off the long layoff at Kentucky Downs.
Faced hard to justify in the debut. Chad Brown, Breeders' Cup winner. Ashdale, first-time starter, Jimmy Von Barn.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. There isn't a ton of pedigree, but half to 1 winner.
True Myth, blinkers go on, John Terranova.
Finished 3rd last time, trying to likely get some more speed out of this horse with the addition of blinkers.
And again, that tough outside post for Perfect Girl.
She got the setup from far back with a little bit of pace in there, but she had some excuses last
There's
time.
Ashdale, James Bond, and Romero Mirage rides. I think we saw the 10 who had skipped over Dylan Davis for Mike Maker on Our Finest Hour.
Getting a little bit of class relief. This horse did run third at 2 starts ago at Saratoga for a tag, but no speed for this one.
So 5 minutes to post here in this fourth, and the favorite, Chad Brown, Flavia Pratt, Sale Leaseback, who was just fourth at this level with a bit of a trip. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, we'll get to her in a moment as we'll check in with the horse who is a short price, but definitely has had the most chances. But then again, not at this level, not for this cheap with number 1, Street View, as she's making her second start for Linda Rice, but the first on the turf. She's really well turned out. She's kind of your typical Linda Rice horse where they just carry so much conditioning, and it's always something that I love to see. The one thing I don't love that I'm seeing is that she keeps the front wraps on despite returning to the turf, as she has worn them in her last 3 starts, including 1 turf effort for a former connection. So I'm not in love with that fact. She did get a little bit warm as she comes off a little bit of a break. It is unseasonably warm out here today. But again, with a horse that hasn't seen the racetrack in a little over 2 months, to get warm, I always take as a slight knock, as she has dropped, as I'm speaking about her, precipitously to 3-2 and your current favorite. I can't say I'm that thrilled about number 3, Sale Leaseback, though. But at least she's pairing races back to back, as the winner of that race, past tense, she was dropping for the first time and was able to come back against winners and get the job done yesterday. And Sale Leaseback was very wide throughout, while past tense that day saved all the ground. She was outfinished for third by a horse that I'll get to in a moment. I didn't love that. And she's a very small, compact filly that also kind of just lives on her nerves. She gets herself really edgy and really kind of wound up, which I don't really like to see, especially when they're going out for these connections. As we'll move on to number 8, Under the Mistletoe. She's the only one in here that has never run for a tag. She did have that long layoff to overcome, and overcome it going 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky down. So not the easiest assignment first off the bench, but I thought it was a little bit of an adventurous trip too. She was close to the pace in the first turn, then she dropped all the way back to last by the second turn, and she swung out very wide, and she ran on a little bit, just enough to show interest. I think against this field, she looks tremendous. And sometimes, as I always say, it's not who you are, it's who you're facing. And I can't say that I'd be thrilled about her in a maiden special weight field, but in this maiden 40, she kind of stood out to me. She's going to be my selection here. She looks fit, she looks ready to go second off the bench. Now, that other horse I was talking about that outfinished Sale Leaseback is number 11, True Myth. I thought maybe a horse that's trending in the right direction. She only has the 2 turf efforts, and I thought her race last time was better than Sale Leaseback's. She does put a pair of short cup cheater blinkers on today, which we'll see if that helps her. I can't say I'm in love with her physically, but I just thought her last race maybe a little bit better than it would appear. That third beaten 5 1/4 lengths, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 2 minutes away from this fourth. And favoritism shifts to Street View, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano. Again, lowest level that this filly has run in yet, 0 for 11 to this point, but some big efforts against a lot better company.
And just as you mentioned, the horses that she was facing when she was running in those turf routes and running faster races than a lot of others have, I think that she just makes so much sense based on those races if she can get back to any of them. Major contender, draws well towards the inside. Even her dirt race 2 starts ago sprinting wasn't awful in comparison to what some have run in this field. So she just makes a lot of sense, and I ended up chalking it out in here with something not very exciting, but very logical.
Interest on Park Avenue Betty stretching out, who look, I mean, 5 furlongs on the grass. This would probably be in front, no?
Yeah, I get it. First time in for a tag on turf, half to a 4-time winning dirt sprinter, improve right. I just have distance questions with this horse, and we're not seeing the same type of turf courses that were really in favor to horses that had that inside forward position when we first started the meet. It's not that conveyor belt to the winner's circle as it was a couple weeks ago. So I just don't know if she really wants to go this far. It's not exactly a positive stat for John Kimball stretching horses out on the turf. He's 1 for 31 over the past 5 years, but I don't know, maybe if no one else wants to go and she's able to handle the distance, she is getting that class relief, and she's a good price if you like her.
Well, meanwhile, this filly favorite for Linda Rice, again, we told you earlier on the program, tied yesterday with that win with Loki's Flight with Kathleen O'Connell, winningest female trainer in the history of the sport. And now with a win here, a chance to stand alone and surpass Kathleen O'Connell. It's going to go back and forth between these two probably for a little while, but with the volume Linda Rice sends out, both incredible trainers. But eventually we all fully expect Linda Rice to own that all by herself.
It's just exciting to see history being made right in front of you, at the racetrack. And we've had the privilege of seeing that a lot over the past couple of years. And it's just nice to have those opportunities to witness that in real time. And hopefully we do have that neck and neck battle between the two. But Linda Rice just sends out so many horses in comparison. So it seems as though she has the quantity advantage.
I mean, last year was just so historic with what women accomplished in the sport. Jenna Antonucci, first ever female trainer to win a Triple Crown race. Amazing that it took that long, so long overdue, and able to do that in the Belmont Stakes with Arcangelo. Then what Linda Rice did, equaling the record for most wins on the New York circuit in a year. And then Brittany Russell in Maryland making history as well.
Yeah, it's incredible. And it's so crazy to think about all these accomplishments happening last year when we are so far advanced, so we think, as a society, and yet here we are having all of these firsts for women in the sport, and it's just great to see.
So Street View for the Rice Barn with one of her go-to guys, Jose Lezcano, from that inside post. Softest spot this filly has seen yet. Will that make the difference? Going back and forth between Street View and Chad Brown's Sale Leaseback, the 3, with Flavien Prat for favoritism in here, and it is the 3 right now who is favored. As they continue the load, and again, a pick 4 begins here in this 4th. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Exotic Cat stepping forward. There's True Myth and Perfect Girl. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze of the start was Ashdale, is towards the back end of the field. In between horses, Park Avenue Betty shows early speed, and Perfect Girl from the outside draw. Just behind them, their Sale Leaseback is in between horses now. Little Keen was Jenna's Mercy is back to 4th. That one's followed by Exotic Cat, who's in 5th. They are tightly bunched out in the center of the course. Here comes Our Finest Hour, wants to be closer to the action. It's going to be Park Avenue Betty. And Kendra Carmouche will take him into that first turn and slows things down immediately. A lineup of 5 in behind. It's going to be Sale Leaseback having a touch of trouble at the rail. There was Jenna's Mercy. In between horses, there is Exotic Cat, who's now in the 2 path and out wider. Our Finest Hour is starting to move forward. Behind them, it's Addressable Market, who's at the rail, is in the red cap. To the outside of that one comes Under the Mistletoe. Towards the back end of the field is going to be True Myth. Second to last is Ashdale, and the trailer, Street View, can see them all. It's up front. Park Avenue Betty, Sale Leaseback right there in 2nd. Here comes the run from Perfect Girl is there in 3rd. Towards the rail is Jenna's Mercy. That's the leading 4. Exotic Cat in between horses. It's a wide run. Our Finest Hour, less than a half mile to go. 49.37 for a half mile time. And Park Avenue Betty takes him into that turn, is still up by 3/4 of a length. Sale Leaseback with every chance here from 2nd, has not been asked yet for Pratt, is right there in the front 2, start to get away. They reach the top of the lane. Park Avenue Betty has been there the entire journey. Sale Leaseback with every shot is still 2 lengths back as Park Avenue Betty's got more. Park Avenue Betty is now trying to sustain as it's going to be Sale Leaseback moving towards the outside. Not much from the back under the mistletoe, trying to rally on. Still Park Avenue Betty and the oncoming strides of Sale Leaseback. Sale Leaseback trying to time it up, and Sale Leaseback does just that. Sale Leaseback wins it. Park Avenue Betty 2nd. Then down towards the inside, there was a late rally from True Myth and a photo for 4th. Then 1 minute 43 and 3.
Big effort on the stretch out from Park Avenue Betty, but reeled in late again. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavien Prat come and get her.
I mean, these are connections that they win races and they take the money that they do because they deliver. And she sat up close to what was a moderate pace, was able to just grind past your horse that was stretching out in distance for the first time, and I thought ran very well. And I remember saying to you partially through this race, did you bet? And you were like, oh, that's why the horse is going to win. And thankfully, it's like free money that you didn't miss out.
9-5 favorite, yeah, comes and reels in the 17-1 shot, who runs big in defeat, but still Leaseback, second time in at this condition, and these connections incredibly hard to beat.
They're consistent. That's why they take the money that they do. And second time in for a tag, she had been wide. First time in for a tag, and finally putting races back to back for the first time in her career as well.
So Sale Leaseback graduates, start number 4. And we didn't see much from Street View here. Doesn't hit the board. 3, 4, 11, 8.
She was far back early. I was not expecting her to be in last early on. And with the pace, I was getting a little worried, and apparently rightfully so.
Kendra Carmouche did what he could on the front end. In the end, it's Chad Brown-Klarovich and Pratt to come and get her at 9-5 here in the 4th in this 40 maiden claiming turf event. We'll be back with prices next.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. The spectacular site here at Far Hills. Race 2. An eventful maiden. Here it went to the number 3, Manila Juke, getting the victory at second asking. Graham Waters aboard, a horse that certainly was able to build off of that strong first outing.
Yeah, he ran a very similar race in the first one. He was kind of really running late, just couldn't quite get there. He got there today. Paid $10.60. Well, probably would have been second choice in the race if you're trying to handicap it a little bit. You touched on a little bit of an adventure with one faller and then a horse going through the wing late.
Yes, Heron Hall and Pedley Portois both losing their riders. Let's go down to Richie for an update.
Yeah, guys, just quickly, we're fortunate both horses are fine. They were apprehended by the outriders here. They did a great job. Talked with Ricky Hendricks about his runner. Excuse me, guys. I'm just trying to keep up with my notes here. Harrenhal, who went through the wing. It was a pretty spectacular kind of accident, but the wings shattered. They're designed to break away, so if an incident like this happens and a horse hits it, it all breaks away. So as much as it looks terrible and you see a lot of debris flying, it's much better than when they were solid wooden wings where a horse would really get injured. His rider was fine. Jack Kennedy came back, walked away, no worse for the wear. The other horse, Pebbly Portu, who fell earlier, Harry Benson is being evaluated in first aid. He is off his mounts for the rest of the day, and he will be transported to a local hospital for further evaluation. Looks like he's having some problems with his collarbone, but he did walk from the ambulance to first aid on his own power, so conscious, talking, and honestly, all in all, just in pretty good shape considering everything that happened.
Richie, thank you for the update. Good news, both horses are okay. We certainly will be thinking of Harry Beswick, hoping that everything will be all right moving forward. As we take a look at race 3 coming up, the P-Pack, 2 miles and an eighth over the jumps. This one for the fillies and mare. Joe, what are you seeing on the board so far?
Yeah, and the one thing there to note is Harry Beswick was going to ride the 8 Gold Charm. Gerard Galligan gets on. I landed on Gold Charm. I think she'll like the firm ground. She'll sit a nice trip. I don't know if the jockey changed. Obviously, it's a new variable you probably didn't want to deal with, but Gerard Galligan is plenty capable, and I just think she's done her best running at Colonial Downs, places where the fast ground. She doesn't always get that at some of her other places. She gets it today. She's going to have to beat Right Tempo, who's the deserving favorite, high weight, comes in for Leslie Young, won a race like this at Nashville. Guess the question with her is a little bit of rust. Hasn't really run since May.
On trainer Leslie Young looking for her second win on the day as well. Things continuing here at Far Hills. Greg will have more on the P-Pack, but first, live racing action from New York continues.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia, Joe, Mig, Sale Leaseback, able to run down this pace setter here in the 4th for Chad Brown-Klarovich with Flavia Pratt and get that maiden score here in start number 4.
Just had a good trip, up close, able to save more ground than she did in that last start, and finally putting some races back-to-back on the resume, getting that first victory. Heartbreaker if you liked the number 4, who was forwardly placed in here with Kendra Carmouche looking to wire the field with Park Avenue Betty, but Sal Leaseback just kept grinding away and able to ultimately run her down for connections that they deliver when they're short prices generally.
Kendra Carmouche did just about everything he could on Park Avenue Betty, but in the end, Sale Leaseback able to get by at 9-5, 13-1 shot in third as well. That trifecta for 50 cents, $103.62 in race 4. We move on to a mandatory pay pick 5 that begins here in the 5th. Mile and an eighth, allowance optional claiming field, and Camera DQ'd out of a victory in a similar spot last time out for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, you got the price last time with her. Unfortunately, not the victory. She's going to be a short price today again, but she just makes a lot of sense as a forwardly placed type, especially with a couple of scratches.
Big one still to come from Far Hills, that Grade 1 Grand National, richest race there is in American steeplechasing, and snap decision. Another go-around for the 10-year-old. That's still ahead from Far Hills, and our coverage from New Jersey. Stay tuned.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Miz Big Bucks.
Miz Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as it really is a day at the races. A gorgeous fall day in Far Hills, New Jersey, as we continue on with the Far Hills race meeting. You've got the music blasting. Everybody's having a great time around us, Joe. So fun to see.
Yeah, it's a little like Saratoga when you're working really hard and everybody else is there having a great time. That's kind of what this feels like. But perfect day. Again, we've been here when it's not so perfect weather because it's an outdoor event. There's no inside. Maybe this little tent we're in. That's about it. But a great day of racing, and we got 2 in the books and 4 to go.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's we have some wall-to-wall coverage here today, as well as we welcome in Richie McLeary, who's standing by with Matthew DeSantis of Naira Bets. Matthew is everywhere, Richie, including here at Far Hills today.
Yeah, Matthew truly is everywhere. And guys, we might be working hard, but I'm having fun. I just snitched a couple of shrimp cocktails from one of the tailgaters over here. I'm staying nourished. I'm having a great time. But Matthew, you're the content producer and handicapper for Naira Bets.
Yep.
What an incredible day of sport, of racing internationally.
Absolutely. Started early this morning over at Ascot with the British Champions Day, and that's the great part. We got you covered on Naira Bets, whether you're racing at Belmont at the Big A, overseas at Ascot, right here in Far Hills. We got content every single day on the Naira Bets YouTube channel for tracks across the country, across the world. We have experts like yourself coming and join me sometimes, Acacia, Andy, Sarah, everybody. So it's really great to have a resource for players, and there's a lot of handicapping and betting tutorials for beginners on the site as well that you can check out, help you be a little bit more confident placing those bets.
Well, using that term expert a little bit loosely, especially when you're referring to me anyway. But this is your first trip to Far Hills.
Yeah.
You've been to some other jump meets and hunt meets.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, it's a pretty great atmosphere.
Oh, it's an amazing atmosphere. First of all, you couldn't ask for a better day for it. I mean, I'm glad I wasn't here last year with you. But this year, just a tremendous weather, and fans are excited, great racing, great horses, and just an overall great content quality as well.
I always feel like, especially here at Far Hills, it's almost the purest form of our sport.
Yeah.
There's such an appreciation for the equine athlete here.
Absolutely. No, you see the appreciation from the fans, from all the connections, and these horses are just doing something that comes so natural to them sometimes, and it's just so amazing to see them in action like this. And it's great to see some of the horses we've gotten familiar with on the flats now take to a second career, like Limprador and Aban, who we're going to see later today.
Yeah, it's really great that they have another endeavor to take on, and thoroughbreds are just so game, and they're so consistent as far as their approach. They want to do good. They want to learn new things, and we ask a lot of them, but their generosity is amazing.
No, it really is, and you see it here with, like I said, those second and third careers sometimes, and these horses have just been performing so well today. Can't wait for some of the big races later. And then we got the flats and the Gray Wizard to cap things off tonight.
And we got the Gray Wizard, and then we got some harness action going on. You and I, we're going to stop at the Meadowlands.
I like the way that sounds, Richie. That's where you got your first win, you were just telling me.
I rode my first winner at the Meadowlands. Obviously, it was flats at that time. But, guys, I think we're making another little side trip to the Meadowlands on the way home.
Come back to the Meadowlands next week. I'll be there for the Breeders' Crown finals. But yeah, we've got the Breeders' Crown eliminations coming up later tonight. Chris Griffin and Paul Verderosa will be hosting that show along with Jessica Otten and Gabe Pruitt. But be sure you check out the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/Naira Bets. And Matthew doing a terrific job with all of the content over there. Party continuing at Far Hills. Hopefully Richie will bring us some of that shrimp cocktail. More racing after this.
Thanks for being with us on our Saturday coverage back here at South Ozone Park, New York for Belmont at the Big A. We're up to race 5. 13 minutes to post in a race that will kick off a mandatory payout. Middle pick 5 here. Mile and an eighth on the main track. Allowance optional claiming field and camera for Todd Pletcher. From the rail with Manny Franco. Led every step of the way last start only to get disqualified and placed third. Favorite again right now.
And she's comfortable in that favorites role as she was a short price in 3 of her earlier starts. You got the price last time. She unfortunately was disqualified. And I don't have a very strong opinion about this disqualification. I can see the case for it, but that was a tough one if you had her because she was so game and trying to get her nose down first on the wire.
Let's take a look at it back on August 22nd, Saratoga, and see if you agree watching at home.
She does come in. We do see Who Could Ask for Mo have to switch out. I personally don't think that Who Could Ask for Mo was winning this race, but I think that it's fair enough that it could go either way. I could see the decision going either way, and I don't have a big opinion about it. I thought she dug in. Headline numbers was 3 to 5, came right to her. She fought back a little bit, and she looks to be the controlling speed again in here, especially drawing the rail.
So Manny Franco will be aboard today. It was Frankie Dettori last time out when that DQ occurred. Meanwhile, big chance for Cinderella's Cause. Ran a huge performance as a 6-year-old mare last time out, and that was here at Belmont at Aqueduct, September 13th. Just dominant, won by more than 11 lengths against New York Bred Company.
She's in good form, and I get that the field that she faced last time, maybe not the same depth as the one that's in this race, but she's a horse that was running against horses that are consistent, just like her, even though they're not necessarily winning types, and she absolutely demolished that field. And she had had that little bit of second-itis in her career prior to a couple of races as of late, but I mean, she's just been so solid for Linda Rice over her last several starts for the barn. She makes a lot of sense right now as your second choice.
Yeah, I thought she was a horse to beat in here. She's tough. She's been first or second 18 of her 37 career starts, but this effort, she's just really sharp right now for Linda Rice. Dominant performance. Oh, it's going to be a little bit tougher company certainly today. 3-1 though, second choice on the board. We'll have the post parade coming up when we get back to this fifth. Let's send it back to Far Hills in New Jersey.
And the P-Pack coming up next, Greg, as we take a look at the field for the third race here. 2 miles and an eighth over the jumps for the fillies and mares this time around, as we've seen a little bit of everything so far. Now the girls will get their opportunity. Joe, as we mentioned, jockey change with Gerard Galligan picking up the mount on the 8 Gold Charm, horse that you have some interest in. But what about the ones taking more attention, starting off with the number 1, Right Tempo, big win last time out?
Yeah, she was really good there at Nashville, and she actually ran here last year and was second to an Irish horse who came over and thrived in the ground, and is obviously a little better horse. I guess the question mark with her is the layoff. She's got the ability. She's beaten most of these. For whatever reason, the filly and mare division of steeplechasing seemed to take turns beating each other, whether that's conditions or whatever. There was 2 big stakes in Colonial Downs, and Gold Charm won one, Exculpate won the other one. So maybe this is where they settle it a little bit, with Right Tempo winning the race in the spring, Exculpate, Gold Charm summer. Now we're in autumn and everybody shows up. So it should be a good race. Again, the ground's going to play a role. That's where I landed with Gold Charm. I think she'll like this quicker ground more than some of the others.
The P-Pack coming up. Let's go to Richie. What are you seeing, Richie?
Well, just watching the 1 Right Tempo gallop off. Honestly, Acacia, I wish I was on Right Tempo galloping off. This horse just looked like he was floating. He was floating along. Made a really beautiful impression warming up, as did the 3 Exculpate. Guys, you're going to have to help me out with that one. I didn't go to school. Another Arch Kingsley runner that just looks amazing. Galloped off beautifully. Loved what I saw there. And then the 4, Kicking Myself, was very, very green galloping off. Kind of ducked out hard to the left. Ryder had his hands full just getting this horse's focus in getting her to go forward. Really kind of got a little bit lost out there. Maybe something to keep an eye on, but I'm sure when she's within the pack, she'll be fine. But, gosh, I couldn't get past the 1 and the 3, and they're 2 horses that look good on paper as well.
They do, taking attention on the board. Richie, thank you. As far as the 4, Kicking Myself, what he was talking about with the warm-up, Joe, as what are you seeing from this horse as he will make his first start in this barn?
Yeah, I think sometimes horses just get unsettled here, especially when they start to gallop away from the paddock. We've seen it. We talked about it. The post parade's a little ragged. They're in order in the paddock. That part's fine. But then as soon as they leave that sort of parade ring, paddock, whatever you want to call it, the horses are all tacked up at the barn. They come over. Jockeys get on, then they kind of gallop off. If your horse isn't the type to handle other horses galloping away from it, that is something that they might not like. And that's probably what happened with her. I'm sure now that she's warmed up a little bit, blows off a little steam, and should settle in here well. She is a little greener than some of the others in terms of experience, which is probably part of it as well.
Looks nicely settled now as we see them line up for the P-Pack fillies and mares. Larry Colma standing by with the call.
The flag is up. They're off in the P-Pack. Fillies and mares on their way for 11 fences here, and Exculpate came out the best and leads the way early on. And then it's Clarabelle racing up on the outside as they head toward that first fence. Farther out, Belle Wish is up and on the pace as well and moves up a spot into second. And then it's Kicking Myself fourth. Break of 3 lengths back to Easy Squeeze, who's back about 10 lengths off the lead in fifth. Then Haint Blue, Right Tempo, and Gold Charm is last. Over the second fence they go. And it's Belle Wish on the outside, and toward the inside, Exculpate. And Exculpate is going to grab the front. Exculpate the leader. On top, a length and a half into that turn, with Belle Wish tracking in second, and a large separation of 7 lengths back to Clarabelle in third. Then Kicking Myself fourth, heading toward the back stretch. Easy Squeeze is fifth in this scattered field as they race on to the back stretch. And then comes Haint Blue in right tempo. And well reserved at the back is Gold Charm. The trailers some 18 lengths off the lead as they complete that third fence. So on to the fourth they go. Exculpate up and over there on top and tracked along by Bell Wish, and it's a long way back to Clarabelle. Kicking Myself and Easy Squeeze, who are right behind them. After that comes Haint Blue in right tempo, and still Gold Charm is the trailer. And we've got a rider off there. Unseating the rider was Clarabelle as they raced on that jump. Clarabelle lost the rider, and around the turn they go. It's Exculpate in front. Exculpate the leader. Bell Wish continues to track along in second, and it is a long, long way back to the others. Easy Squeeze is third, Kicking Myself fourth to the inside. After that comes Haint Blue in fifth, and then our right tempo and Gold Charm. So into the stretch with more than a lap to go here, and Exculpate is on the inside of Bell Wish, and they are in a race of their own at this point as they go over that fence 1-2. Exculpate from Bell Wish, and a huge separation back to the others at this point. Easy Squeeze is at least 20 lengths off the lead. Then Haint Blue on the outside of Kicking Myself, followed by Right Tempo and Gold Charm. Exculpate and Bell Wish take their race to that turn, and they're still about 20 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. Graham Waters and Exculpate into the turn the final time, and in front by 2 lengths. With Bell Wish continuing to race along in second by a long margin, back to Easy Squeeze in third, entering the backstretch. Then it's Haint Blue, followed by Kicking Myself. Gold Charm is out of last. Right Tempo is now the trailer. So we'll see if these top two can keep it up as they come to the backstretch fences here. Exculpate is in the clear now and has moved away from Bell Wish, opening up nearly 4 lengths as they come to fence number 9. Exculpate from Bell Wish, and still way back there are the rest. Easy Squeeze took that fence third, and Haint Blue fourth. So they make their way into the far turn. And here's the second last fence. And it is Exculpate. They went around that fence, and Exculpate is the leader. Bell Wish continues to track in second, and the margin is still about 12 lengths back to the rest. So around the turn they go. Exculpate and Graham Waters all the way so far. Bell Wish has been the closest pursuer, and no one else has made an impact yet. Haint Blue is currently third as they make their way to the final fence here. Exculpate will take it on top, and losing the rider, falling was Exculpate, and having to go way outside is Bell Wish, who has now inherited the lead as Exculpate fell on the final fence. So Bell Wish will have to last another furlong as Gold Charm now rushes on by. Gold Charm has taken the lead and is moving away late to win. Gold Charm under the wire by 2 lengths over Bell Wish, and then it was Right Tempo and Kicking Myself.
So Gold Charm, the winner of the P-Pack, as we did have, unfortunately, another eventful race. The 5, Clarabelle, has been apprehended, and it looks like Stephen Mulqueen on his feet. We'll provide you an update with Exculpate and Graham Waters when we have one. So, Greg, updates forthcoming, but the 8, Gold Charm, the winner of the P-Pack.
All right, difficult situation there. Hopefully we get good news back from Far Hills. In the meantime, we go back to Belmont here at the Big A. This 5th race coming up. It's still Camera, favored at 9-5, but certainly it seems like Cinderella's Claws worthy adversary coming off that big effort. Can she repeat it?
If she can, I mean, she wins this race. I think that she is one that's just had that solid, consistent form. And really with Camera, we've seen that one dirt race where she was ultimately disqualified. That puts her right in the mix and deserving of this favoritism. But has her whole resume really given her this credit that she's getting on the top board? I don't know. I think that's completely debatable as not being the case, because Cinderella's Claws has been around for a long time. She's been very consistent and in great form right now.
There have a lot of 3-year-old fillies, and she's one of them, Camera. But yeah, Cinderella's Claws, 6-year-old mare, 37 starts under her belt, an 8-time winner. Should mention the 4 too, who's just there in the back of the screen. My Shady Lady. She faced a really good New York bred filly for Wesley Ward, landed last time out. Dolomite graded stakes place, was in second.
Yeah.
She has ability.
She does. I mean, she's facing open company for the first time since she broke her maiden at Gulfstream Park, but she's been solid in those New York bred stakes races. And I like that John Velasquez is getting aboard in here and might try to have her have some forward position in this race, where I do think that Camera's going to set the pace in here. And then sort of the wild card is the other Pletcher, Fade to Gray. I don't really know what to do with her, because I think that her big race was helped by the track and being inside, but then last time she was against the racetrack very wide when you did want to save ground. So maybe her true ability lies somewhere in between those two races.
And that other Pletcher is the 5 just behind this one here. So Fade to Gray, dirt debut. It was actually the second start of her career. Came at a mile and an eighth. She got a big figure doing it, but it was maybe helped by that racetrack. Still led every step of the way. And what is Kendra Carmouche going to do when the stablemate's another one who wants to be forward too?
It's a big question, and I mean, I doubt that Todd Pletcher is saying go knock each other out of the race up front, but she can rate, she can sit off a little bit, and Camera is not exactly the type that needs to be in front to run well, at least not on the turf anyway. So we'll see what we ultimately get, but 9 to 5 is a short price to take on a horse who maybe has something to prove still.
Feather in her cap, though, for this one. First dirt start, and it was at this distance of a mile and an eighth in just the second start of her career. It's not easy to do, track aided or not. And we'll see if she can show better than what she produced in that first try against Winners. Had a little bit of a bobble at the start. Unable to be quite as forward at the start before. 9-2 here for start number 3. Coming up on the dirt, this is, again, her stablemate, Camera, favorite. Pretty much been favored throughout. DQ'd out of that win last time out, controversially. Manny Franco taking over for Frankie Dettori. But I'm intrigued to see what Cinderella's Cause, the 8, can do here.
Yeah, I'd love to see her run well. She's that hard-knocking type of horse that just always seems to show up and run her race, and she's got the credentials and the consistency.
And tactical, too. She doesn't need to be too far out of the mix early on. There's Whistler's Style. Big long shot as they load up. Race 5, again, a mandatory pay. Pick 5 here. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Fade to Gray and Just Music. Just Music. Going in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Bona Do right out towards the front, and Camera's hard scent, and these front 2 will hook up here as they move towards that first turn. My Shady Lady is going to settle off the pace duel now as a comfortable 3rd, and Fade to Gray moves up alongside, is taken 4th, and behind them comes Cinderella's Cause, who's in the 5th position. At the rail there, and the red cap is toned up, is content to travel right there with Just Music, and the trailer, Whistler's Style. They start to slow things down now, and there's Camera, who's in front, and Camera is up by a neck. Now trying to slow down just a touch as Bona Do wants to go, is a little keen there in 2nd, following this pace setter through at 24-3, opening quarter mile. My Shady Ladies had the journey so far for John Velasquez down at the inside, saves every inch of ground so far, and Fade to Gray is up alongside once again in 4th. They are 2.5, now 3 lengths in front of Toned Up, who's in that lineup with, outside of them, Cinderella's Cause. Splitting rivals Just Music, and still the trailer, Whistler's Style. 49.59 for the half-mile time, and they're chasing Camera. Camera's got the lead, is still right there as Bona Do, stalking the pace setter the entire journey, and Fade to Gray is called upon for the effort. My Shady Lady has just dropped right out of it, is back to 4th and been passed by rivals towards the inside, and Cinderella's Cause and Just Music. At the back, it's toned up with Whistler's Style still the trailer. 113.40 for 3/4 of a mile, and the battle continues up front. Camera is trying to dispatch of a very stubborn Bona Do, and Bona Do is up on the outside. Camera's got more to the inside, hugs the rail and kicks away. Fade to Gray is trying to cut into that margin. Cinderella's Cause. Bona Do is trying to pull off the upset, and Bona Do has now put a nose in front. Camera's going to have to dig deep towards the inside this final furlong. Can Bona Do pull off the upset? Bona Do is in front. Bona Do inside the final 16th. Bona Do. Ruben Silvera at a number. Bona Do wins it. Camera, then Just Music, and Fade to Gray finish 4th. Final running time, 1:50.66 seconds.
Bona Do, this one unexpected 28-1 upset on fast dirt surfaces. Really, she's just been different. 4 for 8 now.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this horse prior to the race and thinking she might have a little bit of dirtied up form, but it still was not one that I was ever coming up with in here because it just seemed like others might be a little bit better. But she stuck right to camera, right through those early fractions, was able to go on by, and Cameron put up a little bit of a fight like she did in that last start, but ultimately, big upset here.
Biggest price on the board, 28-1. Puts away the 9-5 favorite. Not even that 15-1 shot made things close.
Yeah, I mean, seemed as though these were horses that were significantly outrunning their odds in here, and Cameron, she ran a race, just wasn't good enough.
So 28-1 upset, Bona Do, Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silvera with the victory. Cameron does hang on for second here, 6-1, 9-5 finish.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Camera fight like she did in that last start where she was ultimately disqualified at Saratoga, but able to come out on top was Bona Do, and Ruben Silvera has been riding very well this meet as well, a rider that we think of as being more aggressive and one that we think of getting himself into that good position, and that's exactly what he did here.
Shaking things up here to start this mandatory pay pick 5 prices we will have for you in a moment. Let's send it back out to Far Hills.
Greg, thank you. Happy to report both horses that did unseat their riders have been apprehended and are okay here following the P-Pack. But, Joe, we did get to see the number 8 Gold Charm, who you liked, with the victory in a pickup mount as well for Gerard Galligan.
Yeah, picks up the ride when Harry Beswick got hurt, and we touched on it. We saw Harry walk out there all wrapped up with his injured arm to high-five Gerard on the back, and they got a youngster up there on the horse. I love it.
Start him early, start him young. $10.40 winner over 17-1 shot. Belle Wish, just her second start, checking in second, running well there. Let's go down to Richie for an update on the riders we saw unseated in the P-Pack. Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, like you said, both horses fine. Exculpate was traveling beautifully. He made a mistake at the last. Graham Waters, rider, fine. He will ride the rest of his commitments today. He was talking with trainer Arch Kingsley and said he was traveling so well, and she just lost a little focus coming to the last fence, had that crashing fall, but thankfully she got up, went on her way, everything fine. The same as well with Clarabelle, no problems whatsoever. Steve Mulqueen, her rider, was taken here to first aid to be evaluated. He seems fine too. I'll get official word after he comes out of first aid, but he walked in there on his own. And these riders, these men and women, they're just so tough. And I mean, you saw it with Harry Beswick, right? He's supposed to be on his way to the local hospital. Instead, he wanted to stick around and watch this horse run. He goes out and congratulates his good friend Gerard Galligan, who, by the way, last year, similar circumstance, also picked up a ride when his good friend Harry Beswick was injured and won the race as well. He said it's a bittersweet emotion. You're happy you won, but you really can't celebrate, and your concern is for your friend.
Richie, thank you for those updates. Very good news on both horse and riders. Like Richie said, we'll provide you official word on Steve Mulqueen and what he will be doing for the rest of the day. We move on to the 4th race now, 2.5 miles over the jumps. This is the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle and a restricted race here. Joe, what does that mean as far as the Foxbrook is concerned?
Definition-wise, it's a novice race, so the conditions are restricted by when a horse broke its maiden. In this case, it's since September of last year. So they're horses a couple of them take a shot in a Grade 1 or an open stake, but this is like a restricted stake. It's tricky to restrict jump races by age because a horse can start to become a jumper at any age. So a 7-year-old can be inexperienced type of thing. So it's a way to give horses they get a year in this sort of restricted company. And maybe it's like a 3 other than type of level on the flat kind of thing. And big field, 10 horses in it. Last year, the same race only had 4. So it's nice to sort of see a healthy group of horses coming along in that mid-tier.
Absolutely, a great explanation. We'll talk a little bit more about the contenders in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle coming up, Greg. Some positive updates from Far Hills, and so we'll continue on with some great racing on this beautiful day.
Acacia, Joe, thank you. Yeah, race away from that Grade 1 American Grand National. Back in the winner's circle here at Belmont of the Big 8, race 5. Bona Do with the 28-1 upset.
Longest shot in the field, and you started out the day with a very highly likely winner and locked, and you end those sequences with a 28-1 beating a 9-5. So I think those middle sequences are going to pay pretty well. Middle pick 5, middle pick 4. Exciting.
And yeah, keep in mind it's a mandatory pay pick 5 starts like this, so you never know. Could be a 4 out of 5 that pays. $59 winner, Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silvera. They're winning connections with his 5-year-old mare by Ghost Zapper. Race number 6, 1 turn mile, 50,000 starter allowance coming up. It's the 9 right now, Unlimited Potential. Flavia and Pratt looking for number 3 today.
Yeah, this horse had a lot of gas early. He was really highly touted. Unfortunately, not able to live up to that name, but really crushed a field when he dropped in class. Ran okay last time, and is facing a field that makes some sense for him today.
All right, this one coming up next with the next crew. Lafitte Pinkai in town, Andy Serling. They'll take over on the desk for the two of us. So much more to come late into the night, including those Breeders' Crown eliminations with including among several stars on that card. Hamiltonian winner Carl will be back in action for Nancy Tactor. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a good time.
Yep. All right, a lot more coming up. Stay tuned. Coverage continues on FS2 right after a break.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. 5 races down, 7 to go. Belmont at the Big A. Step 1 complete. Didn't call the show Saratoga live. Welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. A little bit of everything for the racing fan. This afternoon started early this morning overseas with British Champions Day right here. Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A, just getting into the teeth of the Saturday program, plus continued on-site coverage, steeplechase from Far Hills in New Jersey. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. Getting closer to the pick 6 here, starts in the 7th featured event, the Athenia. Race 10, the co-feature. I promise that schedule's coming up. Don't make a liar out of me, guys. There it is, and at Far Hills. 3 races left, included Grade 1 American Grand National, plus the John Forbes to wind down the party in Far Hills, New Jersey. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Andy, it's been a minute. How you been? How are you?
I've been good. I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong to get stuck with you for 3.5 hours, but I'll probably get there eventually. I haven't seen you since closing day at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's like a 2-month layoff, and I have to run with Housebuster right out of the gate.
You're very happy the Dodgers are beating the Mets.
I was going to ask if you've watched any good baseball.
Baseball's been
recently.
great. Let me tell you, the Mets are such an amazing over that it doesn't matter what happens at this point. The Dodgers were supposed to win. The Mets were supposed to suck.
Yeah.
They did a good impression of that for about 60 games, and then they turned it around.
Force a Game 6 of the National League Championship Series tomorrow night. Fox Sports 1 today, Fox Sports 2. Cue that animation. The America's Best Racing's race of the week. As promised, the Athenia, 47th running. The field, fillies and mares, mile and an eighth, turf course listed as firm. And while prerequisite is the tepid 3-1 morning line favorite, let's start with number 2 in Spirit and Glory, 5-year-old Irish mare. This was 2 starts back, the Eatontown at Monmouth in June, Andy. And Spirit and Glory setting the tempo, and a slow tempo it was.
I think you can tell by the morning line that basically the odds maker feels like it's a fairly evenly matched group, and we'll see who ends up being favored. She has the speed. Maybe some are scared to see her stretch into a mile and an eighth. I'm not. This was a race that, despite the slow pace in Monmouth, basically fell apart. So I don't hold it against her. I don't know why they went to Kentucky Downs. Oh, I do. The money's too good to pass up, and then they run 8th and wonder why they shipped all the way there. I think she fits as the controlling speed in here. I think she's faster than Prerequisite, who's a little bit dressed up in here. I'm not a big fan of her chances in this race. I thought maybe Chad Brown's other runner, Child of the Moon, is the more dangerous foe.
Quickly, Spirit and Glory, last 3 races facing Grade 3 competition. This is a listed stakes race, theoretically sought for competition, Andy, like as a handicapper. How can you tell what should a handicapper look for in order to properly diagnose class discrepancy?
Well, I mean, you look at Nisi Marie and White Beam, and you look at that race 3 back, and obviously White Beam, who won the Grade 1 up in Saratoga. Nisi Marie won a Grade 1 in her next, or second a Grade 1 in her next start. Those are horses that are very good. Tax implications, not quite as good. The horse that beat her at Monmouth. So I think she fits in this bunch, and you just look at sort of how fast they are, and her fast races are as fast, if not faster than anybody in here. If you feel like she can get the distance, I think she's the horse to beat in here. But there are others that have a lot to say about this race. And you say the 47th running, and sometimes we joke about those races. I probably have seen about 40 of the runnings of this race.
I was going to leave that alone. The Athenia, 47th running, race 10, post time around 4:52 Eastern. And as much fun as Andy and I are going to have here on set, the real party in Far Hills, New Jersey, 1 day only, and they're soaking up every second. The party, the tailgating, the racing at New Jersey's premier social and sporting event.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
OMG. Mets force a game 6. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
Only one of us is rooting for there to be games at Citi Field later this year.
You're not lying. You're not lying. Citi Field in Flushing, about 10 miles north of Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. Field for the 6th. Belmont at the Big A. Starter allowance, mile on dirt. Horses in the paddock. There's treaty obligation. Wow, big price at 10-1. And yeah, while it feels like yesterday since I last worked with Andy, it feels like months and months since I was last on a broadcast with Maggie Wolfendale, standing by in the paddock with this race 6 paddock report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Liffy. You can surely always put a smile on my face as we will take a look here at one of 2 Linda Rice horses. And while I have no problems, at least physically, as of now, looking at your favorite, Unlimited Potential, let's start with number 3, Treaty Obligation, as she did pick him up from Chad Brown when he finally dropped to a maiden 50 up in Saratoga and was able to get the job done. Now, he dueled in the 2-path early through what were slow fractions, but he was able to hold off Holton, who made a run at him. But at the end of the day, because the fractions were slow, I think it was more in Treaty Obligation's favor. I will say it did feel like he had another extra gear towards the end there. And a horse that, you know, he became a gelding at later last year, I should say. And I think it has ultimately helped him, but in the same breath, he's not one that's necessarily ever gone on and grown that much. So I think this starter allowance coming back is a really logical spot. He looks great here in the paddock, much like he has before, but I think it's the right spot for him. As we'll move on to the 1A in here, that's part of the entry that stays in. Sorority Prank. I was actually pleasantly delighted with what Sorority Prank showed last time here, only about 2 weeks ago. He was battling on the inside the whole way and then held off a perfect trip favorite, an executive move that time around. And Sorority Prank is a horse that at times I've seen get very washy and quite nervous prior to his starts. Today, perfectly calm. So maybe like Treaty Obligation, while it's taken them quite a while to break their maidens, that proverbial light bulb might be going on, and they're taking their racing more in stride. And then you have a complete wild card on the outside in number 10, Modica, as he only has 1 dirt start, and it was an utter disaster. To be fair, against much tougher competition, as Tuscan Gold actually was the winner that day. But Modica kind of had a little bit of a rough run into that first turn at Gulfstream Park. He was really, really wide throughout that day, and then just not persevered with once he hit the second turn. Now, this is one of the horses that consistently wins the beauty contest. He is very striking. He's got a lot of chrome on him. He's big, he's handsome, and he just kind of struts around the paddock like, yeah, I know I'm the man. And look, while he's had so much more success and ability on the turf so far, I kind of don't mind him getting to the dirt. It's not like he's got that huge turf hoof, those very slack pasterns. He's not built like an out-and-out turf horse. He's built like a hard spun, where they're attractive, they're athletic, and they're quite versatile. So I'm not going to give up on him, Lafitte, and write him off for that first dirt try.
Looks the part. Modica, 12-1.
Speaking of baseball, his second dam, Yawkey Way.
Red Sox fans, that is your horse.
It all comes full circle.
It all comes full circle. But this is if you want to play, here's the thing. You have to sign up first, right? With so much going on this afternoon, racing fans, you can play it all with us at NairaBets.com and sign up. Take advantage of this $200 deposit match just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use promo code CUP25. Dive into the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Sign up NairaBets.com and claim your $25 free bet and $200 bonus today. As for the jump racing / party at Far Hills, we welcome in Acacia Clement, Joe Clancy, Richie Migliori standing by. Acacia, this is one of those events you don't have to know a thing about horse racing. You watch for a few minutes on television and you say to yourself, like, yeah, I want to go there. I want to experience that.
Absolutely, Lafitte. I think there are some participants at Far Hills today that might be surprised that there are horse races going on, just enjoying the great atmosphere here, Joe, but also a lot really excited about the races and following too. And, you know, this is a really peak day for steeplechase racing.
Yeah, they've done such a great job here. There are a lot of steeplechase meets that draw big crowds. Here, they've somehow managed to marry a big event with really big horse racing by supporting the purses and coming up with races like this. We got the flat race that brings crossover, richest race in American jump racing at $250 in the Grand National. Total purses today are $720,000, which would hold their own anywhere in the country, you know, and very, very little of that comes from the betting. It's pretty much all those tailgaters we see out there.
And we appreciate them being here. As we take a look at the fourth race coming up next, as this is the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. Joe explaining the restricted nature of this race. And so you do see a horse in the 2, a Bona, who actually won this race last year, one that started off his career on the flat, running in graded stakes for Todd Pletcher, and has found a new home for Bernie and Kate Dalton.
Yeah, it's rare that horses kind of hold this condition, come back the next year, because it's based on when they broke their maiden. But he broke his maiden late last year, so he still qualifies under the sort of September cutoff. And his 2 races this spring, this race and his 2 races this spring were really good. If he runs back to those, he's got to find that form, because his Saratoga form was terrible. And I think that was more the product of the atmosphere. He had to come off Lasix. He went back to the racetrack where he was a handful with Todd Pletcher. Todd Pletcher came to us and asked us about him, like, how does he behave?
He dropped Louis Sayas a few times on the track.
And talking to Bernie and Kate Dalton now, they said, yeah, we thought he'd be better than he was. And he was fine. He got to the holding barn, got unsettled, was unsettled again in the paddock, and he was much more unsettled in his race. And Bernie said he kind of flipped his palate one time. It just, none of it worked. And his schedule got all jacked up by the weather, too. They were back and forth from South Carolina to Saratoga several times. So I think they reboot. He did run in one of our training flat races, which shows up as a workout on his form 2 weeks ago, and he looked great there. He was third, running on late, and I think that'll help him a lot.
We'll see if Aban can keep it together today. Lafitte, we look forward to seeing him and see if he can defend his title in this Foxbrook Champion Hurdle.
Focus, focus, focus. Let's see how that all shakes out. One day only, 103rd Far Hills race meeting, and the main event's still ahead. Here at Aqueduct, post-parade race 6, Ice Time pictured Lane Luzzy in the saddle.
Yeah, Ice Time got it done last time out, but it was against a conditional claiming race. It's just a tougher spot.
Treaty Obligation. First after the claim, Linda Rice claimed from Chad Brown, then Storming Chrome, Ricardo Santana looking for a second win.
3 is a little chilly on the board and a player. Storming Chrome has back races that give him a chance.
Moravino back to the main track. Wait list, claimed, owned, trained by Linda Rice.
Been in some good barns. Todd Pletcher, Safi Joseph, now Linda, but he's got races that make him competitive.
Have You Heard, number 7, third, facing similar at Saratoga?
I like Have You Heard. I think he was a little over-raced in Saratoga with 3 races in 5 weeks, and I think it's sort of a deleterious effect on him. I'm hoping a couple months off will rejuvenate him towards his better races.
Long shot Screaming Uncle, though he is a 3-time winner here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he's got a trainer change to a trainer I've never heard of.
Unlimited Potential, the expensive 5-year-old.
Yeah, he's kind of the horse to beat. He's the speed. He's got the fast race. Even if you think the fig's a little high, I wouldn't take 2-1, but I understand why he's getting bet.
Modica, Maggie liked what she saw in terms of physical appearance, just his second start on dirt in that outside box.
Listen, he's not a horse I would like, but he's a huge wild card, and, I respect what Maggie had to say. Just, not my cup of tea, but he's a price if you like him.
The runners in the 6th of 12, Belmont at the Big A. Post time we have reached, nearing the starting gate as we welcome Jonathan Kinchin to the broadcast. Joining us from Austin, Jake. Hey, I thought you were here this weekend. Man, what happened? I show up and you're in Texas.
Hook 'em Horns next weekend. I thought you were going to be there next weekend. I thought this week. Anyways, we'll figure that out later. Hook 'em Horns. I'll start with the 9, Unlimited Potential, who's taking a lot of money in here. You'll remember at Saratoga, it's the horse that was dropped all the way down to the bottom for $16,000 and ran off the screen that day. But he came back, didn't run particularly well. Probably had some excuses in that starter allowance race. But at a short price at 8-5, I just think there's some more interesting horses in here. The 3 Treaty Obligation that Andy kind of breezed over and being a little bit cold. I noticed that as well, which is also kind of why I wanted to make the pick. The horse was 3-1 in the morning line, going off now at 7-1. We'll probably click down a little bit here. But this condition is one of those conditions where you have these horses who get qualified for this condition for starting in a race for 50,000 or less, which Treaty Obligation did last time. But Treaty Obligation has some back races against maiden special weights that were okay. I just think it was a realistic placing for Chad Brown up at Saratoga to run the horse for 50. Linda takes this horse here and now gets to kind of have some fun possibly in these starter allowance races. I thought the 3 Treaty Obligation was too good of a price to pass up, although the 9 is the horse to beat, probably not the horse to bet.
If Texas eventually wins a national title and the Dodgers don't go to a World Series, Andy, you'll be able to find me at Arkham. Just so you know, in case I go missing. That's the first place to look.
You know, I'm going to let you know that's information I'm very quickly going to forget.
I'm hearing voices again, and I'm being told to check in with Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. We're going to see a late scratch here of your favorite. Unlimited Potential, upon advice of the veterinarians, will be a late scratch. And I kind of wondered what was going on with him as he jogged off. Very, very quiet warm-up. Never really got into a canter. So I think erring on the side of caution, we will see Unlimited Potential come out, which might hurt some other prices. Sorry, Andy.
This changes things.
Well, I'm certainly not betting my 7 at 5-2 in this race. And listen, obviously you don't want them to race if there's any concern, but you are talking about a horse they paid a lot of money for, $750,000 that ran for $16,000. He's only run once since then. He hadn't run in a couple of months, so there were red flags. I'm glad to see he's not racing and glad to know he'll get back to his barn safely. While I still like Have You Heard in here, not at 5-2, it's the horse that I expected to be a much bigger price. Now we're taking my chances he could beat the 9. But, I mean, it's obviously a theoretically easier spot without the 9, but I don't need 5-2 on this horse. And
so now how does that change race dynamics, race shape, Unlimited Potential, not just the best horse on paper, but then his style as well to be forwardly placed?
Well, the 5 Morvino has speed. He's a very hard horse to like. Another expensive Polly Fletcher horse that was dropped down, that was claimed lower profile connections. The 1A Sorority Prank has some speed. Now, he got it done against a significantly weaker field to break his maiden last time. But one thing I say about Sorority Prank is that he's a horse that's consistently run okay, not necessarily good enough to win here, but he's that consistent sort with a lot of seconds and thirds. Sometimes they break their maidens and they start getting brave in their races, and he should be forwardly placed in this race. So maybe if you were a little interested in him, you could be a little more interested in him now, though he's 6-1, but he'll get a much better trip. Whereas other horses like my 7, he's not going to be really hurt by it, but he's not going to be helped by the scratch other than not facing the 9.
A handful of dirt races, a fast main track today. Have you noticed anything else?
No, the track has been very fair, especially this week. All the surfaces have been, but I'll tell you what, they're just playing very quickly. I mean, we saw Locked come back and impressively and go 121, but then we saw the second race 134. So we're seeing some fast times out there, and the track's gotten very quick. Though playing fairly, horses are closing, horses are running inside and outside.
That's most significant. See how this one shakes out as they step forward in a significant late defection. The favorite out, Unlimited Potential. Now Have You Heard emerging as the choice at 5-2. Chris Griffin standing by with the load-in call. Post-time race 6. Belmont at the Big A.
Wait list goes in. Here's Have You Heard. Storming Chrome. Storming Chrome goes in. Morvino. Sorority Prank. 2 outside runners, Screaming Uncles and Monica. Monica goes forward. Not quite in yet with the 10. Monica now in. All set. And they're off. Waitlist has early speed, is shoved along, and here towards the outside is Sorority Prank in the early mix, and Sorority Prank is going to be the clear leader. It's Sorority Prank who's going to cross over in front of the field. Gets there pretty easily, as Have You Heard is up alongside here now. In between horses, Morvino. They're a shared second and third, and joining them is Storming Chrome. It's a lineup of three in behind the leader. Just behind them in fifth is Treaty. Obligation is at the rail, is in that fifth position. Towards the outside, Screaming Uncle is in sixth. Then in seventh, Waitlist, who broke on top, is towards the back end of the field. The far outside there is Morica, and the early trailer, Ice Time. 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Sorority Prank is in front. Have You Heard is within range, is just stalking the pace setter easily as they approach. 4 furlongs left to go. Treaty Obligation is off the rail now, is in pursuit from third, as Storming Chrome is starting to lose some ground. Under drive at the back there is Morvino trying to make up some ground, as well as Morica with a wide rally 4 wide, but Morica is about to challenge and take fourth. Down at the inside, it's Waitlist. The leader is Sorority Prank. It's Sorority Prank, and Have You Heard is just looming up on the outside. Treaty Obligation and Manny Franco makes it 3 across the racetrack as they approach a quarter mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch. Sorority Prank has kicked back and has more towards the inside. Treaty Obligation with every shot down the center of the racetrack. Morica's got some late momentum as well, and Screaming Uncle. Treaty Obligation is drifting in the stretch but does have the lead. Sorority Prank battles on. Morica is just making up some mild ground. Treaty Obligation almost there. Treaty Obligation inside the final 16th. Morica is about to take second. Treaty Obligation wins it. Treaty Obligation over Morica. Then came a photo that was Sorority Prank trying to hold off the oncoming Waitlist in 1 minute 35.40. Give Linda Rice another training victory.
Beat goes on. Linda Rice, he was 7-1 before the defection of Unlimited Potential, 7-2 after the favorite scratched. Treaty Obligation, JK zeroing in on this one. Well done.
Well, with that win, horses claimed off of Chad Brown and dirt routes over the last 5 years are now 3 for 38. Getting the job. Couldn't have gotten a perfect trip, more perfect trip. They were moving up front, and frankly, the 1A ran very well in here to just narrowly beaten for second. A good call by Maggie, pointing out Modica she thought could handle the dirt, and he did, and he ran well to be second. Have You Heard loomed up outside, but much like last time, when it came to doing the running, he just completely abdicated, so a rest did him no good. But this horse wins off the claim with a perfectly timed ride by Manny Franco.
Linda Rice, North America's all-time leading female trainer. Treaty Obligation in the 6. Results, reaction following the 6. Belmont at the Big A. Meantime, Far Hills, Acacia multitasking as always, hosting the show, keeping our guys in line and gearing up for the upcoming Foxbrook Stakes.
I'm doing the best I can here, Luffy. So we see horses moving towards the start for the 4th race here, the Foxbrook Champion. A lot of it revolves around the 2 Bon Joe, but your thoughts on this horse, and can he get back onto that good form out of those Saratoga tries?
Yeah, I think this is more his cup of tea, so he should be, and they're going.
Off they go. Here's Larry Colmus.
Going Country is going to the lead, and Kiyomori is right alongside. And right in behind them comes Old Tom Morris, who's away in 3rd. Jimmy Dan is 4th in the early stages here as they go over that first jump, and now down the dip they go. And over the second fence, Kiyomori on top. Going Country right there in 2nd. On the outside is Jimmy Dan in 3rd. Break of another 2.5 lengths. Then comes in 4th position Old Tom Morris as they make their way around that turn. Then Evie's Prince on the inside in 5th, 5 lengths from the front. Doesn't Sting, Sans Riquier next. And then back to Set Point on the outside of Lightning Rod. Bon is at the back of the field as they race into the stretch for the first time. Kiyomori on top. Kiyomori coming to that 3rd fence in front. And up to the outside is Jimmy Dan. So these two will take that fence together. Jimmy Dan is taking over the lead now. Kiyomori back into 2nd. Going Country is 3rd. And right in behind them is Old Town Morris. Doesn't Sting is 5th on the outside. Then it's Lightning Rod, Sans Riquier, and right to their outside comes Set Point. Break of another 2 lengths more to Evie's Prince. And then comes Bon at the rear of the field. So over that fence they go and into the turn. And it is Jimmy Dan a little bit wide into there in front. Jimmy Dan on the outside is the leader. Kiyomori is running along in 2nd by 2. Then comes Old Tom Morris in 3rd. Doesn't Sting is fourth to the outside as they begin their run to the backstretch. Going Country is down inside of them. And then it's Set Point right alongside of Sans Riquier. And then Evie's Prince, Lightning Rod to the inside. Aban continues to race at the back, 8 lengths from the front. So 5 fences down, they come to number 6 here. And it is Kiyomori and Jimmy Dan, and they're 1-2. They continue to race side by side on the lead as they go down that dip and go to the backstretch fence. Kiyomori and Jimmy Dan are 1-2. Going Country is third. Old Tom Morris is fourth. Then it doesn't Sting fifth on the outside. Followed by Lightning Rod, Evie's Prince, Sans Riquier is right there. Set Point outside of them. Aban 10th and last throughout. So around that turn they go. Still good way to go here, and Kiyomori is still the leader. Dan Evan and Kiyomori on top as they come into the stretch next time around. Kiyomori by almost 2 lengths. Jimmy Dan on the outside is second. Going Country is third. Then Doesn't Sting, Lightning Rod, Evie's Prince, Sans Riquier in behind them. Set Point on the outside and Aban. So it is Kiyomori over the 8th of 13. Still on top, Jimmy Dan. Still second under Graham Waters on the outside. Going Country races along in third position. Old Tom Morris is fourth. Set Point. Aban has moved past a couple of runners on the outside. Then it's Lightning Rod and Evie's Prince, followed by Sans Riquier and Doesn't Sting. So into that turn the final time now, and it's still Kiyomori. Kiyomori from Going Country and Jimmy Dan, who are second and third and 2 lengths behind, heading on to the backstretch. Aban is up to fourth on the outside, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Set Point, Old Tom Morris, Sans Riquier, Lightning Rod, 3 to Evie's Prince, and Doesn't Sting. On the backstretch, and Kiyomori did not take that fence well, and Jimmy Dan lost the rider. Jimmy Dan lost the rider here, and now Going Country has taken the lead, and Aban has made a rush. And now Aban has taken over with 2 fences remaining. Kiyomori still right there. Going Country is now down on the inside, and now the 3 of them are across the track. And now Going Country is taken over. Kiyomori trying to stick with him. Aban, who led briefly, is now third on the outside. Old Tom Morris follows in fourth, and then Set Point in between horses. Around the turn they go. Going Country on top, trying to shake away here as they come to this final fence. Kiyomori on the outside second. Old Tom Morris third. Aban has given way. Going Country over the final fence in front, trying to hold off the competition now. Kiyomori, Aban trying to stay in the race as they come up the hill to the final fence. Going Country, and here comes Old Tom Morris through on the inside, but Going Country has the lead in the center of the course. Old Tom Morris is down on the inside, and it is going to be Going Country. Going Country has won it. Old Tom Morris pulled up at the end of the race, getting Aban up for second, and then came Kiyomori in third.
Going Country with the victory here in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. Unfortunately, we did see the 6th Jimmy Dan lose his rider. Both horse and rider are on their feet, which is very good news there. Graham Waters and Jimmy Dan, but all about Going Country, who is incredibly game towards the end, Joe.
Yeah, big time, and that's the ups and downs of jump racing. We saw Stephen Mulqueen on the ground a race earlier now, and he's winning a $100,000 stake. Really gutsy effort. He gets challenged late, digs in, and comes up with the win for Kerry Bryan. You would probably say that's a bit of an upset. I had it. He hasn't won a race since April of 2022.
Wow.
So he was overdue. Had a lot more experience in some of these in here, which maybe that paid off in terms of the jumping going 2.5 miles.
Coming out of 3 consecutive Grade 1 tries up at Saratoga and Belmont at the Big A. We last saw him finishing 5th in the Lonesome Glory, but incredibly game today. Going Country to get back to the winner's circle. First victory in quite a while, as you mentioned. He is just 2 for 18, now 3 for 19 in his career, but the class of what he's been facing certainly, I think, gave him a little bit of that push as far as company was concerned.
Yeah, just like he would on the flat. I mean, he's going out of open company to restricted company, and with those 18 jump starts would serve him pretty well against. I mean, some of the favorites in here were, on less than 5 jump starts, and you can really see that kind of that matters, especially here going 2.5. A lot of jumping. Aban was in there for a while, sort of flattened out really late. I think they might want to. It's probably something similar before where Bernie talked about his breathing getting weird, and he looked like he was going along fine, and then just had nothing left. He did stay on for second, just the way the race shook out.
But how about that? The familiar Pink and Aqua Mataket stables, as congratulations to Saul Kuman and the connections of Going Country, victorious here, picking up his first win in quite a while, Lafitte.
Those colors everywhere today at Far Hills. Going Country. Meantime, Aqueduct, Treaty, Obligation make it 2 straight. And first after the claim here, Linda Rice, Manny Franco, the winning pilot.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of as logical horse in this race as anybody, and got a good trip and delivered. He had run fast figures even before he was claimed. I think the question was whether or not you felt he'd come back and run those better races, if anybody would be better. I thought the 7 would be better. He stunk. He got the job done, though. Treaty Obligation with a perfect ride by Manny.
9 career starts, the 2 wins, 3 runner-up efforts. Manny Franco. Linda Rice, 980. Modica, solid run. Here, 10-1 to complete the exacta, and Sorority Prank to complete the trifecta.
Sorority Prank ran very well, setting an honest pace there, took the pressure from the number 7 horse, Have You Heard? And that horse abdicated, but he continued on well and just got beaten for second. It's kind of one, if you had a 3-1 exacta, you're pulling your hair out, if you have any.
Turn the page. Race 7 starts at the pick 6. 2-year-olds, New York bred maidens, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. Current favorite in Deemer at 9-5. When we come back, racing here continues, and horse racing fans, you're getting your fix today. You thought we were done after Aqueduct and Far Hills? Not so fast. Tonight from the Big M, Breeders' Crown Eliminations. Standardbred racing from Meadowlands beginning at 7:30 Eastern.
Down, to get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,005,000, and $1,006,000, $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,500,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearlings. 2 catalogs stacked with quality yearlings by the nation's most prolific sires. Recent Grade 1 winning grads include Kentucky Oaks victor Torpedo Anna, Breeders' Cup champions Goodnight Olive and No Balls, and Vanderbilt Handicap winner Nakatomi. The grand finale of the yearling sale season. Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearlings. October 21st through 24th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we see Going Country get his picture taken, something he hasn't been able to do in a while, Joe, and fought for that victory today.
Yeah, it's been 2+ years, so he deserved one. And like you touched on, he's dropping out of open company. Not always a huge difference, but I think it definitely helps him. and probably against just some of these other horses in here don't have the experience that he had. And you see that in this jumping. We've seen some horses make mistakes jumping, and that's got to do with the speed they're running, and a horse with way more experience kind of is able to do that and put his jumping to use. Saw it out. Nice win, really, for Kerry Bryan, Madacat Stable and Partners, and nice, fun horse. And you love to see horses keep in there swinging. If you got beat that many times in a row, but then come and deliver that kind of performance.
Well-deserved Pats in the winner's circle, getting the victory. Stephen McQueen, good to see him back in the saddle and in the winner's circle as well. $18.60 victory. Alban, a minor late rally, was not really any threat down to the run late, but did kind of kick in a little bit more. Wondering what kind of we take from this with him moving forward.
Yeah, I'm sure Bernie and Kate kind of a little bit back to the drawing board again. Like, he ran up there like he was going fine and going to cruise from there, and he just flattened out late, but then did run on again after the last fence. So kind of a middling effort, you know, but I think they got to be more happy with that than they would Saratoga. And a long shot Kiyomori for Greg Hawkins, who's also a flat convert with some horses getting up for third.
Going country with the win, though, as we head down to the winner's circle. Richie Migliori standing by with winning connections.
Yeah, so pleased to be here with Kerry Bryan, and a really nice effort from Going Country. A little bit of class relief this time, but he seemed like he really handled the ground extremely well.
He loved it here. He's a funny horse. He likes firm ground, as you could see in Saratoga. He was second in a Grade 1, but this is more his type of track. It's more stamina testing. He gets caught out at Saratoga with the flat run-in for half a mile. But he was good today. That's rewarding. You know, he came back from an injury this year, and it took him a little bit to find his way. The owners were super patient, and you know, he ran huge in Saratoga and the Jonathan Shepherd to be second. And he really was filling races all summer for Jimmy P and Freddie Flintshire. And you know, he was danced every dance, and it's really great to come here today on the biggest day and get this win with him.
It's such a great atmosphere to get this win. It feels like the truer form of our sport, if you will. How about Stephen McQueen? Fall last race with Clarabelle. Thankfully, she's fine. Comes back and delivers this kind of ride.
I mean, that's just, these jump jockeys are a breed of their own. I mean, flat jockeys as well, taking nothing from them. But, I mean, it's just, you got to just get back up. And he's sore. Trust me, he's sore, but he's not taking himself off today. And, I'm not going to lie. Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. And, he gets back on and comes out and does that. So, who am I to think he's not okay? So, no, he gave the horse a great ride. And, Declan Carroll schooled this horse through the week, so it's been a little bit of everybody's been helping out with this horse. But he's a barn favorite, and he's kind of everyone's ride at home, and he's just it's rewarding to get this today. He's done every dance, and now he's done this. So
great effort, congratulations! And I will tell you, those jump riders, they are a breed apart. Flat jockeys, they take a back seat to the courage and bravery of those men and women.
It's something else. Yeah, no, it's a great day today.
Congratulations again. Guys, Stephen McQueen, he's got grass stains all up and down his riding pants. Wasn't going to keep him out of the winner's circle of feet. Just one tough dude.
Well said by Kerry Bryan. Yeah, indeed, a breed of their own, the jump jockeys. Here at Aqueduct, Saturday program rolls on just as flat racing, and the updated odds for this 7th race, New York bred 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on grass, horses in the paddock. Maggie, you have your hands full in this one. Very little experience, some first-time starters. What can you tell us?
Well, first, Lafitte, I do want to mention that number 8, Trinity River, who's actually, surprisingly, a big price right now, has been a nightmare to get the tack on. He came up, he was boxing on his hind legs. They're trying to do him on the walk now with the pony. It seems like he is adjusting to that, but I do want to make that point. As we'll take a look at a horse, though, that I don't want to write off, who has taken money in all 3 of his starts for Jeremiah Engelhardt, and that's number 2, Iron Max. I don't know what he was doing at the rear end of that field last time out, but at least it gets Kendrick Carmouche aboard because I don't think that this horse should be in that spot, and I would love to see him more forwardly placed. I think there is a little bit more natural foot with Iron Max, and today, finally, he just seems focused. He seems settled, and obviously a change of venue will do that for a lot of horses, as he did compile a lot of starts in Saratoga. So taking a bit of a breather for Maya and coming to Aqueduct seems to have done this horse a world of good, and he really looks fit today. I really like this spot for him. As we'll move on to number 9, Sounds Like a Plan, who's trying the turf for the first time. Ran okay behind Aviator Guy last time out. Is a son of Twirling Candy. That's a good influence, but on the bottom side, this one Have to Mass Marauder, who did go 1 for 7 on the turf. Also a Have to Run and Ray, a venerable kind of dirt router that has been around these parts, has run respectably on the turf. I actually like the switch to the turf with this horse today. He has that proverbial turf hoof, as Horacio wanted to get him on this surface first time out. Is really nicely composed and professional. Does add a pair of very short cup cheater blinkers with that with cotton in his ears, but he's really relaxed overall, and I think he deserves another look. Switching surfaces today, if he can just improve a little bit, he'll on this surface change, he'll have a lot to say about this affair. As Chad Brown, always dangerous, sends out number 4, George Briggs. A son of Fog of War. We haven't seen too many of his progeny, but I will say this, I do remember Fog of War running, and he was always a smaller, more compact son of Warfront, and I think he's passed that along to a lot of the limited foals that I've seen. This guy, pretty small. Also, probably looks about 90% fit, but at the end of the day, he's been very professional. I do think he's well spotted in this spot here. If you go back a generation, there's plenty of turf and a bit of precocity as well in the pedigree. Lafitte?
George Briggs and that formidable team. Chad Brown, the leg up, Flavian Pratt. The Peter Brandt debuting homebred at 9-2. Post-parade momentarily. Pick 6 starts here. Andy, you went with Sounds Like a Plan at 7-2.
Yeah, I think an interesting thing about Sounds Like a Plan is he was entered first time out on turf. It got rained off. But it was also an open race. He's a New York bred. So either Horacio de Paz thought he needed a race and he just wanted to get him into a race before then, or he thought enough of him and he needed to run him, and he said, I'm not going to wait for a New York bred race. I'm going to run against opens. Feels like a positive to me.
See him again in the post parade. Bigfoot sighting kicks things off, and first of 4 debuting runners, followed by Iron Max. And yes, Kendrick Carmouche takes over.
Yeah, you know, it's funny Maggie's talking about it because I had the similar thoughts. What was he doing so far back last time? I couldn't see anything that Javier did. He broke a step slow, but he just sort of plummeted out of the race. But I kind of had the same questions that Maggie had.
Watch what happens early today. Cold on the board, the first-time starter, fire-breathing Brown, then George Briggs for Peter Brandt, Brown, Pratt.
3 is a full to a turf winner. The 4 is from an unraced dam, but there's enough turf to say he could handle it.
Powered by Cole, exits that common August 30th race at Saratoga. Deemer just missed in that common August 30th race.
No. Wrong race. Powered by Cole was in the fast division, and a much fast division, despite slower fractions, actually. And Powered by Cole did get left, whereas Deemer ran fine in a winning race there, but I wonder if it's just a little bit slow.
You saw a calling card. There's Trinity River, made the lead in his first assignment.
Yeah, Maggie has talked about his horse acting up. I wonder if that has something to do with why the horse is such a big price.
And his top selection sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I think this horse has plenty of pedigree. After 3 turf winners, I respect Horacio de Paz, and he was showing some confidence.
2 Honest Mischief, 3rd start, turf debut.
Yeah, the dam is 0 for 4, though, with turf. It feels like they're just grasping at straws. The horse has done no running.
Gunnavera, first-time starter, Gunner's Gold.
Boy, you don't see many Gunnaveras, do you?
He's a nice horse.
Yeah, he was. He was a very cool horse.
Good closer. Fountain of Youth winner. Holy Bull, like a runner-up in the Florida Derby, I believe.
Ran the Travers. I think it was 2nd in the Jacob Gold Cup at Saratoga.
Nice horse. Just clarified towards the outside there. Park, tough post.
Dave Donk, trainer of Awad. We had the Awad today, and Dave Donk, front and center of the winner's circle, where he belonged, handing out the trophy. Good to see him there.
Handing out the hardware, Devontae Adams on his way to play with his old buddy Aaron Rodgers at the New York Jets. All coming together for David Donk. All came together in the 6th race for Jonathan Kinchin. Well done. Smoking out the winner there. What do you think in this 7th race? What did you come up with?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 7 calling card. A horse that took money on debut for connections that don't necessarily win first time out with Turf Sprinter. I think 7 for 78 in the last 5 years. So 9% for Mike Maker. And this horse took a lot of money that day. So when a horse takes money into the teeth of a trainer stat that's not great, not that Mike's out here trying to win first time out, it gives me some confidence that there's some talent there. And we always talk about Mike Maker and his unique talent to take these horses that are seemingly allowance types, stretch them out to 1.5 miles on the turf, and next thing you know, they're stakes horses. Now, I just feel comfort in the fact when Mike Maker stretches out a horse. Anyone who has that club in their bag obviously knows if a horse wants to sprint or go a little bit longer. And so for me, I always just kind of defer to Mike Maker stretching them out. It's probably what they want to be doing. I think the 7 calling card obviously has some talent from the money this horse took on debut and is actually probably going to appreciate the added distance that he'll get here today.
Stretches out, second start for Mike Maker, calling card.
2-year-olds stretching out in their second start in the turf are 4 for 38 with a 75-cent ROI over 5 years. And overall, stretching out 2-year-old maidens on the turf, he's 7 for 50 over the last 5 years with a $1.17 ROI.
The stats there, not confidence-inspiring. Deemer, however, his debut was closing week Saratoga, mid-pack early, Andy, but now you'll see Deemer is on the move.
Yeah, he was a very unlucky loser here. It took a horse getting a great ride and a perfect trip to beat him in this race. And he did lose some ground, outside post. I worry it was a slower division. I will say the horse that beat him is okay. He ran a respectable race in the Pilgrim in his next start where I think he finished 4th actually in there. So there's some things to like. He actually ran 7 Beyer points faster in the Pilgrim wherever exactly he finished. He was 12-1 in that race. So I think there's some reason to think he could step forward. I just don't think he's a good gamble at 6-5.
That was a tough beat. Brutal beat at Saratoga. See if he can graduate in his second career start. Deemer, 6-5. Down to Maggie trackside.
Deemer, of course, a full brother to Fluffy Socks, who's a very accomplished millionaire turf routing mare, but has a lot to live up to, needless to say, but looks the part. I have no problems with Deemer, but I do want to talk about Jonathan's selection, number 7 calling card. I don't remember if I picked him that day, but my notes would suggest that I really liked him, and that I said handsome, good size, but kind of your typical Mike Maker 2-year-old first-time starter, and that wasn't 100% fit. So great place to get him a bit of fitness in a 5.5 turf sprint, he was wired that day and the rest of the field by Epitaph. I thought he stayed on well after breaking okay and just not able to sustain that early foot. So look for him with this stretch out to be forwardly placed. I think the stretch out makes a lot of sense given his physical makeup. So I think he is a good gamble at 7-1. Do want to mention I can't believe I'm even talking about a 77-1 shot. Second longest shot on the board for Michelle Nevin. Maybe I'm insane, but number 3, Fire Breathing Brown. Son of War Dancer. Now, he doesn't have good stats with his 2-year-old debuters, but obviously a good turf influence. And this one fooled to Show Me the Honey, who won as a 2-year-old, albeit in sprints. But this guy wants no part of sprinting. He's all legs. He's very lanky and actually looks pretty fit for a Michelle Nevin first-time starter. So, of course, Lafitte, I'm not suggesting he's a upset candidate, but pay attention to how he runs. Maybe you can sneak him in underneath at a massive price.
Stranger things have happened.
To full to a turf winner, 1 for 1 this dam. Dam ran a 76 Beyer, I think, and mostly in the 60s. But listen, I mean, the point Maggie's making is maybe his horse could be 3rd or 4th today, and horse to keep an eye on for going forward. And if you're playing the horses on a regular basis, these races,
thank you,
are often about what you can glean from them to try to make money going forward, or positive and negative thoughts, and good races to watch to learn about trip handicapping and things that matter and things that don't.
Very quickly, race shape, what are you looking for early?
I think the 8's supposed to go. Now, Maggie said acting up. I don't know if that affects him, but so sounds like a plan. The 9, he should be forward. And I imagine Jonathan's horse, the 7, will be forward, and maybe even the 12 will leave with Jose Gomez from the outside. So I don't think we're going to see a blistering pace, but I think some of those horses should be the ones near the front, the 7, the 8, the 9, the 12.
And the favorite picture, Deemer. Time for the pick 6, race 7, Belmont at the Big A, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Chris Griffin.
Movement towards the inside. Do have riders off there, so we're going to have a delay. Riders off their mounts there at the start. Iron Max, Fire Breathing Brown, both backed out. Actually, that is the 3 there in the stall, so runners being backed out. Delay for race number 7.
Very common, lack of experience. 2-year-olds for several of them, their first day on the job. For others, and just young, developing horses. And at the starting gate, we see a lot of this. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, unfortunately, it does look as though Fire Breathing Brown went up, turned around, is now sitting down in the gate. So we will have a late scratch. Lafitte, I also saw a rider being tended to. I'm not sure if that was Romero Mirage. Good sign there, good sight to see that Fire Breathing Brown ease up on his feet. They got him extricated out of the front of the starting stalls. He will be a late scratch, rightfully so. I'm not sure about any of the other runners in here. Obviously, you're concerned about the 2 Iron Max and the 4 George Briggs who are on either side of them. Sometimes they're affected by those thrashing legs. Looks as though they've gotten most of the horses backed out. So again, Lafitte, we're going to see a delay in here. I'll try to bring any more further updates with regards to the riders.
Maggie, thanks so much. So delay before this 7th race, Belmont at the Big A. You're looking at Fire Breathing Brown, a late scratch. They were tending to Kendrick Carmouche. Also, Romero Mirage will step aside, and any further update regarding the 7th race at Aqueduct will provide that when we return. Stay tuned.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
live look at the starting gate where these New York bred 2-year-olds will eventually set sail for this 7th race and start of the pick 6. Several late defections, number 2, 3, and 4. Iron Max, Fire Breathing Brown, George Briggs, all late defections. And that there's a great sight there with Kendrick Carmouche and Flavian Pratt on their way back to the jocks room. We'll have an update on Romero Mirage, who was supposed to ride Fire Breathing Brown. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have an update with regards to specific injuries, but I have been told by the attending EMTs here on the track that Romero Mirage will be transported to the local hospital, likely at Jamaica. Just hoping he's okay, guys. He's been loaded into the Chase ambulance here. So because we need access to that ambulance, we're going to have a delay here to the start of this race. We've also seen the defections of the horses either side of Fire Breathing Brown in Iron Max, as well as George Briggs.
So Romero Mirage, thanks, Maggie. We know for our viewers that can be frustrating. You immediately want more information. We can only pass along what we know in the moment, that Romero Mirage has been loaded into the ambulance on his way to the hospital. As soon as we have an update, we will provide that.
Yeah, no, there's nothing more to say to that. Obviously, we're hoping everybody's okay. That's the bottom line. You come to the track every day and want everybody to be okay. That will never change.
2, 3, and 4, Iron Max, Fire Breathing Brown, George Briggs, all late scratches. Deemer now at 4 to 5. And here's the thing, Andy, we're also kind of up against it, against the clock as well on this Saturday afternoon in this 12-race program.
Right. I mean, just so people understand, the last race is scheduled for 5:50. That's got a little time, but keep in mind the sun goes down at 6:08, I believe. So obviously we're going to have to be very much on top of that. You know, if there are any changes, we'll let you know.
So this delay before the 7th race and the start of the Pick 6 Aqueduct. We check back in with Acacia at Far Hills and getting closer to the main event, this Far Hills race meeting and the American Grand National. Acacia.
Lafitte, thank you. Hoping everything is okay with Romero Mirage over Belmont at the Big A, as we do have the Grand National coming up next here at Far Hills, race 5. It is the feature on the day, Joe, Grade 1. And why is this a race that is so important to jumps racing and to the sport as a whole?
Yeah, it's got the mix of history. I mean, the race dates to 1899 at the old Morris Park racetrack, you know, which was way before my time. So don't ask me anything about it.
You said that a few times, just to clarify.
Yeah, just so. So it has that history. It's been won by some of the biggest names in the sport through that history. In more modern language, it's a $250,000 race, which is the richest race on the circuit. It comes toward the end of the year, so it's sort of got a fall championship type feel to it, and nowadays it allows the horses that get excluded from some of the NYRA races at 10, like Snap Decision, our favorite, get the run here. You know, so it's a mix of history, prestige, you know, and prize money, and just importance toward the whole championship picture.
So the American Grand National coming up next, as we'll take a look at Snap Decision, who Joe alluded to, unable to race in New York due to NYRA rules because he is a 10-year-old. In general, steeplechase horses do start their careers and continue their careers later than what we'll see on the flat, and he's just such a cool horse, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, and 10 is getting up there even for a steeplechaser. He's in the sort of back end of his career. This is his 5th time he's run at Far Hills, so you know it's toward the end of his career. Here he is hanging on to win the Iroquois, which is a 3-mile race, and he can quicken after the last fence and hold off that other horse. And he's got a lot of flat pedigree behind him from the Phipps family, who was with Shug McGahee. Reached he was a decent flat horse. He was no slouch by any means, and even Jack Fisher took him a couple years ago down to Colonial Downs, and he was 3rd in a graded stakes down there, you know, on the turf. And at Far Hills, he's been just unlucky in getting his ground and the way the race. He would have been the favorite if they didn't have the meet in 2020 for COVID. He would have been an overwhelming favorite that year, and he basically only ran 3 times early in the year, and they put him away. And then the last 2 years, the ground really has been soft, playing the European horses. The one time it was good ground, he got beat half a length here by the Mean Queen, giving her 8 pounds, you know, and it was a pretty serious effort. So you can't say he doesn't really like the place. You can say he doesn't like the ground, you know. So he gets his ground today, no excuse, you know. That being said, it's a it's no easy spot. You see the Grade 1 winners, L'Imperator, Jimmy P, Sebastopol, who beat Snap Decision in the prep for this. Noah and the Arca won this last year. Merrymaker was the champion last year. Everybody's here.
And speaking of Noah and the Arc won this race last year, as you mentioned, it did seem that you kind of needed an Arc that weekend. There was quite a bit of rain, so it's a significantly different course that we saw last year versus what we're going to see this year. And where a Snap Decision did not handle the ground, Noah and the Arc certainly did. He's obviously a horse with talent, but he's only raced twice since this Grand National victory and has not had a win. It was a distant second to Snap Decision, 2 back.
He's somewhat setup dependent in sort of sitting off the pace. If they come up and they back up into him, he can really make a run. He's also probably mind dependent because he's got to behave. He can get kind of unsettled and wild in the paddock, and then you see him unsettled in the race. In the Iroquois this spring and the Iroquois the last 2 years, he's been unsettled early, pressing the pace, which is not his style. Like, he kind of wants to sit and make a run like he did there. And again, ground-wise, I think this race will be much faster than last year's race. And tactics will kind of play. It might set up for him, you know, as if horses tire and they back up into him a little bit.
Now, Harry Beswick, his regular rider, will not be aboard here. Do we know the replacement?
Yeah, Patty O'Hanlon, who's had some rides here today, is the replacement, which is, you know, anytime you have to do that last minute, it's not ideal, but, you know, plenty capable. We saw Gerard Galligan get on a horse for Harry and win the next time, so it can be done. It does make you change your strategy, or probably change your conversation between trainer and jockey, where Harry knew the horse so well and got to get familiar with him real quick here.
So favorite right now, Snap Decision, looking remarkably for his first win in the American Grand National, though this is his 4th appearance in the race. Talk about the fan favorite Snap Decision a bit more, as well as the rest of the field for the Grade 1 American Grand National coming up at Far Hills. But first, let's head back to Aqueduct for this 2-year-old race coming up, Lafitte.
Still in a holding pattern, Acacia. As Maggie explained, with the ambulance en route to the hospital with Romero Mirage banged up in an incident in the starting gate as the 2-year-olds were loading for this 7th race. Belmont at the Big A, he can't run the race until the ambulance returns. You can see Ricardo Santana, Louis Rivera there. They're waiting as well. And as soon as the ambulance, again, that is far down on the priority list. Our concern is the condition of Romero Mirage. As soon as we have an update there, we will pass that along further down the pecking order. Obviously, this delay before the start of this 7th race, and as we mentioned, with a 12-race program scheduled here this afternoon, up against the clock as well.
My math is pretty good. We've got 5 races after this to be run, though I'm being told they're getting ready to load, and we're going to do everything we can to get the cart off.
Down to Maggie, trackside.
Yeah, guys, so the good thing is that we do have 2 of each. We have 2 equine ambulances. We have 2 human ambulances. So I think we're going to see riders get back aboard here momentarily. I think we had to wait a little bit for the numbers to be switched around, everybody given a chance just to kind of regroup, if you will, from all sides. You know, stewards up in the booth, EMTs, what have you, assistant starters. So I think we're going to see, obviously, riders back on and loading momentarily. Now, with regards to Romero Mirage, I talked with Kendrick Carmouche and Flavian Pratt, who obviously we saw walk back under their own power, and they said that Romero was momentarily pinned up against his horse and the gate, and so therefore his leg got caught, so he was complaining of leg pain. Therefore, that's why he's going to the nearby hospital. Lafitte?
Maggie, thank you for that update on Romero Mirage. Any further information we will pass along as soon as we receive. And now reset, and riders back aboard, and reloading for this 7th race. These New York bred 2-year-olds, the pick 6, Saturday, Belmont at the Big A. Final check of the tote board here. Deemer number 6, even money at post time. Chris Griffin standing by, 2-year-olds in the 7th at Aqueduct.
Gunner's gold. Just clarity. Just clarity to the outside. set. And they're off. Breaking outward just a touch was Just Clarity from the outside draw. Now has some forward momentum. Also right there is Sounds Like a Plan in between horses, and Trinity River is now going to challenge for the early lead. It's going to be Sounds Like a Plan will cross over and now takes command. It's Sounds Like a Plan who's up by a quick 2-3 lengths as they move towards that turn. Trinity River is content to sit right there in second. Towards the outside there comes a 3-wide run from Too Honest Mischief, is passed. In between horses now, moving forward there, or at the rail, I should say, is going to be Deemer, and Deemer's taken third. It's a challenging third with Just Clarity, who's back there in fourth. Too Honest Mischief is in fifth. At the rail comes Calling Card, is now in sixth, and behind them, Powered by Cole. Towards the back is Bigfoot Sighting, and the trailer is Gunner's Gold. They work up the backstretch, and Sounds Like a Plan is really letting it out. It sounds like a plan. Ricardo Santana Jr., they are 8 lengths clear of the rest. A posted 47-3 half-mile time. Alone still in second is Trinity River. Patiently ridden is Deemer, and Deemer is comfortable right there in third. Manny Franco and Deemer start to move in closer. Right in behind Trinity River, less than a half-mile to go. Following them is Calling Card, is now taken fourth, and Just Clarity is in fifth with Too Honest Mischief. Still no move from the back there is Bigfoot Sighting, Powered by Cole. Sounds Like a Plan had a plan, and Sounds Like a Plan is still 7 lengths in front, reaches the top of the lane, has not been asked yet. Can Sounds Like a Plan keep going, and now gets the cue, and Sounds Like a Plan's got more. Sounds Like a Plan. Trinity River is just making up some mile ground from the back. Calling Card is just past Deemer. Sounds Like a Plan is approaching the 16th pole, still has a comfortable margin. Sounds Like a Plan is still up by 4. Calling Card up on the outside into second, but Sounds Like a Plan is your winner. Sounds Like a Plan wins it over Calling Card, Trinity River, and Deemer in 1 minute 43 seconds flat.
Never gave him a chance. And he sounded like a plan. Wow, that about what you were expecting?
I said to you as they were around the 3/8 to 7/16 pole, I said, I don't feel like he's shortening his stride at all, this horse. He looks like a New York bred Frankel out there, the way he was running. I mean, he just laid a serious hurt in this field. He was like newspaper of record, you know? I mean, not maybe as talented, but, you know, they never really made any kind of run at all on him. The 7 made a little run to get second, but this race was over at the start.
In his turf debut, Andy's top selection with the late defections, the price not what it was when they were at the starting gate originally, 5-2 in the end. Yeah, you just had to look at the riders. The other riders were chasing, scrubbing, encouraging, and Ricardo Santana's second win in the afternoon was still as a statue.
You just don't see horses win turf races like this that often. It's something you see on the dirt. It's unusual to see it here, and now we know why Horacio entered this horse to run against Opens first time out, and I'm going to tell you right now, he probably would have won against the Opens.
Good trainer, good colt, name to remember. Sounds Like a Plan. Back out to Far Hills, and the main event creeping in closer and closer to post time, Acacia.
The big one coming up, Lafitte, the Grade 1 American Grand National. As we see horses warming up on the track, Joe, where do you land in our feature of the day?
I landed on Snap Decision. I just think he gets his ground. He's a little hard to get past. I like 7-2. They're really betting the Irish horse Galvin coming over. You got to respect the connections and them giving it a shot. They've won this race before, but this is not Irish ground, and his best running has sort of been in longer, I believe 4-mile, 3-mile, long distance races. This is 2 5/8, a little different game. But again, Snap Decision's got to run his race.
Not often you say a cutback in here, but horses on the track for the American Grand National. Let's go to Richie.
Yeah, guys, classy group here. I'm going to start with the 3, Noah and the Arc. Noah and the Arc dominated this race last year. He also caught, different ground. We had a rainy day last year, but I feel like he's even coming into this race this year in better form, and he makes an outstanding appearance physically. The 4, Sebastopol, this horse beat, actually, Snap Decision last time, but he was also in receipt of 12 pounds. Today, they're equal weights, and weight is a great equalizer, particularly going these longer distances. I have a hard time seeing him pull off the upset again. And then there's Snap Decision. What are you going to say about this venerable 10-year-old? He's got an incredibly deep pedigree, all that Phipps blood that courses through his veins, and he gets firm ground. He drops in weight. He's been a bit of a victim of his own success in the past because, he picks up weight every time he has success, but this time he's at equal weights with the majority of the field. He looks fantastic. I love this horse. He's a horse that people can latch on to, particularly at his age. And I would be remiss not to talk about the 6, Merrymaker, who last was seen running in this race last year, was second best to Noah in the Arc. Arch Kingsley looks like he has him very fit. And how many times when you see a horse's work pattern, a 1.5 mile workout. This horse worked 1.5 miles in 2:45 on soft ground. In a day and age, we don't see horses work much over 5 furlongs, at least at the racetrack. It's really cool for me to see a horse get 1.5 miles and a workout. And honestly, he looks like he is prepared to run a really big race today.
Richie, thank you. And Merrymaker with that 1.5 miles, what you're seeing, kind of what you had alluded to earlier, Joe, shows up as a workout, but more like a race.
Yeah, it's a training race. Jimmy P was in the same race. Aban, who we saw earlier, was in that race. It's a High Definition who's in this race. He actually won the race. It's a little more than a workout, but less than a race. There's no purse on it, and you see horses, especially trying to get to a race like this, that are coming off layoffs, use that as a prep to come to it.
And certainly off a year layoff like Merrymaker is, that would put some foundation in.
Yeah, and you would need it for sure to try to come. It's not like he found a nice, easy grade 3 spot to come back in.
No, he comes back against a pretty competitive group. It's our feature of the day, the prestigious Grade 1 American Grand National. Can Snap Decision finally get his win in this race? Let's go to Larry Colmus for the call. They faked us out. They did another circle. It was such a good throw. I can't do it again.
We'll always
You're
have
gonna
that
have
throw.
to do it, Joe. No. So they're making sure everybody's set, everybody's in line before the start. For this kind of race, you certainly want to make sure everyone is where they're supposed to be.
Exactly, and they're all old pros, so it shouldn't be anybody trying to run the start. It'll be interesting to see if Snap. I'd rather Snap Decision not be in front. And here's Larry.
In the American Grand National. And it is Frontline Citizen who goes out to the early lead. Snap Decision is close. High Definition on the outside is next. And then toward the inside, it's Galvin. So over the first fence they go. Frontline Citizen is making the pace. Galvin is up into second. Then Sebastopol, Snap Decision in fourth. In behind them is Noah and the Arc, last year's winner. Fifth at this stage, very early on here, and right alongside of High Definition. Then L'Imperator, followed by Jimmy P, and Merrymaker is last. So over the backstretch fences they go, and it is Frontline Citizen on top, leading the way in the clear by 2. On the inside is Galvin running in second position. Sebastopol is right alongside, and outside of those two is Snap Decision, who's just a length and a half behind as they come into the stretch for the first time. High Definition is next on the outside. Noah and the Arc is riding the rail in the initial stages. Then Jimmy P, L'Imperator, and Merrymaker. Frontline Citizen on top as they come to fence 4 of 14. Frontline Citizen up that hill in front. On the inside, in second is Galvin as Frontline Citizen goes over there first. Galvin is second. Snap Decision right there in contention on the outside. Sebastopol is fourth with 3 lengths to make up, clear of High Definition in fifth. Noah and the Arc sixth on the inside. Then Jimmy P content to sit seventh over fence number 5. And then L'Imperator, and last of them all is Merrymaker. So Frontline Citizen is in front around that turn. And Snap Decision has moved up on the outside. Galvin is down toward the rail, head and head, second and third, those two. Sebastopol is fourth, just ahead of High Definition as they enter the backstretch. And then it's Noah and the Arc within 5.5 lengths of the lead. Jimmy P is next. Then L'Imperator and Merrymaker. So now those 3 backstretch fences, numbers 6, 7, and 8, and they're on the 6th fence with Frontline Citizen still the pacemaker. And Snap Decision is right there, second, and he got over that jump so well that he's taken the lead. Snap Decision has taken the lead right now, going down the dip and toward that next fence. So he's taken up the issue here. Snap Decision on top, a length and a half to Frontline Citizen second. And then it's Galvin third to the inside. Sebastopol is fourth. Noah and the Arc, the defending champion, is fifth. He's got 5 lengths to make up. Still a long way to go. Then High Definition, L'Imperator. Jimmy P is 8 lengths behind, and Merrymaker trails Snap Decision, who will come into the stretch with the lead and overlap to go. Snap Decision, the 10-year-old veteran, in front. And on the outside is Frontline Citizen in second. These two continue to race 1-2 here, and right in behind them is Galvin, who's third and tucked in on the inside, coming to the next fence. Snap Decision now passed on the outside by Frontline Citizen, who's going to take charge. Frontline Citizen is back in front, and Snap Decision is back running in second. Then Galvin and Sebastopol on the outside, approaching the 10th fence. They're clear of High Definition, who runs along in fifth ahead of Noah and the Ark, Jimmy P and L'Imperator. The trailer as they race into that turn is Merrymaker. He's been last throughout. And Frontline Citizen is on top here. Snap Decision led briefly and is back running in second, but still well in contention as they come to the backstretch. Galvin is third down on the inside. After that, alongside is High Definition. Sebastopol is in between horses. L'Imperator is next over that fence. Then Noah and the Ark, Jimmy P and Merrymaker. Up the backstretch, just a few fences remaining here. Frontline Citizen and Snap Decision are a neck apart as they approach the final backstretch fence. They are clear by 2. And then Galvin on the inside. High Definition is fourth, making their way into the turn. Around the turn they go. Frontline Citizen in front. Snap Decision ranges up alongside, and he takes over the lead as they make their way around the far turn. Snap Decision is on top. The 10-year-old pro is coming to the top of the stretch with the lead in the American Grand National. Frontline Citizen is second on the outside. Then High Definition, who's getting into it and coming up after Snap Decision as they come to the top of the stretch. Up the hill they come. Snap Decision, High Definition on the outside, runs up alongside. Down toward the inside, Galvin fights on as they arrive into the final furlong. Galvin, Snap Decision, High Definition. What a finish! Here's the wire. Snap Decision did it! He wins the American Grand National in a 3-way photo finish.
In his 4th appearance in the American Grand National, Snap Decision gets the win. Joe and I were like 2 little kids up here on the set cheering for the 10-year-old. What a game performance.
Yeah, just getting ganged up on all the way there down the stretch and dig it. He got past, and then he fought back, and that's the way. That's a horse race. That's a horse race, flat jump. I don't know what you call it. That's as good a horse race as you're ever going to see. And they threw it down, and Snap Decision to come through. Never won this race, been beaten in it a couple times, up against it ground-wise. Digs in again here. High Definition, who's a really class horse on the flat in Ireland. Group 1 form. Taking a shot here at Grade 1 Company. Could have run in the novice. He runs huge. Galvin's in there swinging. L'Imperator making a run late. Just these last few strides, he digs in and guts it out.
Right there. Oh, he switched leads right at the end, Richie, and found just that last little bit. The heart of a warrior with Snap Decision getting his Grand National win.
I am such a fan, and I feel like I'm the boy I was falling in love with racing. When you watch an effort like this, a horse reaches down and finds more when seemingly there maybe is no more to give, and they find it in the recesses, the deep recesses of a horse's heart. Snap Decision embodies everything good about horse racing and everything I love about horses. He looked like he was beaten 4 different times to me coming up the straight after the last fence, and just absolutely refused to yield. This was a tremendous horse race.
What a finish. Celebration from Graham Waters. And how about all the other jockeys high-fiving him and giving him fist bumps, and I think a lot of respect for horse and rider.
Yeah, that's what a horse like this does for the game, and whether even running against him, you're a little bit in awe of him. He went over $1 million in career. horse in history to do that in American racing. Just a really cool, classy horse. We're kind of privileged to be in his world. If you get a chance to go meet him someday, Jack Fisher brings him to Saratoga. Hopefully, maybe he can come parade there one day. He's just a really, really classy, fun horse, and you can tell. Yeah, exactly. Years of trotting in. He even has he has one of the best tails in the game. If you're looking at tails, he's got everything, and he deserved that. I don't know if horses can feel whether they deserve something or not, but that's fantastic. You see owner Mike Hankin there walking out, one of the co-owners. Graham Waters is pretty emotional, really fun to see.
What a special day. Snap decision, the 10-year-old in his 4th appearance in the American Grand National gets the win. That was a thriller, prices, reactions, and more when we come back. A race we won't soon forget.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up and onside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
An exciting day to be a horse racing fan, any type of horse racing fan. You just saw a snap decision at Far Hills in the American Grand National, and an impressive performance by this colt here moments ago in race number 7 with Ricardo Santana aboard, taking it to him early and never looking back, and sounds like a plan. Andy, you got $7.30 for your would-be $2 investment.
And it seemed like the horses, the 6 and the 8, that tried to sort of chase him a little bit, took a toll on them, and he was dominant in there. Calling card picking up the pieces for second, making a nice run. 5-1, $9 to place. But sounds like a plan. Set an honest pace for this quality of horse and ran a solid race.
A name to remember moving forward. Sounds like a plan here. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A. Still have the feature coming up a little bit later on, co-feature, the Athenia. And at Far Hills, Acacia, snap decision, putting on some kind of show in front of 30,000 strong.
And they were all cheering him home, Lafitte. What a cool moment to see the venerable 10-year-old finally get his win in this prestigious race after being close, not being able to run in 2020, the tough ground that we talked about, and everything coming together today. And he fought, showing exactly why he is such a good horse.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's ganged up on here at the last. He jumps, takes off in front, but is quickly challenged by High Definition. And then Galvin running a blinder too, who I would have thought needed a longer trip, but they get him, and then he digs back in, which is, and like you touched on, he switches leads again really late, and maybe that got him home, but makes a little history. Just as good as it's supposed to be, right? I mean, that's 3 really good horses getting to the line, and after 2 5/8 miles to slug it out like that.
after a race of that distance and then separated by such a slim margin down to the wire. A $7.80 winner over Galvin, and High Definition, a nice effort at a bit of a price as well. Snap Decision gets that victory. Happy connections in the winner's circle. More America's Day at the Races after this.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, gorgeous fall afternoon. Here at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. You're just in time for the late pick 5 and a post parade for this 8th race, a bring-back race scheduled for last Friday. Racing canceled last Friday, so here is the $32,000 claiming sprint. You see the field, updated odds. And as they hit the track moments ago, we start with Pipes and Drums will be last, actually. There's number 2, and C's Get Degrees. Quick Gelding draws the rail.
Is the speed from the inside of the claim for Wayne Potts, but how much other speed will he have to deal with?
Something to watch right from the start. C's Get Degrees, followed by Cold as Hell. No, not named after Teoscar Hernandez, who I believe is 0 for 22 in the NLCS. Thank you very much.
Okay, a lot to digest there. He's my top choice. He did stumble at the start, which cost him badly, and I think he can stalk what should be a fast pace, and I like the claim by Rick Dutrow.
Secret Rules has rattled off 2 straight.
He's been in raging form, so he doesn't need the lead, and he can be forward.
Commerce Comet, daylight winner last month.
Much cheaper, but he ran fast in doing it for the white-hot Eddie Barker.
Mr. JT, 4-1, Manny Franco, followed by Poppy's Pride, an 8-time winner. Joel Rosario takes over.
I could see Poppy's Pride as part of the pace. I could not see him winning this race.
Backside Buzz, a 2nd at 2 for Rob Atras.
Another could be a pressing from the outside, then he drops down after trying a turf race off the claim for Rob Atras. I think his best races give him a chance to be competitive at best.
There's Pipes and Drums, a 3-horse entry. The other 2 defected.
Yeah, he was the longest shot of the 3, and he's going to have to improve off the claim for John Toscano, and he's going to have to do it claiming from David Jacobson. Not an easy thing to do, but he's a big price if you like him.
Just a $32,000 claiming sprint, but a competitive $32,000 claiming sprint. Jonathan, to kick off this late pick 5 and the tepid favorite, A Secret Rules at 3-1. How do you see this one unfolding?
Yeah, I mean, look, at 3-1, with the other prices being so similar, right? 4-1, 5-1 on some of the other likely contenders in here, I feel comfortable with Secret Rules on top in here. There's a horse who's won back-to-back races since being claimed from Linda Rice by Michelle Giangiulio for 10 Strike Racing, and others, Four Corners and Broadview Stables, and someone else whose name was cut off. But this horse is going the right direction, right? I mean, has won back-to-back starts and is won with fast figures and by, like, nice margins, right? Like, over a length win. It's not like he's just barely getting up. And he's the type of horse who I felt like last time was kind of hung out a little bit wider than you'd like to be. I think the cutback to the 6 furlongs based on the running style, I think, helps quite a bit for the 4 Secret Rules. I guess if I could have anything my way, I would have Secret Rules drawn just a little bit further outside because he seems to run well out in the clear. But at the same time, I don't really want him to lose as much ground as I feel like he's lost in his last couple of starts. So I'm hopeful that this inside draw could help him find himself forward and find a way to save some ground. You see him there in those black and purple silks of 10 Strike Racing. Secret Rules going in the right direction for me. And with the other horses all being around 5-1 or 9-2, that's not necessarily a big enough price for me to walk away from the 3-1 you're getting on the favorite here.
JK going with Secret Rules. Andy, what is the key for him to win a 3rd straight today?
Listen, I won't be shocked if he wins. I just, as a player, see a horse that won at 22-1, won at 7-1, and now is going to have to win, and you're getting 5-2. So for me, I could never bet a horse like this. I just don't see how that's really value. You missed your opportunities with this horse. I want to move on. He is a horse that Jonathan said can rate. He's got a good post. There's no reason he shouldn't get a decent trip. He's in good form. He was with the flow of the track last time. It was very speed favoring. Having said that, a lot of it was horses that were towards the inside, and he was not on the rail. Now, the inside speed was probably a little overmatched in that race, but still, listen, there's nothing wrong with this horse. He's absolutely a player in here. My concern is that the price just isn't really good enough to take.
Now, you like the gelding to his inside in Cold as Hell, who does need to get out of the blocks a little cleaner this afternoon.
He beat Secret Rules easily 2 races back, and then last time out, he stumbled badly at the start, and that chart is just because of when the calls came in doesn't do justice to how well he ran, because I think he may have stuck his nose in front as they were into the top of the stretch, and obviously the stumbling and rushing up eventually took its toll on him. But I thought he ran well enough, all things considered, and his race 2 back was good enough. And I like the fact that he's now in Rick Dutro's barn, who's been kind of heating it up since we got back to Aqueduct.
2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winning trainer Rick Dutro. Andy going with Secret Rules. Cold as Hell. Jonathan with Secret Rules. 2-1 here. At the gate, you mentioned race shape. Who is the quickest of the quick here among these sprinters?
I got to think that Eric Cancel has no choice. He's got to send the 2 from the rail. But Poppy's Pride is not slow. And if Joel wants to go with him, he could be the speed of the speed. And Backside Buzz, the 8, isn't that slow either. So there is potential for this to heat up. One of the things that's good about having horses like the 3, particularly the 3, but even Secret Rules, is if the pace doesn't develop, they have enough speed to put themselves in positions that they shouldn't be compromised.
Late pick 5 starts here. Filing in for the 8th. Belmont at the Big A, live on Fox Sports 2. Track announcer Chris Griffin with the load and call.
Backside Buzz goes in. All set. And they're up. Good speed from Backside Buzz. From that outside draw is sent right to the front, and there's C's Get Degrees. It goes right with the pace setter now, and these two hook up early. Cold as Hell is going to settle just off of them, is in third. It's a lineup in there. Is moving up is Poppy's Pride, and Poppy's Pride is also there with Pipes and Drums. Quick tempo early for Backside Buzz. Backside Buzz approaches 4 furlongs left to go. In between horses, Pipes and Drums, and 3 wide, there's Poppy's Pride, 22.39 for that opening quarter mile. Having a steady there with C's Get Degrees is now back to the 6th position. Just got passed by Cold as Hell. Secret Rules out in the center of the racetrack, a wide run, but is making up some ground. Mr. JT, the trailer, is Commerce Comet. They haven't got to Backside Buzz. It's Backside Buzz who's still up by a half length. Backside Buzz has a quarter mile left to go and a host of pursuers in behind. Backside Buzz tries to kick on. Backside Buzz is still there. Poppy's Pride in full pursuit on the grandstand side. Mr. JT is rallying Secret Rules. They continue to chase Backside Buzz, who's very game, and Backside Buzz is still there. Backside Buzz inside the final 16th is opening up the margin once again. Ricardo Santana Jr. with another one. Backside Buzz wins it. Secret Rules there second. Then came Mr. JT and an oncoming Commerce Comet in 1 minute 9 and 4.
3 wins on the afternoon. Ricardo Santana, a second for winning trainer Rob Atris. Backside Buzz strikes in the 8th. Belmont at the Big A, 5-1 at post time.
I've been mentioning earlier in the meet that Rob Atris, other than the stakes winning next on turf, was having a disastrous run on dirt. That run seems to be over. Now, he certainly got an assist from the fact that C's Get Degrees couldn't keep up with him. I don't know where Poppy's Pride was to speed to begin with, but he got to the front.
Look at how easy he's traveling.
Just an honest but fair pace. And he just destroyed this field, so no worries about that Atris bar anymore. They're firing on all cylinders.
Backside Buzz, digging, finding. You're waiting for someone to emerge from the pack and make a serious bid. The 4 there, Secret Rules, finding his best stride late, but no challenge whatsoever. Backside Buzz wins with something left and wins clear.
Looked like the field was coming to him top of the stretch. I thought my 3 was going to do some damage, and he just completely stopped. Backside Buzz, much the best in here.
Ricardo Santana having a big fall, riding really well.
I'm glad to see him riding here. He's been aggressive. He's been very, very good. I'm glad to see him here. So I hope he continues to ride here.
Results forthcoming, 8-4-6-5 in the 8th. Belmont at the Big A. Back at Far Hills. Richie right in the middle of it all, following that victory in the Grand National by snap decision. Richie.
Well, happy connections here. Obviously, a tremendous effort. From you have one more ride.
Yeah, in the same silks. So for Bruton Street, yeah, one more ride in the next. Yeah.
Snap decision was always prominent, always traveling. I'll start with you, Graham. You look like you asked him for a big jump at the second to last fence, and he gave you one. I thought he was beaten 2 or 3 different times, but he kept finding. How did you feel out there?
Well, I guess he's 10 years of age at this stage, and he's learned to kind of look after himself a little bit. But one thing he does is travel and jump, especially on today's ground. We finally got American jumping ground after coming here for 4 years. But it was just amazing. He was traveling too well throughout the race for me. I was always handier than I wanted to be. But I was able to dictate it and put Galvin, the second favourite, I was able to put him in the box down the inside, and the front horse wasn't jumping all that good, so it kind of upset his rhythm too, and I was getting a lovely clean run the whole way. I got a big jump in the second last. I was left in front, and I just thought, I'm on the biggest horse, the best horse, I'm going to kick for home. I got underneath the last hurdle a little bit. I set up and just kind of let him pop and got away from it slow, let the other 2 come up beside me. I thought I was beat at the crest of the hill, but he finished, like I said, a big 10-year-old. He's obviously saved a lot to himself, so he finished up good and strong. But what a hell of a finish. What a horse.
What a horse. Jack, he's made me a fan. I just love watching him compete. How do you keep him in such good form at this age?
He keeps himself at this form. I mean, he does it all. He goes out at night. And I got to thank the Phipps family for selling us a horse, and Shogun Gahe for taking care of him, and Snap for taking care of himself too. But it's a great horse.
He's a great horse. He's 10 now. He got this Grand National win. How much longer can we hope to see Snap Decision compete?
Well, you can't see him at the racetrack because no 10-year-olds. But I don't think that's a bad rule. I really don't. Okay. So Snap will run back at the Colonial Cup hopefully, and then hopefully next year.
Great job, guys. Really well done. It's really fun, too, to watch your guys' relationship and how much communication, respect, and honestly trust you have in each other. How key is that with a rider and a trainer?
Well, like Graham comes to the barn every morning, and so he gets to know the horses pretty well. And so I think that's good. I think that's key.
And Graham, for you, having a trainer like Jack Fisher, a Hall of Famer in your corner.
Well, unfortunately, I get to spend a lot of time around Jack Fisher, but no, it's great. Look, we've got great partnership the last couple of years. It's been amazing for my career. He's definitely put the finishing touches on my career, and I'm able to do the things that I'm doing and get to ride special horses like Snap Decision. You know, he's put me in a fantastic spot. Bruton Street, all the owners, you know, all the other owners that we have and everything. It's a great team of horses and owners. Appreciate it.
Congratulations so much. And guys, that's what you get when you have two people that come together on the same page. This kind of success.
Certainly a poetic finish in the American Grand National, seeing Snap Decision get the victory, and Graham Waters, his celebration with clearly a horse that he's been through a lot with and has seen develop throughout the years. But also, you were telling me, Joe, it's been a really big year for Graham.
Yeah, Graham, he was champion jockey last year, and he actually a couple weeks ago, or last week, I think, he set the record for seasonal purse earnings for a jump jockey at a little over $800,000. Well, he went over $1 million for the year today. First jump jockey in history to come up with $1 million in prize money for a year, which is doing something. Total prize money offered for the year is probably $5.5 million, I think, maybe $6 million, and they've had some year, and they're putting a big cap on it.
Absolutely, winning the likes of the American Grand National, and as you heard Graham say, at 10 years of age, and he has a lot of heart, and he really showed that today. Snap Decision, what a horse, what a fighter, what a performance in our feature race. One more from Far Hills and more from Belmont at the Big A after this.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Able to get $200,000.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering over 70 graded stakes winners or producers. A night of stars featuring champions, Grade 1 winners, millionaires, elite producers, and selected weanlings. One catalog, one electrifying session with a star-studded selection of the finest quality breeding stock anywhere in the world. The Fasig-Tipton November sale, November 4th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races, Belmont at the Big A. Big afternoon. Ricardo Santana, 3 wins, second. For winning trainer Rob Atras and backside Buzz Andy in command, turning for home.
Yeah, this horse was much the best in here. I mean, it wasn't a super fast pace, but it was an honest pace, that's for sure. And wow, I mean, very impressive. Much the best. Seen a lot of horses winning fairly easily, huh?
Fast track today.
Yep, very quick.
Nobody able to close that gap. 4 tried to get involved late. Secret Rules, too much backside buzz. 1380 in the end. Over Secret Rules and Mr. JT to kick off the late pick 5. 1380 backside buzz, race 8 of 12. Belmont at the Big A. Moving right along, race 9. Start of the late pick 4, back to grass. Long distance, 1 3/16 allowance. Who'd you come up with, Andy?
In this race? Hang on. Oh, I like
the fourth race tomorrow.
I like
man.
Pioneering Spirit. How about the fourth race today? I could probably come up with that winner. That's one of the few winners I picked, actually, 9 to 5. I like Pioneering Spirit to get back to his good form. I do think that a horse like Daunt has a chance to be effective in here, maybe even Mondego, but I just think Pioneering Spirit has had massive excuses against much better horses, and he's found a field he should be competitive with.
Current 2-1 favorite, Jose Lezcano to ride. 15 minutes out, 9th race, start of the late pick 4, Andy's top selection. And the current favorite, there he is. Kind of lonely. The horses are arriving. Pioneering Spirit, the favorite. 9th race coming up next. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A star wherever she's raced, Fev Rover is a stakes winner in 4 countries. She was a stakes-winning juvenile in her native Ireland, a Group 2 winner in France, and placed in the English 1,000 guineas the following year.
Fev Rover on the inside, won't be denied.
Sold to owner Tracy Farmer, Fev Rover quickly won the Grade 2 Canadian Stakes with trainer Mark Cassie.
And for the last position to first, very impressive win in the Nassau Stakes to Fev Rover.
At 5, she's been better than ever, winning a pair of Grade 1s with victories in both the Beverly D and the E.P. Taylor.
Fev Rover proving much the best in the E.P. Taylor Stakes and absolutely relished the ground.
Possessing an outcross pedigree, Fev Rover's Juddmonte female family includes Grade 1 winners Light Jig and Seek Again. Multiple Grade 1 winning millionaire Fev Rover, selling this November with Gainsway, agent.
Gearing up for the late pick 4. Welcome back, America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A, horses in the paddock. As you can see, there is McCullough, the current favorite, who's found a new home on turf, apparently. Maggie's in the paddock. Let's start with the gelding who's going to break to his inside. Mondego Maggie, who likes to be involved in the races early. What are you seeing from him in the paddock?
Lafitte, you said gelding. I was like, no, he's a colt. Because he looks like a colt. He acts like a colt, but you're exactly right. He is a gelding. And I say that because he's such a big, bulky, heavy horse, and he tends to get himself very hot. As you see here, it's not completely out of character, though I have seen him a little bit more relaxed than what he is today, but he came in completely washed out here for Christophe Clement. And while he ran a decent speed figure last time, I'm wondering if he's a horse that isn't the biggest fan of ground with given it, because he is that big, heavy type of horse. And I thought, you know, he was setting a fairly measured pace, and he was run down by Reckoning Force, who, as it's turned out, maybe has had some excuses in his subsequent 2 efforts, but hasn't gone on and taken down those stakes fields as you would hope to see. But I do want to keep watching how Mondego acts throughout the prelims here, because I wasn't in love with the fact that he was so washed out upon arrival here in the paddock. Now, number 3, McCullough, is a horse I don't want to like on paper. And you're going to take a short price on him because of connections. What has he really done? Yes, he's won his last 2. He's undefeated on turf, but I think he is facing a bit of a tougher field here, and he broke his maiden for a maiden 75. But I really like him here in the paddock. He looks sensational. He looks best in this field. Not by a mile, but by a good bit. And while I have the utmost respect for Pioneering Spirit in the fact that his body of work, I think kind of in a way is the most formidable in this spot here, but it really feels like McCullough is trending in the right direction now that he's 3rd off that extended layoff and looking to remain undefeated on the turf. A horse that I found a little bit interesting as a long shot was number 6, Irwin, in here for Phil Antonacci. Another horse that had to overcome a very long layoff, and I thought won with a bit of trouble last time out. He kind of settled nicely mid-pack early. Then he lost a good bit of ground down the backside, went 4 to 6 wide around the turn, and went on to draw off by 2.5 lengths. So a lot of times you will see horses put forth their best effort kind of 3rd off of a layoff. He looks great here. He looks incredibly fit and well-defined. I thought maybe a horse that was going to offer a bit of a price, Lafitte, that I found intriguing.
13 to 1, intriguing, all right. Irwin winning despite some traffic in his latest. See what he does in this 9th race. Jonathan, who did you come up with in this first leg of this late pick 4?
Well, Lafitte, the good news is I think I found some affordable tickets for the Georgia-Texas game. That's the good news. The other good news is I like the 5 Pioneering Spirit as well. Pioneering Spirit, like Andy mentioned, this horse has been facing significantly better, right? I mean, this horse was in a race, a grade 1 up at Saratoga, in the Sword Dancer. Was kind of a little bit of a punchline in there, but you know, didn't run horribly. And I think just a little bit of class relief is going to go a long way. Pioneering Spirit at one point had some speed. Maybe they can try to utilize that a little bit here, depending on what they decide to do with the 2 Mondego. But I just think Pioneering Spirit is better than these horses. I think has been ambitiously placed in some of his races. I'm not worried about the distance for Pioneering Spirit, who was entered in a 2-mile race in the Belmont Gold Cup. I just trust this horse. And I like Jose Lezcano in this situation. You know, I think that when he needs to be aggressive, Jose will find that aggression. When he needs to be a little bit more passive, he finds that as well. This is just a class play for me. I'll take the 3 to 1 on the 5 Pioneering Spirit.
Jonathan, I'm curious. Tickets to the Texas-Georgia game, what's reasonable?
Well, there's no reasonable. The cheapest, annoyingly, there was like some 500s. Like $500. Like the cheapest ticket right now on StubHub is like $750.
I think we should talk about McCullough and how he's 2 to 1 in this race.
Over under 56.5. Shootout expected.
I know Maggie had a lot of good things to say McCullough in the paddock, but this is a horse that was shockingly overbet at 5 to 1 last time. And did he improve? He did. But he also got about as good a trip as a racehorse can get to win last time. So now he's jumping up against much better horses, and he's 2 to 1 and favored in doubles. Maybe he wins, but he's a bad gambler.
We'll drill down on McCullough, the current favorite. Post parade, there's Daunt, 3rd at 19 to 1 at this level at Saratoga.
Yeah, listen, this horse has run plenty of good enough figures to win this race. He just doesn't win.
Mondego, hot and bothered in the paddock. There he is. Joel Rosario rides.
Probably be stalking the speed of the 7 in this race, and he's just been a disappointment, but he's not out of it.
So it has to be, as Maggie mentioned, like connections and the fact that he's perfect on grass, McCullough.
It's the change around. He's named for a great guy in Paul McCullough, the late Paul McCullough. So I always look to see him do well. I just think he's a horrible gamble at a short price.
My imagination, back to grass, late runner, then pioneering spirit, 6 wins last year, 0 for 9 here in 2024.
I agree with Jonathan. I would even go further and say he's had bad trips in a lot of races. He's been against the flow of the race. He's supposed to be very tough today.
Irwin, Maggie expecting a good effort from him.
Okay. We'll see. He's going to have to improve, I think.
Wonderful Justice. Johnny Velasquez jumps in the cockpit.
Yeah, he's the speed. Whether or not you think he's good enough or he can get the distance remains to be seen.
Really good. Struck at the level in May.
He did. He got a very good trip to get it done, but he has handled distance, and he was running over his head at way too far in his last 2.
The runners in the 9th. Long-distance turf affair, mile and 3/16. Start of the late pick 4, post time 4 minutes. Back to Acacia as the dust settles following that stirring edition of the American Grand National, but we're not done yet, AC.
No, we're not, Liffy. We're definitely still riding the high following the Grand National. But the John Forbes Memorial coming up, and it's a 2-mile flat race. And, Joe, this summer in Saratoga, you saw a lot of members of the Steeplechase Association passing out flyers, speaking to the flat trainers who could potentially have stayers in their barn about the purse increase for this race and why it would be a good opportunity. And it's paid off with a big field and a legitimate star in here in the Gray Wizard, who we saw dominant. So game coming to run and close, winning the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup.
Yeah, that was the whole point. They used to have, years ago, they used to sort of have an amateur 2-mile flat race here with probably a $1,000 purse, and, that's what it was. And then they've gradually, since this sort of change, adding betting, try to create this race as a crossover. Little more emphasis on some of the staying horses in American flat racing lately, so I think it's kind of cool to see it. I mean, the Gray Wizard just needed every inch of the 2 miles at Saratoga. Takes a shot here. Back to Graham Motion's roots. Graham Motion was here, I'm sure, when he was working for Jonathan Shepard not that long ago. So really cool to see him. And yeah, it's a competitive group. It's neat to see.
Yeah, it really is. 2 scratches in here, so we'll have a field of 12 in the John Forbes, a 2-mile flat race. Lafitte, we'll talk a little bit more about these stayers and see who can handle this trip. It's not the typical 2-mile flat race you'll get.
The marathon, John Forbes Memorial, next, Far Hills to close the show. In Far Hills, New Jersey, here the warm-up continues for this 9th race, 2 minutes out, and Pioneering Spirit pictured at 7-2 with Jose Lezcano. Andy.
Hey, you start going back in his races this year, and there's just been trips in pretty much all of them. He wasn't beating Masterpiece. He had a trip behind the Turf King. He wasn't winning at 2 miles behind the Gray Wizard. He definitely had a trip and got in trouble when he finished behind Major Dude in that race. Then they ran in the dirt. He's not a dirt horse. Then he only got beaten 4 lengths to Farbridge in the Sword Dance. I know turf racing, 4 lengths is a lot more than 4 lengths, but it's still good enough to compete. Then he runs in a race at Saratoga where he just never really got into the race, and all the running was done sort of inside. He wasn't in that position. Last time out, a super slow pace. Now, maybe he's a horse that's just not the horse he once was, but he's run well enough at some times that I think if he gets a decent trip, he's supposed to be very tough in here. And 7-2, to me, is an overlay.
Last summer's Bernard Baruch winner, closing day Saratoga. Clutch win for Linda Rice with a training title on the line at Saratoga. And there's Daunt in that solid effort at a bigger price, facing similar in his most recent.
Yeah, the thing about Daunt is he's seductive, right? He consistently runs buyers in the 90s. He runs against good horses. He has the speed to be forward. Now, in reality, he prefers a little more distance than 1 mile and 3/16. The problem is he hasn't won a race since I had hair. Yeah. And it's just a little hard to take him.
Running in the 80s?
Yeah, right. I mean, but look at some of the prices: 4-1, 3-1, 2-1, 3-1, 2-1, 3-1. It's not like he's always a big price. He's seductive because he's got talent. He just doesn't win. But at least he's 7-1 if you like him today.
Hot hand of Ricardo Santana looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. Then McCullough. All right, so you said he won with a picture-perfect trip. Why can't Dylan Davis recreate that very same scenario again today?
Well, if you're betting horse at 2-1 off of perfect trip wins, then you're going broke. That I promise you, because they don't get the same perfect trips. But here's the problem. even if he gets a perfect trip and he runs the race he ran last time, he's going to lose this race. So he's going to have to improve. Now, Maggie likes what she's seeing. Maybe he's going to get better. He's got a very good trainer. He improved from his start 2 back to win last time. Does he have another leap forward? Maybe he does. But then you have to say to yourself, okay, he takes a step forward. I'm betting him at 2-1 in this field on the come that he does that, and I'm banking on him getting a good trip and doing that. For me, that's about as bad a way to gamble and bet on horses as you can possibly find.
Lot to concede. McCullough, the 2-1 favorite. Maggie, you're going with Irwin, but a final thought here on number 9, Really Good.
Yeah, I thought I was going to land on Really Good. I've been a fan of his throughout, and I do think a little less ground as he gets today will be beneficial. But this isn't the same Really Good that won 3 back here at Belmont at the Big A. Look, maybe he still wins. I don't know, but this is a horse that really drew me in his last 2 efforts that I saw him on the Naira circuit. But today, he is a little bit lighter with his weight and conditioning. His top line's dropped away a little bit. And he, going 1.5 miles, I know it was a slow pace and he was quite headstrong and it was against better horses. That included the Gray Wizard and Limited Liability, who came back with a big win at Kentucky Downs with a 102 buyer. But I'm just not getting the same read on him, physically at least, that I did those times before. So I'm just going to take a shot with my long shot in here because while I think McCullough looks fantastic, for the reasons that I laid out in the paddock and what Andy have said, cannot take him as the favorite. So why not swing with a 12-1 shot, Lafitte?
Take a shot. 12-1. Irwin. Final thoughts, Andy.
I'm curious to see if McCullough could take another step forward and win here. The way he's bet, they're obviously expecting it.
Is your head going to like blow off your shoulders when he wins? I need to know now.
No, because he's lightly raced and he improved a lot last time. He's in a good barn. I just think he's a bad gamble.
Here's Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Line up here on the front end as Wonderful Justice now emerges. Wonderful Justice has some company, though, as Pioneering Spirit is towards the inside, and now Pioneering Spirit will put a neck in front. It's Pioneering Spirit and Wonderful Justice. They're 1-2, moderate tempo early. Nobody really wants the front, and now Wonderful Justice will press on. Is well out into the center of the course, and Wonderful Justice is now up by 1.5 lengths on Pioneering Spirit. Down towards the inside, it's Mondego, who's now in the 3rd position. Out wider, moving forward, is Irwin, is now taken 4th. At the rail in 5th is going to be Daunt. Then behind them comes McCullough. Towards the back end, My Imagination, and the early trailer, Really Good. They're chasing Wonderful Justice, and John Velasquez to the backstretch, 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Pioneering Spirit is right there in 2nd, wants to move forward now, is a length in front of At the Rail Mondego and Joel Rosario. They're traveling nicely enough at the rail, saving ground. Out in the center of the course is Irwin, who's still in 4th, and Daunt in behind them in 5th, then McCullough. The 2 at the back is Really Good, has picked up a spot to make My Imagination the trailer as they went 49 seconds flat for the half-mile time. And Wonderful Justice is in front. Wonderful Justice really wanted to go as Pioneering Spirit is right there. And here's Pioneering Spirit now called upon. A little bit more of a loose rein here. At the rail is Mondego trying to make up some ground with Irwin, who's ready to challenge 3 wide. In between horses is Daunt, tightly bunched on the front end, 114 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Wonderful Justice is still there. Wonderful Justice now kicks for home. Pioneering Spirit is ready to pounce to the outside. Also right there is Irwin. Mondego is now called upon for the effort, is trying to get off of that spot. He's trying to tip towards the outside. Wonderful Justice is still there. Wonderful Justice and Pioneering Spirit has not pushed on by yet. A very game and resilient Wonderful Justice still there. Pioneering Spirit trying to push on by. These 2 down to the wire. Wonderful Justice got it. Wonderful Justice wins it over Pioneering Spirit. Then Irwin and Daunt in 1:54 and 3.
Determined effort. Resilient, refusing to lose. Johnny Velasquez taking over here. Wonderful Justice somehow turns back Pioneering Spirit in the 9th. Belmont at the Big A.
I'm speechless here, to be honest with you. I can't believe that this horse held on at 1 mile and 3/16. Pioneering Spirit got the right ride, got right on top of him, put his nose in front, and looked to be on way to victory. And this horse really battled back. It was quite an improved effort. First time on the turf for Joe Sharp.
Is that Wonderful Justice Maggie digging in and finding more, or did Pioneer Spirit come up a little bit small when it mattered most?
It was John Velasquez at his best, Lafitte, right? He broke with a purpose, did that little floating out thing. Oh, hey, does anybody want to come up on the inside? If you want, go ahead. But nobody bit. He went on with it, slowed it down mid-race, and had enough left in the tank with Joe Sharp, first time on the turf, which Joe, very effective with his turf horses. A shout out to his assistant, Larita Lindemann, as well for preparations with this horse, too. But I just thought, you know, John Velasquez on the front end, stealing it here. Pioneering Spirit, I give him credit. Jose Lascano put him in the right position, but maybe this is just the end of a long campaign where I do believe he was claimed, right, Jack? Number 5 claimed? Yeah, Pioneering Spirit claimed out of this one, Lafitte.
Pioneer Spirit moving elsewhere. Wonderful justice to the winner's circle. Johnny Velasquez, 2 wins today, 7-5, 6-1.
I don't agree with that at all. I think Pioneering Spirit ran terrific. The question is, where did this horse's race come from? Because he ran huge to beat him. They beat the rest of the field by 4 lengths. I think Pioneering Spirit ran the best race he's run all year. This horse just ran a little bit better.
12-1 shot to kick off the late pick for Acacia as we get closer to the John Forbes Memorial, the final at this Far Hills one-day race meeting.
One more to go, Lafitte, and there's a look at the Gray Wizard. He is currently your 6-5 favorite, and rightfully so, Joe, as he does have the good form. Now, of course, the question is, how is he going to handle this course? Going the 2 miles here at Far Hills, there is a little patch where it kind of crosses over a dirt path, and we've seen sometimes when covering these races in the past that sometimes the flat horses almost jump that.
Yeah, we saw that last year with McLovin, who jumped the road crossing every time he came to one, but it didn't slow him down because he ended up winning the race. You know, so again, there's just a little bit of a different thing. There's no starting gate. Obviously, a lot of horses coming out of flat races who have not had that kind of a start that they're going to have here. It's a 2-mile race, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But yeah, there's the road crossings, higher weights, up and down some hills. The Gray Wizard, I'm sure, has been out in the fields at Fair Hill, so he probably understands that. He ran at Kentucky Downs. That being said, he was probably better at Saratoga than he was at Kentucky Downs. But he's got that class here, and I think he's going to be, you know, the trick is not to let him get too far out of it, I think. And just like we see those long-distance grass races, actually, it's horses that stay up close to the pace seem to be the ones that are hanging around at the end.
John Forbes Memorial coming up in about 5 minutes. Horses still in the paddock area. Let's check in with Richie. What are you seeing?
Yeah, occasionally interesting too. I just ran in Declan Carroll, who was riding on the flat, retired, assisting now Cherie DeVoe. But he's riding in this race. He gets in with 140 pounds, a little easier to make the weight. So nice to catch up with Declan. I would be remiss not to talk about the 7, the Addison Poor from the Kerry Bryan barn. This horse looks amazing. He was like just an absolute standout to me in the saddling enclosure. Looks great. He's going to have to find a race that we haven't seen, I believe, to be competitive here, but really made a nice physical impression. The 11 Curbstone from the Tom Morley barn. I know that he will relish every bit of the 2 miles. He looks like a stayer, acts like a stayer. You know, he to me is certainly one of the horses to beat. And of course, you got the Gray Wizard, very accomplished. He's already won at the 2 mile distance, and he's won at a high level. Looks beautiful galloping off. The only thing is he is a bit of a bicycle horse, so Parker Hendricks is going to have to be on him, you know, a long way out to kind of keep him his focus and keep him interested. But boy, he looked like a picture galloping off. And then the 14, who will be my top selection, Dean Martini. This horse has run against some very good horses. He's acted, you know, like he will stay. I mean, obviously the 2 miles, he's going to have to settle nicely. But Peter Urton did not ship this horse across the country just to enjoy this spectacular autumn day.
It is a great autumn day, that's for sure, but a good opportunity coming here as well, as Richie said, you know, for horses that are stayers. there's not as many opportunities to go this far in the flat race, and it's kind of a niche trip here in America, but we have seen a little bit more of that, thus the big field in here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I mean, it's an open stake, but obviously the top horses, I was joking with Christophe Clement this summer that Farbridge would look great in this race. That was before he started winning Grade 1s. But, you know, you see we saw Tom Orley earlier here with Curbstone, who was another horse who like a California Frolic coming out of the Precious Passion at Monmouth. It's supposed to be that kind of race. They're all veterans, which is where I think the open, they don't have to fit a condition, so because they're probably all past conditions, and they also don't have to run for a claiming price if they're not necessarily open stakes horses. And I think we're going to take a look at California Frolic at Monmouth.
And California Frolic coming in here for Juan Avila has really found new form when stretching out. He was a horse that was kind of just okay, and then last time out was taking a big step forward, going 1.5 miles. Now we'll have to get even further, going to 2 miles, but it did show a little bit of a new dimension with some tactical speed.
Yeah, I mean that was a great effort. That will suit him well here. I mean, if he can duplicate that, I think any of these horses, Dean Martini's another one who should be up close early and trying to make it extend. And the challenge for the Grey Wizard is probably to stay close enough to them so he can use his kick.
And with these types of races, we talked a little bit about the undulation and what the horses will face here. Do you think you want to be a little bit more forward, or is there going to be a bit more of an opportunity? Is there kind of a typical trend you see with this race?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to you're going to have to look and see how it plays out. We've seen winners. Agitar a couple years ago was up front most of the way. McLevin was up front most of the way last year. Different ground this year, though, so maybe they might. You're going to have a sense of pace and know what you're doing. I mean, you don't want to get too far out of it, but you also don't want to be winging on the lead because you do have a 2-mile run, and it's uphill. It's a big pull uphill coming to the line, which we saw with Snap Decision and those horses.
Takes a very athletic horse for this trip as well. Now, one thing you'll also see is that we largely, in fact, all of the riders here, more jumps jockeys, and they're familiar with this course.
Yeah, and I think that matters. We see Pedro Cotto come in for Gilded Age, and the California Frolic jockey, Eduardo Leyva Flores, is an amateur. We see him in a lot of the amateur flat races, but obviously rides in New Jersey and knows what he's doing. But it is a little different. The jump jockeys know that those horses tend to lug in a little bit, come into the stretch where they have gone up the middle the last time. So that's a little different. And I think you're gonna see guys trying to make decisions based on pace, based on where they are, and then I think again trying to find the right trip coming off that last turn to come up the hill to the stretch.
So a little bit different for these horses in this 2-mile flat race because there's not a starting gate like most of them are accustomed to. So a bit of a new experience for them here in this spot. So circling around and getting ready for a start here in the John Forbes Memorial final race of the day on what has been a spectacular afternoon of racing here at Far Hills. As we see them get ready to line up. A little bit out of number order.
Yeah, the flat horses are probably a little more keyed up than those old steeplechasers, so that's probably part of it. And it's the end of a long day, and Barry Watson, that's the guy in the hat kind of walking there with the sport coat, and I saw him at the beginning of the day. He had a lot of paper and was taking lots of notes on horses. So, again, he'll try to get them lined up in the right order, make sure it's a fair start, and he will call them back. I think here he was probably getting ready to go, but now he's going to make them circle and try it again.
Awesome man off that big layoff, kind of sidestepping, keen, not uncommon for a horse coming off such a big layoff, especially with this kind of setup.
No, that's my pick at 21-1, trying to take a stand against the heavy favorite at 4-5, but I would rather he be a little more settled. Maybe when the race starts, he can back off. Again, we've talked about being up close, but I don't necessarily think you want to be in front. And but I think you want to be close and handy because they're not necessarily going to really sprint home. I think it's like we see a lot of these kind of races, like especially Kentucky Downs. It's those kind of horses that can keep that gallop going 2 miles.
That even running style that often is such a big benefit. This awesome man off the layoff, Joe's top pick, did come out of that race that shows up as a workout, but a great prep off of the layoff coming back here. So we will try this again. Here's Larry Comas for the John Forbes Memorial.
And it's too friendly. And there on the outside goes Dean Martini into the mix early, along with Curbstone, and these two will go out to the front, opening up to lead by 3 lengths over Winning Spirit, who sits back and runs along in 3rd position. Gilded Age is 4th on the outside, moving into that first turn. Then comes Lord Flincher, who's 5th and down toward the rail. Right alongside is Too Friendly as they make their way to the backstretch. So on to the backstretch they go, and the John Forbes Memorial with Curbstone, the leader. Dean Martini 2nd on the outside. Winning Spirit just in behind the leaders, running along in 3rd. Gilded Age is 4th on the outside. Lord Flincher 5th down toward the rail. Too Friendly is 6th and 5 lengths off the lead. Then the Gray Wizard, followed by Topic Changer, Awesome Man, and on their outside is California Frolic. And it's a break of another 2 lengths more. Back to the 2 trailers, British Royalty and the Addison Pour. Down that dip they go, and into the turn with Curbstone and Dean Martini continuing to lead the way. They're a half length apart. Winning Spirit tracks them from the rail in 3rd, a length and a half off the lead, racing around the turn. And then comes Lord Flincher, followed on the outside by Gilded Age, who's about 5 lengths from the front. And then Too Friendly in behind them as they race to the top of the stretch next time around. Hard held is the Gray Wizard near the back of the field. Into the stretch with just over a lap to go now. And on the inside, it's Curbstone, Dean Martini, right up alongside Winning Spirit, 3rd up the hill. And then comes Lord Flincher, tracking them right behind in 4th. Too Friendly running along 5th. Gilded Age is 6th on the outside with 5 lengths to make up. Then California Frolic, the Gray Wizard still well in hand at this stage. Topic Changer down on the inside of Awesome Man. And then back to British Royalty. And last of them all at this stage of the race is the Addison Pour. So into the turn they go. And Curbstone continues to lead the way and is in the clear here by almost 2. Winning Spirit up into 2nd. Dean Martini is 3rd on the outside. Lord Flincher 4th as they enter the backstretch, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. They're clear from California Frolic. Then Too Friendly on the inside. Racing outside of horses is the Gray Wizard. He's still 6.5 lengths off the lead with Gilded Age right up alongside as they continue on the backstretch. Curbstone up top, a half-length lead. Winning Spirit continues to pursue in 2nd down that dip. In behind them, Dean Martini. On the inside, Lord Flincher right there in 4th position. Then Too Friendly, California Frolic on their outside. And trying to put in a run now is the Gray Wizard. Still a bit of work to do for him as they make their way around the far turn. Curbstone is the leader. The Gray Wizard is moving now and moving on the far outside. Dean Martini and Winning Spirit are just in behind them as they come toward the top of the stretch here. And as they turn for home, it is Curbstone who is holding on to the lead. Into the stretch, Curbstone off the turn in front. The Gray Wizard on the outside is 2nd. Toward the rail, Lord Flincher trying to get involved with 1 furlong to go. The Gray Wizard, Lord Flincher, and Curbstone across the track. Top Changer is 4th, and the Gray Wizard does it. The Gray Wizard wins the John Forbes Memorial. Curbstone was 2nd, and then it was Lord Flincher and Topic Changer.
The class prevails. The Gray Wizard gets the victory. He was far back, but Parker Hendricks kind of making a bit of an early outside move with him, Joe.
Yeah, going down the back, he put him in a position to use this kick. You know, if he was too far back, he wasn't going to be able to reel these horses in because the pace setters hung around, you know. But class prevails, and he really kicks it in. You see him lengthen that stride. You know, he's already got a long stride, but he sees it out here, which is pretty cool.
What a nice effort from Curbstone as well, who was up on the front end. He was very game, digging in there. Inside of him came the number 6, Lord Flincher. Those 3 down to the wire, but the classy, the Gray Wizard. He's easy to spot out there as well.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll take a quick timeout. We'll wrap things up here from Far Hills. The Gray Wizard getting the victory as it's stakes action in New York coming up. Spirit and Glory getting ready for the Athenia. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown on Friday, October 25th and Saturday, October 26th at the Meadowlands Racetrack. The $6.6 million Breeders' Crown has 12 championship races over 2 days. Friday night highlights the top 2-year-old trotters and pacers. Saturday features 4 divisions for the top 3-year-olds and 4 races for the world's best open trotters and pacers. Post time both nights, 6:20 p.m. October 26th also has a free handicapping contest with a $10,000 prize pool. Details at playmeadowlands.com. Must be 18 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
And happy Halloween. Have you decided on your costume yet?
Yeah.
Andy, yeah?
Well, I would lie and say I'm going as you, but I told Acacia yesterday I'm going as her.
No, you're going to have to grow half a foot and get
I'm going to be in
some more hair.
California just in time to miss the dinner honoring you.
You're not invited anyways.
No, I got an invite, and I said not even if it would help the space program.
America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but ain't tracking it any time. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Ready for the Athenia?
I'm ready.
How about the wagering?
I'm ready to get bet against Prerequisite at 6-5. Maybe like that gold rail slow pace win last time. She's a nice horse who is so massively dressed up by some of the juiciest trips a horse could get on gold rails, on great courses. She's not supposed to get the lead from Spirit and Glory. You want her at even money, you can have her.
I feel like we had the same conversation about McCullough about 25 minutes ago, and you were right.
There's somebody out there that is very confused and thinks that Chad Brown wins. Whereas, frankly, I think other Chad Brown horse is more likely to win Child of the Moon.
This creates opportunity.
I think Chad Brown's horse, Child of the Moon, has much more upside and might just be a better horse.
Child of the Moon will revisit that stirring win, the penultimate race at Saratoga, closing day, as Frank Mirmati referenced, the Chad Brown Express. That's the way you polish off a meat at Saratoga.
Yeah, I agree. Ran me down for a lot of money, so I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Always here.
Thoughtful words. You
assist.
were probably already back in California by then.
My head was definitely already back in California. Post parade for the Athenia fillies and mares on turf. There's Tefani. And it arrives with momentum from the Mid-Atlantic.
She's going to have to improve, though, to be competitive here. She has some back races, though, to give her an outside chance, I think.
Spirit and Glory, quick 5-year-old Irish mare.
Yeah, she's got to go to the front here, and I think she has a strong chance to wire the field.
Edict, the U.S. debuting Argentine filly.
Yeah, in general, the horses from South America not necessarily usually good enough, at least on turf, to compete with our horses. But we'll see for Dave
Form
Donk.
can be difficult to evaluate. Child of the Moon, aforementioned, a 2nd and 2 for Chad Brown.
Couldn't even find the replays on YouTube. This is an improving horse. She'll have to get better and get the right trip here, but I don't think she's impossible. I'd rather bet her at 5-1 than Prerequisite at 5-2.
Japanese mare, more on her in a moment. 3 Priests, and then the heavy favorite, 6-5 Prerequisite.
With 3 Priests, you worry about the distance. With Prerequisite, you worry about being the person who wants to bet her at 6-5, and you worry what that says about you.
Papilio, 5th in the One Dreamer at Kentucky Downs, and 30 Thou Kelvin, 25-1 winner at Saratoga this summer.
Papilio is the one that scares me the most in this race. She's run against better horses. She's run okay. I like the 2 and 7. I like the idea in my mind I have the best speed and the best closer. That's my thought with those 2.
Yeah, so Spirit and Glory, circling back to her. There she is, so you give her a big look. She's hanging up there at 7-1 now. This was 2 starts back, the Eatontown at Monmouth Park. And I guess my question was, would you have liked her to offer a little bit more in the stretch, given how the table was set for her, able to dictate the pace and how slow they went throughout.
Didn't matter that day at Monmouth. Slow paces were falling apart all day. That race fell apart. I have no problem with the race she ran. I think she runs that race. She'll be tough in the air. The mile and eighth is one of the questions you might have. Now, she's won at it, but not against this quality of horses. I don't worry about her Kentucky Downs race. You know what Kentucky Downs is like? It's like the claw. You know that game with the claw where you put your money in, you think you're going to grab money or things, and you never get anything?
An item. I've
right.
never
Well, no one
secured
has.
an
No
item.
one ever has, and that's Kentucky Downs. They have these immense purses. People ship. It's somewhere, I think it's near the Iditarod, and they go there, and there's all that money up for grabs, and they never get the money. So it's like the claw.
Maggie, I'm trying to figure out a clever segue from the claw to a horse named Three Priests, but I'm not that brave. So what do you see from Three Priests?
I do not blame you, Lafitte, for not going there. Quick shout out to my man Curbstone. He ran so well in that 2-mile race to the Great Wizard. I could not be more proud of him. As we'll take a look at number 5, Three Priests. Japanese bred, yeah. Here, now, obviously what I'm not familiar with, having only made one start prior in America at the Claw, Kentucky Downs. She was steady back to last early. Then she made the sustained forward move whilst on the inside beneath John Velasquez. And then she was kind of in between horses, but still continued on. You know, never really in that real clear, comfortable spot, which I appreciate. And given her size, I kind of understand it. She is quite petite. But she has come in here. She's completely washed out. You can see her. She's acting up a little bit on track. Again, I don't know her. Maybe she's always like this, but it's not something, and she's 7-1, so it's a fair price based upon that effort first time in America. But again, it's not things I like to see that give you the most confidence. Let's move on to another horse who is not that familiar with American racing, the Argentinian bred Edict. I know Dave Donk was high on this horse from the beginning of Saratoga. Unfortunately, she never got to run up there. You see a gap in her works from August 8th to September 2nd. Then she was entered in the Noble Damsel. She was scratched that day, so hence another break in the workout pattern from September 15th to October 4th. So obviously some hurdles getting her to the races. Now, she's a big price, but I liked what I saw. I watched her last race at least. That was the one I could find on YouTube. And she was very game. She set the pace. So she is acting like a horse, too, today that should be forward. She's getting a solo warm-up out there with Johnny aboard, John Velasquez, that is, and she was awfully sharp in the paddock. She's got those really nicely developed hindquarters, so look for her to be forwardly placed if the break goes well. Then let's get to my selection in here, which I think might be a popular one here on the program. And that's number 7, Papilio. I agree. She looks so uncomfortable over that Kentucky Downs turf course, especially when they kind of went down in that dip that you see. It looked like Florent Giroux was kind of steadying her back, keeping her off her front end, off her forehand, and eventually that race wired. She looks great here. Look, the 2 for Chad Brown look tremendous. I really have no problems with Prerequisite or Child of the Moon, who I think is improving and looks better each time I see her, but I'm going to take a shot with Papilio. Looks the picture here, nice, calm, settled, and getting back to a traditional turf course here in the States.
Mag, I'm on board with you. I'm going to go with Papilio as well. It's a horse I've always thought was pretty talented, a horse that ran extremely well. I remember I kind of started to have a little bit of a horse crush on Papilio after that Edgewood on Derby Day, or maybe it's the day before Derby. I think it's the day before Derby, the Edgewood, on Oaks Day. But she ran really well there, and she just never really gotten a lot of wins since then, but she's always shown some talent. She always shows up. I thought she ran extremely well last time at Kentucky Downs, being wide all the way around there. And Kentucky Downs is one of those places, I know you guys have talked about it a little bit, where if a horse runs really well there and I want to play against the horse next time, I use Kentucky Downs as an excuse why they ran well. If they run poorly at Kentucky Downs and I want to bet the horse this time, then I blame Kentucky Downs for the reason they didn't run well. So basically, like, Kentucky Downs is like my scapegoat when I'm trying to figure out, when I'm trying to kind of convince myself of a horse. I think Papilio makes a ton of sense in here. I love the price you're getting at 5-1. Sure, prerequisite, could win, but it's just too short of a price for me.
I don't know how Prerequisite wins this race. The only way, in my opinion, she can win this race is honestly if the 2 doesn't get out of the gate or the rider decides to rate the lone speed and they let her go 25-50. And even then, I'm a little suspect. Prerequisite is as dressed up as a racehorse can be. Her last win is completely phony. She'll never win off of that effort. I think she's one of the worst even money shots you've seen in a long time. Could she win? I think I picked her 5th. Of course she could win. But how she is even money and horses that are actually better than her are much bigger prices. To me, this is utter insanity.
And has to be strictly a connection thing, a Flavien Prat, Chad Brown thing, looking for a stake sweep on the afternoon.
I'm dumbfounded. I was surprised when David Argano made her the 3-1 morning line favorite, to be honest with you.
Exciting edition of the Athenia. Moving into line, Chris Griffin standing by post time for the 10th, the Athenia, Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. From the outside, 30 thou Kelvin has early speed. There's prerequisite in between horses. Also right there is Spirit and Glory in the early mix. Well off the rail. Spirit and Glory is towards the inside, has now got a head in front. Edict is ready to challenge towards the outside from second. There's Prerequisite is a comfortable enough third and tucks right in behind the leading duo. At the rail is Papilio, who gets right over to the rail, saves the ground now as they work towards that first turn as they're in fourth. 30 thou Kelvin broke with the leaders, is back to fifth, is to the outside of Child of the Moon, who will be in sixth. Second to last is Tufani and the early Triller. 3 Priests. The leader is Spirit and Glory. Spirit and Glory front running, has company towards the outside from Edict, who's within a neck of the leader. Prerequisite is to the outside there of Papilio. They travel as a pair, third and fourth. In behind them is 30 thou Kelvin is in the fifth position. It's a snug hold on Child of the Moon, is a comfortable enough sixth. Starting to make up some ground from the back is Tufani, and the trailer continues to be 3 Priests. 48 and 4 for the half-mile time. Spirit and Glory has a half-length advantage on Edict, who continues to chase this leader, has been there the entire journey, and a tight hold here on Papilio. Nowhere to go yet. Prerequisite is going to be 3 wide. Papilio just waiting for the room here at the rail. Moving forward is Child of the Moon, is in the 2 path, 3 wide, 30 thou Kelvin from the back to Fani. No move yet from 3 Priests as they are approaching the top of the lane. 1:13 and 3 for 3/4 of a mile. Spirit and Glory is still there and kicks on. Spirit and Glory is trying to shrug off Edict. Can Papilio find room towards the inside? Prerequisite's going to get the jump. It's Spirit and Glory trying to fend off Prerequisite, who's rolling now. Child of the Moon is lifting late as well. Here's Child of the Moon to the outside. Prerequisite to the inside, still with a neck in front. Prerequisite, Child of the Moon gets up to win the Athenia. Child of the Moon, Prerequisite, then a late run there. Tufani is in a photo with Papilio in 1 minute 48 and 3.
A brownout in the Athenia. Chad Brown running 1-2. Child of the Moon running down her favored stablemate. Prerequisite make that a stakes sweep on the afternoon. The Awad and the Athenia for Chad Brown.
And listen, Prerequisite got a good trip. She angled out like she was going to be able to go by, and I don't think she was ever looking like she could bet at even money, but looked like she was going to be a winner nonetheless. But Child of the Moon, who we said in the show, she shouldn't have been a bigger price than this one. She somehow pays 9-2 over the 6-5 on Prerequisite. Prerequisite ran well. She didn't run like a 6-5 shot. Child of the Moon, an overlay at 9-2. Prerequisite, an underlay.
She can motor late. We saw that in the penultimate race of the meet at Saratoga, winning for the first time in the States after debuting and running a bang-up second in her U.S. debut. She could motor late, and she was on a wrong lead, and regardless, able to run down her stablemate.
Yeah, I'm going to go with our man Tom Amos, who thinks that there's way too much made about lead changes. That's one thing that, I know we talk about it a lot. It just doesn't. I respect what Tom said. I don't know. This is a horse that had a lot of upside. And I think the mistake I made was going to horses like Spirit and Glory and Papilio. Papilio had a very nice ride by Dylan Davis. It's not good enough. That it had good form in the past. And I think the mistake I made as a handicapper, looking back on it, was I should have taken a horse that had more upside. And this was a horse who clearly, and we talked about the race, had a chance to win the race. Just had to improve a little bit. But at 9-2, you could bet her that she would improve a little bit. You can't bet horses at short prices hoping they're going to improve.
A memorable afternoon for co-owner Saul Kuman. Winning races at
everywhere.
Far Hills and winning a stakes race here. The Athenia, Belmont at the Big A.
I've already chastised him for not being at Far Hills. We're happy he's not at Aqueduct, actually, but he really should have been at Far Hills.
We're thrilled that Acacia, Joe, and Richie were at Far Hills all afternoon, guys. It's so entertaining and so much fun to watch the pageantry of this event.
Oh, it's been awesome, Lafitte. What a terrific day. It's been a lot of fun people watching here as well. And shout out to our team behind the scenes as well. We had a few hiccups to begin the afternoon, and Joe, they were amazing, making sure we get the show on, and what a great day.
Yeah, I don't know anything about technical difficulties, but they had them, and we managed to get around them. So, yeah, definitely a shout out. We pulled it off, and great day of racing, the way it's supposed to be. The Great Wizard added a cool touch of flat class at the end here, and Curbstone paid $35 to place.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Big effort from Curbstone, but the Grey Wizard with the class winning. Parker Hendricks aboard, and Parker standing by with Richie.
Yeah, terrific ride, Parker Hendricks. You were cast into kind of a difficult situation. Here's a very short-priced horse that you're not familiar with, but you handled it so well. Were there any anxious moments?
Not really, no. I worked him. I spent a week with him when he won the Belmont Gold Cup. I was up there galloping him, so I kind of knew him, and I worked him 2 weeks ago. So I had worked him, and he worked. He's not a flashy workhorse at all, and so I knew he was pretty lazy. And I talked to Johnny this morning, and I talked to Graham, and I watched all his videos yesterday. And the only thing that Johnny said to me that I didn't know was he hangs in a little bit, which he was kind of trying to do once he hit the front. But he said, you have a quarter of a mile, he can really motor. It just takes him a little bit to get him really going. And he was exactly right.
Yeah, he seems to me like a bicycle horse, meaning you have to pedal and you have to ride him for a long ways. He also looked like when he hit the front, maybe lost a little focus.
Definitely, yeah. It's a big environment here, and he kind of got to the front, and he was like, "Okay, great, I did my job," and I kind of had to keep him up to his work. But yeah, he's kind of a horse that you have to. I kicked sooner than I normally would have, and I was like, okay, I need to go sooner than I want to. So no, it worked out great, and thank you so much to Graham for giving me the opportunity. It was great.
Well, his confidence in you was rewarded. Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Guys, a happy young man who delivered a flawless ride.
All the things that he learned and picked up from the Grey Wizard paying off with the victory today. Joe, as we wrap up the afternoon, I know some really wonderful performances, but I would imagine for a lot of people, us included, Snap Decision, a big highlight.
Oh, yeah, you'll get goosebumps thinking about that race for a while, I think, and just everything about it. Class, tenaciousness, to dig in like that, to get challenged. You don't see horses fight back between horses like that so much. And, he did, like Graham said, he didn't quite meet the last, didn't get away from the last as quickly as he probably wanted, but and then they just come after him, and to dig in there in the middle. And you were saying switch leads, and I think he does right at the very end. Mm-hmm. And maybe that got him home, and just such a gutsy performance, on a big stage and a race he had to do it in.
Yep.
I mean, anything less than that, and he's beat. So I mean, he had to show how good he was right there, and he did. And for a horse who he's not our horse, but you feel like he is kind of, because he's just sort of had some weird, tough things happen to him. He hadn't been able to run in New York. He has to carry a boat. He carried 168 pounds once, which is, he lost giving 28 pounds away. Well, that's going to do it. And to dig in like that on this stage is something special.
His fourth appearance in the American Grand National, and this time he finally gets the win. What a tremendous performance from Snap Decision. Hopefully he gets that Eclipse Award this year. Well, it was a fantastic day over here at Far Hills. I think the party is continuing around as the tailgates are still going, even though racing has concluded, but racing not finished in New York. More live action from Belmont at the Big A on America's Day at the Races.
Took the lead. 8 to main 2. Get it at you're out. 250. 8 to down to get down 250. Down to get down to get down 50. Guess not. Able to get down to get down to get down 50. Hit it at once. Able to get down to get down to get down. They know down. Put it up very when it gets twice. Able to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. Good night. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
$1,700,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races and the Athenia in the books. Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. And nominate and now to the sale where stars are sold. Child of the Moon, Chad Brown, 1-2 over prerequisite, $11. Child of the Moon, 2 straight victories, and now a stakes winner here in the States. Winning trainer Chad Brown with Maggie in the Winter Circle.
Lafitte, I got to steal that line. A brownout. And it's a brownout in the Athenia as Chad gets his unprecedented 9th win in this race. And Chad, Child of the Moon, I thought just a filly that is really progressing, really coming along at the right time.
Yeah, I want to thank the owners, the partnership that owns this horse. They're very patient. She came over after they bought her, and soon thereafter had a problem, had to go to the farm for quite a while, and several people played a role in rehabbing her. And of course, my team brought her over today in good shape, 2 for 2 since we've got her onto the track after about a year off. So she's in good form right now. She stays healthy. I think she's ready to go up in class even more.
And a respectable run by the favorite prerequisite. Did you feel as though maybe she had to move too early?
Yeah, I mean, he sent out of the gate and he made the 2 and the 3 clear on, which was good. And then they sort of backed it up in the middle, and just where she was positioned, she was just traveling always a little further than Child of the Moon, who was just snug on the rail there. And I think at the end there, when it comes down to a head on the wire, it's who saved the ground, and Manny ended up just having a better trip. Prerequisite, no shame in defeat. She ran a super race.
Fillies, turf fillies, it's just your thing. Is there some sort of thing that you go for with them? Is there some sort of recipe?
Yes, Frankel has it, and he handed it to me, and I'm not talking about it.
The secret is going to your grave.
Yeah, he taught me, the master. So he taught me everything. So.
Well done. Continuing that legacy as well, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown with that 9th victory in the Athenia, Child of the Moon, the victor this time around. Lafitte.
9 wins in the Athenia. I believe last year, technical analysis. So moving forward, Child of the Moon, how good do you think she is, and what could be next?
She's not as good as technical analysis. That's an interesting question. I don't know if there's anything left for her here. The Long Island's obviously too long. She's not going to go to the matriarch, I wouldn't think. So maybe Chad is thinking about next year and working on a plan. And knowing him, that plan includes running in races like the Hillsborough at Tampa Bay to get them ready if he thinks she's good enough to go to Keeneland. Now, she'd have to improve to run it effectively in a race like the Jenny Wiley, but she's taking steps forward. She also got a great ride, as he pointed out, from Manny Franco in that race, and a great trip. And I think it's fair to say she had a slightly better trip than the 6. I think Maggie was right. I think it was splitting hairs that she moved a little sooner. It's just the last move and saving ground, as Chad said, was better for her. They both ran well, but I think Child of the Moon's the better one going forward.
You thought prerequisite was over. Bet she did run well. How much better did she run than you expected? Or did she run as well as you thought she was?
A little bit better. I mean, I wasn't confident she'd rate since she wasn't likely to get the lead. So that's one of the reasons why I think taking that short price. And the other thing is, I didn't really think she was necessarily better than other. But horses are even money at 6-5. They should have demonstratively proven to you, especially in a competitive stake race, that you're better than these horses. It's not like even money is saying, I kind of like them. You're making a point. She is like 50%. She's a coin flip to win this race. I don't know how anybody looks at the PPs of that race and makes her a coin flip to win. I don't see it. Because she also wasn't the speed on paper. If she was the lone speed, I would have said that was the reason, but she wasn't. I'm mystified, but I'm mystified as why McCullough was 2-1 in the previous race, too.
The common denominator, it's Chad Brown,
Yeah.
Chad Brown, Chad Brown. We're going to break. We have the 11th race coming up. Who do you like in that 11th? We just saw the field. They're going to the break in like 11 seconds.
The 11 Blake B. I like the number of the horse in the race they're in. That's
5-1. More on the 11th. More on that at what? The co-feature. 2-year-olds early today and evaluation metric. There goes that team. Pratt, Brown. Big Saturday afternoon at the Big A.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Earlier today, the Awad 2-year-old. Tis dashing, valuation metric, Seth Klarman owned, Chad Brown trained, Flavia Pratt turns it on late.
Yeah, this was an excellent ride by Flavia and Pratt. Sort of while everybody moved, or others may have moved a little prematurely, he just waited in that spot too wide behind the leaders and angled out. And there's a lot of hitting going on up front. And at the end of the day, this race kind of collapsed. A tough beat for the 5, who got a great ride coming through inside. I think, I want to say John Velasquez probably on that horse as well. And Valuation Metric, both of them got good trips. And Valuation Metric proved best.
Valuation Metric, 3 career starts, graduating first career win. He does so in a stakes race. How good do you think he is moving forward?
It's just so hard to know. You know, it's rare that you can look at a 2-year-old turf horse, turf router especially, and say, I really think this is going to be a big factor going on, because they're just not running races, and they're so young. I think the mile 16th mile, it's hard for them to be showing what they can really do. So he has the potential to move forward next year, but it just seems like year after year, the good 3-year-old turf horses, especially the males, but I think all of them, they're often not the ones we're seeing do that well going as 2-year-olds, and that's why everybody wants to get into the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races, because they are the most winnable Breeders' Cup races.
Is there one memory in particular that comes to mind at mention of Awad the horse?
You know, it's hard because there were a lot of interesting horses running around when he ran. The one thing I would say I remember about Awad is he always seemed to be there at the wire. When he was second or third, he just kept running.
Far back.
He was just, he was a really cool horse. He's a horse a lot of people liked, but there were a lot of fun turfers. Kiri's Clown was running back then.
Yeah.
They showed a race yesterday where he beat Influent. It was a horse I had a great fondness for. A lot of really fun horses running back then, and he was certainly one of them.
Fun day of racing. Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock for the 11th. 12 deep on this Saturday program. And there, Hop Brown currently at 11-1. We'll have Maggie's paddock report, riders up in a post parade for the 11th Belmont at the Big A.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Riders up. That was Flavien Prat, Winter's Ghost, who is the 5-2 choice. Andy going with the 11 Blake B towards the outside in this $20,000 claiming event, mile on the main track.
Are they just betting Flavien Prat? Is this horse supposed to be favored in here? Is he the morning line favorite?
Been kind of a theme this afternoon.
No, he was not the morning line favorite.
He was 5-1 on the morning line. There he is. He just missed in his latest. Did Winter's Ghost on the 3rd of October right here.
He ran fine. I thought the track was fair that day. I thought he ran okay. Leader speed finished 5th. I prefer others, but he's not impossible.
Drew the rail that day, has the rail once again, all about the money. Whenever somebody says it's not about the money, Andy, it's always all about the money.
It's not about the money for me. It's about the pleasure of working with people like you, Lafitte.
How many of our viewers do you think bought a syllable of that?
The ones that bet Prerequisite and McCullough. You had to bet both of them, and maybe you believed it.
Oh, boy. Wild banker, higher quality.
Manny Franco wins a stake, and then he has to go. That's
for your trouble. For your trouble, Manny. For your trouble.
You know what's a forgotten thing, and everybody seems okay. I think this horse is a player and a big overlay at 10-1.
Higher quality.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to get some speed to run out. I think he's interesting. I like a speed, but I think he's interesting.
Bar 14 has seen better days.
I just don't know if he can be competitive anymore. If he can, he'll be speed.
Mason Mania trainer Rob Atras looking for a 3rd on the afternoon.
Rob's horses are running well, and this horse is coming off a solid effort. He needs some pace.
First glimpse, Bill Morey, first after the claim.
Yeah, Bill's numbers off the claim are good, though they're better on on all surfaces.
Alternate reality as they move quickly, then Bold Victory, 0 for 8 this year.
He is a deep closer.
Grandpa's Kid does not miss a dance.
How is Bold Victory 27-1 and Grandpa's Kid has back races, I guess.
22 races over the last 2 years. Blake B, Andy's top selection.
Yeah, I don't love 7-2 and probably not going to bet him at that price, but I'm hoping he either stalks the speed of the 5, or if the 5 doesn't have the speed, he takes the lead and wires him.
At 4-1. That's the field, $20,000 claimers. Mile on the main track. And while you're looking at higher quality, start with the favorite, Maggie, in Winter's Ghost, drawn inside. What have you noticed as we've approached post-time?
It feels like outside of Blake B, the 3 main players come out of that common race in which Winter's Ghost set a pressured pace, then got gave his other teammate at the time first glimpse, because they were both Rudy Rodriguez horses, the assist and let him up the rail, and he still battled on gamely. The problem is physically, I do prefer the other. And Winter's Ghost could be effective here, as we'll see how much speed he has. He just lacks a bit of a hind end, and I'm such a stickler for that, especially with these types of lower level claimers. I want to see that development, and it's just not there with Winter's Ghost. As we'll take a look at that main rival who was claimed out of there in number 7, First Glimpse, and I respect what Bill Morey sends out to the racetrack. And this is a horse that has always looked good. It's much the same here again. I really like what I'm seeing from him. But again, he definitely was a beneficiary of an ideal setup and trip last time. As we move to his inside, Mason Mania also coming out of there, kind of picking up the pieces, and found his best stride very late in the game. He was picked out of that race by Rob Atras, who's having a very nice day, looking for his 3rd winner on the card. I'm wondering if we see Mason Mania maybe get back to more tactical tactics. Kendrick Carmouche aboard again, but 2 back, we saw him be more forwardly placed, albeit it was a quicker pace last time out, but I'd love to see him just a little bit more involved. He looks fantastic for Rob. His coat looks spectacular. He's really well muscled, and it's usually reflective. When Rob's horses look this good, that's why we're seeing the results on the racetrack. As we will check in with number 11, Blake B. As Andy said, he's a horse that has speed, but he was nowhere near the lead first off the claim for Michelle Giangiulio at Parks. I don't know why. It's like there was no sense of urgency by Luis Rivera that day, other than, he had an outside post and maybe he was scared about getting caught wide to the short run to the first turn, but that race dominated up front with winning on weekends, setting the pace, and Fighter Town right outside of him to just nail him late. He looks great. He's always a horse that maintains a good physical conditioning, but I'm hoping they are more aggressive with this horse. As we do have a late scratch in number 10 coming out. Grandpa's Kid will not play today. He was a late scratch up in Saratoga as well, Lafitte.
Right when I said he dances every dance, he is not going to dance this dance. Grandpa's Kid, a late scratch, which at first glance doesn't seem to change anything in terms of complexion of the race, Andy Serling.
No, is a great point. You know, you look to see about late scratches. Are they speed types that can be involved? This horse obviously has no speed at all, so he's not going to affect things. And I'm going to give you a little bit of the responsibility of that. You said how he just like dances every dance.
Yeah, that's on me.
2 minutes later, he was a gate scratch.
That's
I'm not saying it's
on me.
related, but it does feel a little bit more than coincidence.
It does. So I walk around saying Dodgers are going to win Game 6 of the NLCS. Dodgers are going to win Game 6 of the NLCS.
Let me tell you something. As a Met fan, in my opinion, it's all gravy. I mean, honestly, you remember I invited you to that Mets-Dodgers game.
Yeah.
We went back in May, and you weren't able to go, but that was when the guy threw the glove over it.
Yeah.
If somebody told me that they were going to make a run for the playoffs, I wouldn't have believed it.
0-5 to start the year, 11 under 500 at some point.
That was right around that point.
And they've been a fun team to watch. At one point, I'm being told 17 and a half
I thought it was
games
19,
out.
but whatever.
They've been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, any Mets fan that feels like, I mean, you want them to win, but anything now, it's just gravy.
And they're not, listen, that Manet is tough, really tough, dominated Game 2. Anything happens in a Game 7, I really hope there is not a Game 7. Winter's Ghost, the favorite at 3-1.
Because he got a horse scratch in the race. I didn't want him to start crying. I saw some tears. I think the 11, you know, this has been a very hot barn. The 10-strike Michelle Giangulio horses have been running extremely well here, and something I've noticed. And lost to another horse for 10-strike at Parks last time in a better field. I think this is just a very logical spot for a horse I've always kind of had a little bit of an affinity for. I don't think 7-2 is any great price, but I like his chances.
Wide open, competitive, $20,000 claiming event. Chris Griffin standing by post time, 11 of 12. Belmont at the Big A on Fox Sports 2.
Wild Bankers in, alternate reality. Bold Victory. Bold Victory stepping forward, then Higher Quality. Last to load. One more there, bar 14. Last to load will be Blake B to the outside. Bar 14, Blake B. Blake B goes in. All set. And they're off. Blake B shot right out of the gate, and Blake B towards the front from the far outside. Bar 14 is in the early mix, and at the rail here's Winter's Ghost is the gray, and Winter's Ghost is going to push the tempo with All About the Money in that early mix too. Now 3 across the racetrack here. It's going to be bar 14 to the outside in between horses. All About the Money at the rail, Winter's Ghost. Settling off of them is now going to be Blake B, and Blake B did not want to get in that early scrum. Is 6 lengths off the battling trio, and they are flying away. Higher Quality is moving towards the inside, is now taken 5th. Mid-pack is going to be First Glimpse. There's Alternate Reality under a tight hold, 22-4, and it's a pressured opening quarter mile. Towards the back end of the field is Mason Mania with the trailer. Far back is going to be Bold Victory. They get set to work into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to go, and the front 3 still go at it. In between horses, All About the Money. 3 wide is bar 14, at the rail is Winter's Ghost. Here's First Glimpse, an Alternate Reality. They've been settled off the pace, and they travel as a pair. Alternate Reality is the one ranging up on the outside of First Glimpse. Under a drive is Blake B, not making up the ground. Bold Victory is last, but is now making up some ground. Is still about 8 lengths off the lead there with Higher Quality. They reach the top of the stretch, and All About the Money has shrugged off 2 rivals, and All About the Money has put distance on the field. All About the Money is a huge number, and All About the Money is trying to win it right now. Here comes Alternate Reality. Here comes Bold Victory. A furlong left to go. All About the Money is pleading for the line. Here comes Bold Victory to the outside. Alternate Reality on the inside, and even Mason Mania at the rail. 4 across the track. It's going to be a tight photo finish. 3 noses on the line. Mason Mania, Alternate Reality. Then came Bold Victory. All About the Money. Finish 4th.
Wild, wild finish. Mason Mania pictured with Kendrick Carmouche. The race complexion changing in the final strides with long shots up front trying to pull off massive upsets. On the outside, bold victory. And on the inside, Mason Mania heads bobbing in between horses. Alternate reality. Wow.
Very close. It does feel like the 6 Mason Mania got up on the rail over the 9. It was 22-1 on the outside with alternate reality outside, and this was a fast pace that just completely fell apart. And I'll be honest, the first 3 finishers, probably the one who ran the best was our friend Sarah's horse, Alternate Reality, because he made the first move into it. As it turned out, it was the last movers that got their heads down the wire. So, and listen, you're betting on a rider that doesn't win, so you got to take what you can get. But there's no question that horse just moved first of the 3. And considering how far back the 6 and 9 came from, probably Alternate Reality was the best of those 3. Though actually, I would say the best performance was probably all about the money.
About the money.
He finished 4th at 38-1 because he almost survived a pace duel that just like completely incinerated every horse in the vicinity of it. So that was one where if you got a little 6-9 exacta here, Box, you got a little lucky there to get the money, but that's the game.
6-9, 8-2, 7-2, over 22-1, 19-1, 38-1. Sarah El Badwi had Alternate Reality.
She liked that horse.
Wow.
She's a big fan of that horse.
Big effort.
That was a tough beat for him because he ran a winning race, though. I still think the 2, I mean, it's unbelievable. The 2 got beaten by what, about a length and a half at the end. But I mean, he didn't stop until about 20 yards before the wire, and the others had abdicated a quarter mile earlier. That was a crazy race.
Crazy. The salute from Kendrick Carmouche.
Well,
That's all this day.
Kendrick coming inside, right?
That's what this day needed. We've had everything except a Kendrick Carmouche winning interview. You'll hear from Kendrick. Following that winning ride, Wild One in the 11th of 12. Mason Mania 6-9, 8-2. Results, reaction as our coverage continues. Belmont at the Big A on Fox Sports 2.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of the East Coast's top turf fillies, Market Segmentation offers classic potential throughout her pedigree. A debut winner at 2, the daughter of Triple Crown winner American Pharoah reached her pinnacle in the Grade 1 New York Stakes for owner Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown, defeating champion Didia and 3 other Grade 1 winners.
And it is Market Segmentation, wire to wire.
Out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare, Market Segmentation's page features Broodmare of the Year Ann Campbell and champions Misty for Me and U.S. Navy flag. Market Segmentation is pregnant, carrying her first foal to leading sire Into Mischief on a cross that has produced Kentucky Derby winner Mandaloon and Dubai World Cup winner Laurel River. Grade 1 winner Market Segmentation, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Gainesway Agent.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and what a wild and exciting finish we saw in today's 11th race as Mason Mania gets the job done for trainer Rob Atras' 3rd of the day. But first, let's talk to Kendrick Carmouche, who piloted Mason Mania with some daring tactics up the rail.
Well, we wanted to break sharp and be a little close, but
Your face says a different story.
That didn't work out too good. So, you know, my only thoughts was just to save ground. You know, those horses got to come back. I know the track is fast, but I just saved ground. And I tell you, at the end, they never had a hole. And, I mean, he came off the rail just a slight little bit, and my horse just put his head down and wanted to go through it. And if he want to go through, I want to go through, you know. So I'm just glad that he wanted to, he went through that small spot, you know. It made us a winner.
Signature Kendrick move, looking over. Did you think you won it?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Rob, you and I were not so sure. You're watching it in the office here. Kendrick, thank you. Congrats. But third win of the day. What a nice day here on Saturday.
Yeah, great day. You know, I felt like all the horses were in good spots, and you know, we've had some bad luck lately. Horses that getting out finished and beat at the line and all that, going back to Saratoga. So today everything kind of lined up, so it was nice.
And Mason Mania, I had to look back. He felt like a horse that you had before, because I feel like you've run against him with a lot of horses. What made you claim him?
You know, I always liked him. I tried to get him back a couple times, and last time I knew he had one bad race, but I kind of wanted to throw it out, and he ran really great last time. So this race was coming up in only 2 weeks, but you know, he had a bit of time off, so I felt like he was pretty fresh. And you know, when I got him, he was in great shape. So I just thought this would be a good spot, and it looked pretty much like the 16 he ran in. So we had high hopes for him today.
Well, job well done, and congratulations on all your winners.
Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, Rob Atris, what a day here. Really taking home the money. Lafitte.
3 wins, Rob Atris, a Yankee playoff game to go home and watch, Mason Mania. See, that's a $20,000 claiming event here. Andy, not a great stakes race. How exciting was that?
I mean, we were having fun, you and I, just watching the replay, because the winner was dead last top of the stretch. The 9 was sort of outside of him, way back, and the 8 was making that first move into it. I still cannot believe the race the number 2 ran in there, all about the money. I mean, it's amazing that he was there until right at the end. I mean, that horse ran a huge race. I agree. That was probably the most entertaining race in the entire card.
And really good insight from Kendrick Carmouche.
That he's
really good stuff
honest
there,
enough to say, well, we wanted to be a little more forward. No, it was all good. That was great.
Thrilling edition of a $20,000 claimer here in the 11th Belmont at the Big A. Race 12 in 12 minutes, speeding things up. Allowance runners turf sprint with La Salvadorena, the 5-2 choice with Dylan Davis in the saddle. Coverage continues. The nightcap. We'll check in with Maggie. We have a post parade. And a look ahead to the feature tomorrow, the Chelsea Flower and Opulent Restraint. As the march continues for Chad Brown, the stakes sweep today. See what his horses do in tomorrow's Chelsea Flower. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Rodney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rodney to win the affirmed success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
sun setting on this gorgeous fall afternoon in New York City. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
I'm starting to have flashbacks to leaving here with Greg in the dead of winter when it's pitch black out.
It gets colder than this?
It does get cold, but I'm tough. I'm not like you, a guy from California.
By the way, don't insinuate we're done with racing.
Really tough.
We got a short break
Got
here,
a
and then
good
back at
race coming
7:30. Well, tonight we have racing for Meadowlands, right?
I think it's awesome how you offered to host that. You know that
on site.
Criff was going to host, but he can't make it.
Volunteer. I volunteer. I'm a team player. Team player, Andy Sterling. Look it up.
Sitting in my office anyway.
Chelsea Flower tomorrow. The female equivalent of the Awad. 2-year-old fillies on grass. Opulent Restraint for Chad Brown. His 2-year-olds ran 1-2 in the Awad. See what Opulent Restraint does tomorrow. It's a cool, beautifully bred filly. Her mother, very, very popular.
Yeah, she's a nice horse, and she got a nice trip to win last time and ran well, getting the job done. She's probably the horse to beat. I think Rare Art's dangerous, but Rare Art's coming back on very short rest, which I think is a bit of a concern where she's had time. Now, she was originally going to run in the Miss Grillo, but when it was delayed a week, he entered the other horse, which unfortunately was interfered with around the turn. They're the two main players. Chelsea Flower is the answer to one of my favorite racing trivia questions.
Okay.
Who is Nick Zito's only Grade 1 winner on the turf? She won the Flower
That
Bowl
is
for
great.
Nick. Isn't that great?
I don't like to give you credit. That was.
That's a good trivia question, isn't it?
That was really good.
You're excited to be sitting next to me.
That was really good. I'm
That's
going to sell it and use that as my own PS.
Go right ahead.
Make like a lot of money.
You're stealing stuff
hard to
from me.
make that.
You've really hit
Not
bottom.
the first time, won't be the last. Rare Art. But that's significant because she did run in the Miss Grillo. The Miss Grillo took place a week later than it should have. So I think still with these young developing fillies, that is a legitimate concern, the short rest.
I agree, but the thing about it is sometimes they come back and run fine, So I'm going to trust in Tony Dutrow bringing her back, and I think she's dangerous. Opulent Restraint got a very good trip last time, and she ran well in there. I think she's probably the horse to beat, but I don't think it's by a huge margin. She's probably going to be a pretty short price.
Chelsea Flower tomorrow afternoon. We'll have it for you right here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. One left, 12th and final, La Salvadorena, who is the favorite, 2-1. Much more on this nightcap, the 12th and final, coming up in 5 minutes. Stay tuned.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Miz Big Bucks.
Miz Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
There's a passion in this game that grabs you. It'll make you get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week, and you will not be able to let go.
I'm so blessed to do what I do. I don't lose sight of that for a half a second ever. I get to train horses for a living.
If you've never experienced a race, you need to experience it, and then tell me that it doesn't get your heart pounding.
It needs to be in a bucket list for everybody to come to the races and get as close as you can to the rail. Just hear those horses going by.
It's like a thunderstorm coming. I mean, it's like electric, and it just shoof, it whisks past you.
Those that are in it and have experienced it, that pulls that you to where you can't let it go.
Okay, there's heaven for horses. This is heaven. I've lived it and seen it. It's really special here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Little bit of everything for the horse racing fan this afternoon. International racing this morning. 12 races, Aqueduct, Far Hill Steeplechase, and tonight from the Big M, Breeders' Crown Eliminations. Coverage begins at 7:30. Breeders' Crown Eliminations from Meadowlands right here on Fox Sports 2. We miss anything? And we literally a little bit of everything today.
A lot of everything. I would say a lot of everything. We had 3.5 hours from over at Ascot.
Right.
We got 6 hours here and 3.5 in the Meadowlands. Which part of the little bit? You think Eric at 10 o'clock and the people up here at 10 o'clock are thinking just a little Meadowlands? While you're comfortably watching the Yankees, probably sleeping?
No, I was going to cover Meadowlands. I volunteered. They did not want my services. It was declined.
No, that's understandable.
It is understandable. JK, 12th and final. Who do you like?
The Longhorns. I like the 7, and it has nothing to do with the orange saddle cloth. I like this horse. They've kind of figured out, I think, that Ray Handel has figured out the sprint is what's best for this horse. Ran so well first out sprinting. Then they tried the 2 long races. They went fine, but then last time at Saratoga on good ground, really showed up, ran well, ran fast. I think this horse actually is going to like that 6 furlongs, right? Because Ray tried to go a little bit longer, makes me feel comfortable that longer is better. Give me the 7. Watch this, Lafitte. La Salvadorena.
That was good. He actually kind of rolled his R. That wasn't bad. That was pretty good. La Salvadorena, 5-2, second choice. There's Leslie Humer and Flavian Pratt.
She's the horse to beat in this race. She was wide last time against a good rail and thought she ran very well.
Miz Big Bucks, Kendrick Carmouche looking to go back-to-back.
She's dangerous. The race was a little easier before we redrew it because it didn't have reflexivity who could challenge her early.
Rotary, who is idle since opening week Saratoga, then a 19-1 shot. Master of the Tunes, Santana, 3 wins today.
I like Master of the Tunes in this race. She had a lot of trouble last time out. Much of it not caught in the chart, and I think she is a horse that could definitely get a piece to big price.
At 19-1, then La Salvadorena and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I don't get her really at all. I won't be shocked if she's effective, but I thought she won a fairly weak maiden race and kind of got lucky in doing so.
Reflexivity looking to go back-to-back.
She's improved since they started being more aggressive with her, but she also improved against weaker horses.
Progeny looking to go back-to-back.
The first turf race wasn't that bad, but she's a wild card, long shot.
Strut, her stuff draws in.
I mean, are you surprised that she's only 10-1 here? I know she has upside and she won her one turf race easily, but it was a pretty slow race, relatively speaking.
Rosario riding, and look, again, you've said, how many times have you pointed this out where they like the wins?
There's a big following for Madison Myers.
But the horse, but she's winning. But the Strut, her stuff, 2 starts. Joelle takes over.
No, that's fair. 2 open-length wins. People like, listen, the trainer's winning 16%. I'm not looking to make fun. I'm just saying I've never heard of this trainer. Have you?
No.
I have a good friend named Markley Myers, but I don't think they're related.
Ask me that question off air next time. I'd appreciate it. Down to Maggie.
Andy, you're going to be embarrassed when I remind you of the horse that she trained. Grateful Bread, play on Grateful Dead, Madison Myers, yes. That's the same trainer. A friend of mine, yes, I do know her personally. She used to work for Jimmy Baker. She was in Saratoga. She's married to Kieran Norris, who's a former jump rider. So I think she does a great job. She has limited stock, but with that stock, I think she's done very well. As we'll take a look at her horse that draws in here, Strut Her Stuff, number 11. Undefeated so far with big wins. Broke her maiden on the turf against, it says state breds. Obviously you see, well, that's Colonial, so that's Virginia, and she's a Kentucky bred. Virginia certified. They just have to spend 6 months of their childhood, so to speak, before they run to become Virginia certified. So that's why they get those races at Colonial. I like what I see from her. She's definitely a turf sprinter, really well turned out, great, rich, hydrated coat. Has some developing to do, and she is only 3, latter half of her 3-year-old campaign here against some older horses, but I respect her. I don't love her as a win candidate, but I do think she'll make a good showing of herself. As we'll jump to the 1, Cold Hard Stare. I don't ever remember, and I've been here nearly 15 years, quite the influx of South African horses that we've seen as of late. But I will say this, all the ones that do show up here are these big-bodied, impressive-looking individuals, and Cold Hard Stare is just another one of those. I was talking to Leanna Williford, Belmont's longtime assistant, and she said, "Look, I like her. I like the way she's training, but I just don't know how her form stacks up." And I would say that would make one of many of us that really don't know how that form stacks up. So we'll see what she does here, but she looks fit coming off that 10-month layoff. Makes a great impression overall. I'm going to take a bomb here with Lisa's Vision. I know turf turnbacks often don't work, but Lisa's Vision for Dave Duggan has been facing some decent company against the New York breds, and she was rank in her last start, and I always feel like that's means for a turn back. So she's going to get it here, and physically, she looks more like a sprinter, as she's been effective at this distance in the past. Broderie really quickly, half-sister to Chow Chuck, who I know hasn't won on the turf, but has run good figures. She does have a turf hoof, Lafitte.
Designed to handle the surface. Cold Hard Stare, she mentioned the South African horses. Difficult to evaluate the form when it comes to the Europeans, the Irish, the French. You can connect the dots. South America, for every Passiana, Bayakoa, there's 1,000 others you never heard of. South Africa,
I feel like usually often they're Team Valor horses. And Maggie's right. I should have remembered Grateful Bread. She's correct.
We're ready to rock and roll. 12th final. Chris Griffin standing by. 12th race live on Fox Sports 2. Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Miz Big Bucks right out to the front, and Kendra Carmouche and Miz Big Bucks, they found the lead with Reflexivity up on the outside, and there's the speed from Reflexivity, is now up by 3/4 of a length. At the rail is Miz Big Bucks. In between horses comes Broderie, is now challenging for that third spot on the far outside strut. Her stuff starts to move into it. Very wide is going to be La Salvadorina. Who's going to be out in the center of the course, is now in 5th. Towards the inside of that row comes Progeny, is in between horses. Really having to steady there was Master of the Tunes. Ran into some trouble. Master of the Tunes switches to the outside, as backing up there was Broderie. In behind them comes Lisa's Vision. Then Leslie's Humors towards the back end of the field there with Cold Hard Stare. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and Reflexivity is in front. Miz Big Bucks is ready to challenge here from second. The rest got to pick it up from there, as Reflexivity is trying to win it right now. It's Reflexivity who's in front, still a 3-length cushion. Miz Big Bucks is within range with every shot to run this rival down from the far outside there. Strut her stuff trying to rally on as well with La Salvadorina. It is still Reflexivity holding off all competition, but Miz Big Bucks is now pushed on by. Miz Big Bucks, Kendra Carmouche with another one. Miz Big Bucks wins it. Reflexivity holds off. The rally there from La Salvadorina, and Lisa's Vision finished 4th in 1 minute 8 seconds flat.
Winding down the afternoon with a flurry. And Kendrick Carmouche, Miz Big Bucks in the nightcap, closing at 7-2.
More speed in the race, but Kendrick worked out a perfect trip. She is a filly that's rated fine in the pass, and she was able to get the perfect trip and get it done in here. A lot of no-shows, a complete no-show from Leslie's Humor. I don't know if something went wrong in there. It's hard to believe she didn't run a little bit. And frankly, Reflexivity ran really, really well, coming second off the claim for Bill Morey. I mean, this was a much tougher group than she's been in. And she held on for second in this race, in a race that was coming apart a bit behind her, but 7-2 on a New York bred who won her condition New York bred races and able to win against non-winners and won in her next start. Not an easy, double to sort of pull off, and I wonder if something happened with the 3 here.
And Michelle Nevin really has her going well.
Yeah,
a half length from having ripped off 3 straight.
Yeah, I'm a big Michelle Nevin fan. I think she's an absolutely terrific trainer. We talk so much about women trainers, and a lot of them justifiably so. I don't think we talk about Michelle enough. I think she's just terrific.
Terrific job, and had Miz Big Bucks ready to rock and roll. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. We'll be right back at it tomorrow. Look ahead to the Chelsea Flower and the Sunday program here. Belmont at the Big A. You can get those results, by the way, at NYRABets.com. Stake sweep. Chad Brown, the first Valuate metric in the Awad. Later on, another stakes win. Chad Brown. The filly with Manny Franco in the saddle. If it sounds like I lost your name, it's because I did. Snap decision, though, doing his thing, finally, after all those tries at Far Hills. But stay tuned. Be right back at it tonight, 7:30, Meadowlands Racing coming your way right here on Fox Sports 2.
Race official. The exact at $27.75. The double, $21.30. Trifecta, $61.12. Superfecta, $945.50. Pick 3, 464, $122.75. Pick 3, 410 for $26.50. Late pick 4, $989.50. The late pick 5, $11,796.75. In the pick 6, 5 of 6 returned $4,112 even. 6 of 6 wasn't hit. So a carryover, $44,954.31. Carryover, $44,954.31. That is into tomorrow's Sunday afternoon of live racing action. First post tomorrow is 12:40. 10 races on our Sunday afternoon card. First post 12:40. So the pick 6 will be across races 5 through 10. Thanks again for joining us. That concludes our live racing action here tonight. Belmont at the Big A. We're right back here tomorrow with that first post of 12:40. Simulcast action does continue. Pick 6 carryover awaits you when you return to the New York Racing Association Live Racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. Miz Big Bucks right out to the front, and Kendra Carmouche and Miz Big Bucks, they found the lead with Reflexivity up on the outside, and there's the speed from Reflexivity, is now up by 3/4 of a length. At the rail is Miz Big Bucks. In between horses comes Broderie, is now challenging for that third spot on the far outside strut. Her stuff starts to move into it. Very wide is going to be La Salvadorina, who's going to be out in the center of the course, is now in 5th. Towards the inside of that row comes Progeny, is in between horses. Really having to steady there was Master of the Tunes, ran into some trouble. Master of the Tunes switches to the outside, as backing up there was Broderie. In behind them comes Lisa's Vision, then Leslie's Humors towards the back end of the field there with Cold Hard Stare. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and Reflexivity is in front. Miz Big Bucks is ready to challenge here from second. The rest got to pick it up from there, as Reflexivity is trying to win it right now. It's Reflexivity who's in front, still a 3-length cushion. Miz Big Bucks is within range with every shot to run this rival down from the far outside there. Strut her stuff trying to rally on as well with La Salvadorina. It is still Reflexivity holding off all competition, but Miz Big Bucks is now pushed on by. Miz Big Bucks, Kendra Carmouche with another one. Miz Big Bucks wins it. Reflexivity holds off. The rally there from La Salvadorina, and Lisa's Vision finished 4th in 1 minute 8 seconds flat.